Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Himejima Akino had a sad expression, obviously recalling bad memories. Nangong Long naturally would not change his position just because of a few words from the other party. If that's the case, you have no right to control what I do. Please give the order, sir. We will immediately capture this rude person. The others also looked at Jidao Zhuang and waited for his decision. Although Jidao Zhuang was angry, he still remained rational. The other party's quick and agile skills made him a little afraid. More importantly, he always felt that he had seen the person in front of him somewhere, but he just couldn't remember where he was at the moment. Jidao Zhuang raised his hand to stop his subordinates from looking directly at Nangong Long and said expressionlessly, "Your Excellency is meddling in other people's business. You should consider whether it is worth it to provoke our Himejima family for an unrelated person." 530. Himejima Akino showed a look of grief on her face. She reached out and pulled Nangong Long's arm to make him turn his gaze to her. "Go away. I don't want anyone else to get hurt because of me. I'm just a person with filthy blood. I'm not worthy of you doing this." Nangong Long did not answer, but pulled Akino in front of him. Himejima Zhuang showed a look of joy, thinking that Nangong Long was going to give in and hand over Zuno, while the subordinates behind him showed mocking expressions, saying that no matter how tough he was, he would still have to admit defeat in the end. Rias muttered indignantly, "What? I thought he was so powerful." Agrippa, the bishop of Rias's father's family, had completely different ideas from hers. "My lady, maybe it's completely different from what you think. If my guess is correct, he will never compromise. The Himejima family is not qualified to do so." Rias looked at him in surprise, not understanding why he spoke so highly of the other party. Akino, who was standing in front of Nangong Long, had mixed feelings. Although she had made up her mind not to implicate others, she still had a little hope in her heart that someone would be willing to become enemies with the exorcist Himejima clan in order to protect her. In that case, her life in this world would not be in vain. The next moment, in Akino's shocked eyes, her hope was realized. Nangong Long looked at Himejima Zhuang and others on the opposite side, pointed at Junai, and made his declaration domineeringly. "From now on, she is under the protection of me, the White Dragon Emperor. As for you, you will die if you don't leave." Jidao Zhuang finally remembered why he felt this strange sense of familiarity. He had seen information about Tian Long in the family files. Rias turned her head and looked at Agrippa. By Long Huang, could he be the legendary second heavenly dragon? "Yes, Mississippi." Himejima Zhuang slowly exhaled. His face was serious, and his tone was not as tough as before. "Your Excellency White Dragon Emperor, I have something to tell you. The person you want to protect has the blood of a fallen angel." Junai's heart tightened, and her hands moved nervously. She didn't know whether the person who was willing to protect her would change his decision after hearing this. Before Jidao Zhuang finished speaking, Nangong Long interrupted him directly. "Why are you so nosy? If I tell you to go away, just go away now." Jidao Zhuang clenched his fists and tried to suppress his anger. He didn't dare to turn his face. The family's files clearly recorded how strong the White Dragon Emperors of previous generations were. The one in front of him had obviously reached the level of Forbidden Hands. If he didn't handle it well today, the Jidao family would suffer heavy losses. But his tolerance didn't mean that his subordinates, who didn't know the White Dragon Emperor's strength, could tolerate it. "Master, if we work together, we can definitely kill him." Yes. So what if it's the White Dragon King? Asterisk. Jidao Zhuang turned around and shouted, "Shut up, everyone." Seeing the head of the family burst into unprecedented anger and solemn expression, they also realized the seriousness of the matter. "The Himejima family are really brave," Rias said teasingly. Agrippa said calmly, "They're finished. The White Dragon Emperor hosts of all generations have never had a good temper." Nangong Long held his right hand in front of his chest, touched his chin with his left hand, and muttered to himself. Could it be that I acted too kindly, so I still had to kill a few of the group members? Hearing his words, Junai unconsciously glanced at the two people who had just been knocked into the wall and had not woken up yet. They might have died. Jidao Zhuang's face suddenly tensed up, and he quickly turned around and said, "Please, Lord White Dragon Emperor." Nangong Long ignored him and stretched out his left hand to one of his subordinates and shook it hard. Heart mastery. Seeing their companions fall down without any warning, the people around them were suddenly terrified. Rias asked in confusion, "What's going on?" Agrippa carefully recalled what had just happened and guessed. It must be some kind of magic we don't know about. Seeing Nangong Long raise his hand again, Jidao Zhu Wang said quickly, "We'll leave right away." Nangong Long laughed mockingly. "It's too late. Multiple punishments. The heart control just now only increased their fear, and now it's the main course." Suddenly, lightning flashed in the clear sky and accurately killed all the men behind Jidao Zhuang. "No!" Jidao Zhuang roared to the sky, then turned to Nangong Long and said fiercely, "Why do this?" Nangong Long shrugged and said indifferently, "If you want to kill me, just kill me. Are you really angry and think I'm cruel and tyrannical?" Then he pointed at Akino. "Didn't you do the same thing to her? I just let you experience her feelings." Himejima Akino covered her mouth to stop herself from crying out loud, and tears as big as beans kept falling down her cheeks. "Get out of here now. I'm not killing you because I want you to go back and convey my meaning. It's not that you're special." Jidao Zhuang could tell that the other party was serious. If he didn't leave, he would definitely die, and maybe even his family would be destroyed. Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate and turned away in anger. Nangong Long looked towards where Rias was hiding. "You two have been watching for so long. Why don't you come out and say hello?" Agrippa clapped and came out from the corner with Rias. As expected of the White Dragon Emperor, he actually sensed our presence. Seeing a stranger appear, Akino wiped her tears and looked at the two of them warily. Rias followed the standard etiquette of aristocrats and began to introduce herself in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. "Nice to meet you. I'm Rias Gremory." Under the surprised gaze of Rias and the others, Nangong Long's figure, after removing the forbidden hand and transforming into a child, was exposed to everyone. However, he had a deceitful mask on his face, which he had just equipped, and he didn't want people to know his true face for the time being. The forbidden hand form will look taller than the real person, so Agrippa originally thought that the opponent was just a little shorter, but now it seems that this is not the case. The opponent is really just a child. Agrippa could not hide his shock. He could use the forbidden hand at such a young age. If he continued to grow up, Agrippa did not dare to think further and quickly withdrew his thoughts. Looking at the three people in a daze, Nangong Long spread his hands and said teasingly, "Is it necessary to be so surprised?" Agrippa came back to his senses and exclaimed, "Who would have thought that a child could manipulate the god-annihilating tool to this extent? And, judging from your appearance, you should have taken the initiative to release the forbidden hand instead of running out of energy." Zhu Yunai showed a puzzled look. She didn't know what the title of White Dragon Emperor meant. "It's just a band, and it's easy for me to maintain it." Rias and the others' pupils shrank instantly. Although Nangong Long said it was 24 degrees of freedom, the two of them understood what that meant. "Don't make a fuss all the time. How can you talk like this?" Agrippa had a helpless expression. Anyone would be surprised. It turned out that the hosts of dragons were all strange people. Nangong Long pulled Akino in front of him and looked at Rias and said seriously, "Can you please take care of this girl?" "Don't want." Rias let out a surprised cry, and Akino retorted subconsciously. Nangong Long looked at Junai and explained, "They had no ill intentions. If I hadn't shown up to save you first, they might have been the ones who saved you." Agrippa smiled helplessly. "So you discovered us from the beginning, and not only that, you even saw through our purpose. What a terrifying insight. But we don't have your courage to kill people at will. Let me make it clear that this is not a mockery, but an admiration from the bottom of my heart." Agrippa's words don't mean that Gremory is afraid of the Himejima family. But once they hurt someone, it will affect the entire body, and all the exorcist families in country will be involved. In addition, the situation in the underworld is also complicated, which is why they will not kill people. Nangong Long shrugged to indicate that he didn't care. Leah calmed herself down and stared at Nangong Long and asked, "Why? It may not be a good thing for her to stay with me now. I think you can understand me." Rias nodded to show her understanding. She also knew the fate of the two Tian Long. Nangong Long deliberately misled her like this. It would be bad if Aquino's personality changed if she stayed with him. Besides, there would be no point for him to wear a mask if Aquino followed him. I believe that with the information from the Gremory family, they will find him soon. I understand, Rias nodded. Agrippa did not object. This was their original purpose, and now it was an opportunity to make friends with the White Dragon King. Nangong Long pulled the somewhat reluctant Aquino to Rias. Just stay with her from now on. The Himejima clan won't bother you again. Aquino's eyes revealed a look of reluctance. Will we meet again? Nangong Long stroked her hair and said with a smile. Certainly. Then Nangong Long took out a ring-shaped item from the storage space and handed it to Rias. I'll give it to you. Rias blushed and said shyly. It's our first meeting. Isn't it too fast? This is a thank you gift. Aquino looked at the ring in Rias's hand with some envy. You'll understand once you put it on. Rias looked at the ring that was much larger than her slender finger and said, It's too big. I will cherish it and take it with me when I grow up. Nangong Long took the ring back and put it on her himself, and continued the conversation in a way that would not be diverted by Lias. The ring automatically changed to the size that fits Ria's finger. Ignoring Rias's surprise, Nangong Long turned around and put on the necklace-shaped item with a blue pendant for her under Aquino's delighted gaze. This is a magical weapon. I'm sure you already know its effects. Rias looked surprised just now because she felt the effect of the artifact. The ring given to Rias mainly increases magic and attack, and is a relatively balanced artifact. Aquino's is a specialized artifact that specifically strengthens lightning magic, and because of its single attribute, the bonus is very high. This is too expensive. I can't take it, Rias said as she was about to take off the ring. And although Aquino was reluctant, she was doing the same thing. She was reluctant not because the necklace was a divine artifact, but because the necklace was a gift from Nangong Long. Nangong Long stretched out his hand to stop the two people, shook his head, and said, I will not take back what I gave you. Seeing Nangong Long's tough attitude, Rias and Aquino stopped what they were doing. Although the magic weapon can make you stronger, you should not rely on it too much and neglect your own practice. Understood. Rias nodded in response. I'll keep it in mind, Aquino replied seriously. Then Nangong Long activated his special skill to create an undead lieutenant, the materialized god of death. Under the surprised gazes of the other three, the materialized god of death walked out of the dark vortex that appeared out of nowhere and immediately knelt on one knee towards Nangong Long. See, Supreme World. Nangong Long nodded and pointed at Aquino and Rias and said, You will obey their orders for the time being. I obey your command. Nangong Long briefly explained the materialization of the god of death to them and prepared to leave. Seeing him leaving, Aquino couldn't help but say, My name is Aquino Himejima. Can you tell me your name? Nangong Long shook his head. Not yet. My name is very special, and if Gremory is willing, he will find me soon, but I will tell you when the time comes. After saying that, Nangong Long turned around and left. Looking at his back, Aquino shouted, I will always look forward to that day. Seeing Aquino looking a little dazed, Rias took her hand and prepared to take her back to her home. Aquino looked at Rias and made her request. Can you tell me about the White Dragon King? Well, the White Dragon King is the second heavenly dragon. Rias carefully told Aquino what she knew about the legend of the two heavenly dragons. Agrippa walked beside the two, but his attention was not on them at all, but on the embodiment of death behind them. The aura emitted by the other party gave him a very dangerous feeling. The Gremory family in the underworld. After returning home, Rias immediately took Akino to meet her parents and brother, and carefully recounted the entire process of her encounter with the White Dragon King from beginning to end. After listening to her story, Surzex looked at the materialized Grim Reaper who had been standing behind them since a while ago. "What's your name?" "Death One." The others couldn't help but frown. What kind of name was this? However, the Grim Reaper did not answer them, even if they continued to ask. Helplessly, Surzex looked at Rias and asked her to ask the question. Rias nodded to show that she understood. "Don't you have another name?" Due to Nangong Long's previous order, he still had to answer Rias's questions. "No, we were created by the Supreme Lord, and our names are ranked according to the order of creation." Rias's father asked in a deep voice, "Does the Supreme One refer to the White Dragon Emperor? And you were created out of thin air by him?" Death Number One still ignored others until Rias asked him to answer. "Your Excellency is currently acting under the name of the White Dragon King, and I was created before. The moment an adjutant is created, he or she will receive certain knowledge and intelligence." After hearing what Death Number One said, the others looked in disbelief and shock. The ability of the contemporary White Dragon Emperor to create life is far beyond our imagination. Surzex sighed, then changed the subject and stared at the adjutant and asked, "Your aura gives me a very strange feeling. You don't seem like a living creature. Could you please take off your helmet and show us your true appearance?" Nangong Long did not instruct the adjutant to conceal his identity, so he took off his helmet without hesitation to reveal the skull underneath. The people around couldn't help but gasp. "We are undead, so naturally we don't have the breath of the living." Surzex regained his composure and wanted to continue asking questions, but Death Number One had already put on his helmet and returned to Akino's side, not answering any questions. Rias asked him to answer, but he just responded that he had said everything he could. Surzex did not ask further questions, but let Rias take Akino away and arranged her accommodation. Afterwards, Surzex sent people to look for news about the White Dragon King and information about the undead, but naturally found nothing. 5 years later, Nangong Long entered Juwon College as a freshman. He felt strange because he had not been to school for many years, but the atmosphere was still good. After all, the school had a different kind of vitality compared to the outside world. During these 5 years, he would go to see Akino every once in a while to see how she was doing and whether she was unhappy. He already knew everything they learned in class, so he either slept or read comics or played games in class. The teacher would pay attention to him at first, but since he knew the answers to all the tests, the teacher no longer cared, as long as he didn't disturb other students. Nangong Long's deeds soon spread throughout the school. Because he was very handsome, he was very popular and admired by girls. Therefore, many girls would approach Nangong Long under the pretext of asking questions. The boys hated him so much that they gnashed their teeth. At night, in an abandoned house, Nangong Long, who was taking a walk, felt a scent luring him to somewhere. So he followed the scent and came to the abandoned warehouse in front of him. "A lost devil? Why do you have to target me when you can target anyone else?" "Your luck is definitely negative," Nangong Long complained. As soon as Nangong Long opened the door and walked in, he saw a plump and mature lady, but he knew that this was just an appearance. "Hey, you're a handsome boy. Do you want to play with me?" Nangong Long shrugged and said, "Forget about your words. I'm not interested." The royal sister's smile turned hideous, and her originally beautiful figure changed into that of a monster. "No, I have to love you well. Move the time forward a little." Student Union. "President, we have been commissioned to solve the lost demon," Shinra Tsubaki reported to Shichido Sona. "Okay, I understand. Tell the others and we'll solve it tonight." Clear. At night, when they arrived at the abandoned warehouse where the lost demon was hiding, Song Na and others found that someone had already arrived, so he did not show up for the time being. Song Na looked at Jun Luo Chunji and asked, "Who is that person?" Nangong Long, a freshman, is very popular among the girls. He is the problem student that was widely rumored a few days ago. Hua Jietao said anxiously, "President, let's go rescue him." Song Na asked calmly, "How do you know him?" Hua Jietao replied somewhat embarrassedly, Well, we're not that familiar with each other. We just talked a few days ago. He spoke to you? Hua Jiatao blushed. I took the initiative. President. Now is not the time to discuss this. Let's go in quickly. If we are late for a while, Nangong will be in danger. Sangna said calmly. Wait a minute, take a closer look at him. Does he look a bit panicked? He doesn't look like someone in crisis at all. No do no die. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. Drake's deep voice rang out. A huge ochre-red aura enveloped Nangong Long. In the blink of an eye, he was covered in red armor, with an oppressive aura bursting out from his body. The lost demon who was rushing forward instinctively stopped, and a strong sense of crisis prompted her to turn around and run away. Nangong Long raised his right hand and pointed it at her. Disintegration. As soon as the words were spoken, the body of the lost demon began to decompose rapidly and eventually disappeared without a trace. Not bad. We can start the next stage. Partner, how else do you want to improve this magic? Drake asked curiously. Zhao Li's. Nangong Long smiled and said, My goal is to kill anyone I glare at. President, what is that? Shinra Tsubaki widened her eyes in disbelief. Hua Jiatao's eyes were full of hearts, and she looked like a crazy fan. Sangna tried to calm herself down and said slowly, Let's go out and say hello. The other party should have already spotted us. Nangong Long turned and walked out, just as Tsang Na was walking towards him with her family. Nice to meet you, Your Excellency the Red Dragon Emperor. I am Cheeto Sona, a high-ranking demon. Nangong Long lifted the Forbidden Hand transformation, looked at Song Xiang and smiled. I know you, the popular idol of the school. As for who I am, I think the president already knows. I do know this, but I didn't expect that Nangong would be the host of the Red Dragon Emperor. I keep a low profile and I don't say anything. Nangong Long extended his hand to Tsang Na. How about making friends if you don't mind? Tsang Na was slightly stunned. She didn't expect that the Red Dragon Emperor would take the initiative to be friends with her, but she immediately reacted and held Nangong Long's hand with a sweet smile. It's my honor, Nangong-san. We are all friends. It's okay to call me by my name. Tsang Na hesitated for a moment and replied, Long, you can also call me Tsang Na. Hua Jiatao looked at the two of them with envy and jealousy. Nangong Long looked at the others and said to Tsang Na, Why don't you introduce yourself, Sona? Tsang Na smiled slightly awkwardly. She didn't expect things to develop in this direction. She was originally planning to just say hello and leave. Sona signaled with her eyes for her companion to introduce herself. Shinra Tsubaki, Vice President of the Student Union. Rhea Kusashida, first year. By the way, I'm a member of your fan club. Rhea smiled playfully. Really? I'm very happy that such a cute girl is my fan. Kusada Rhea blushed. Just as Hua Jitao was about to introduce herself, Nangong Long spoke first. Taozi, I didn't expect to see you in this situation. Hearing Nangong Long's address, Hua Jitao blushed and rubbed the corner of her clothes shyly and said, 150 Taozi, are you calling me? Nangong Long looked at her with interest and said teasingly, Yes, if you don't like it, I can. Hua Jitao waved her hands hurriedly and said loudly and excitedly, No, I like this name very much, that's fine. Then he whispered, Well, can I call you by your name like the president? Sure. Song Na's family members have not been gathered together yet, and currently, there are only these people. After getting to know each other, Nangong Long said goodbye to Song Na and teleported back to his home. Song Na and the others were not surprised that Nangong Long disappeared instantly. After all, they also knew the magic of transfer. President, can you explain the meaning of the title Walongdi? Shinra Chuanji asked Tana. She had some doubts in her mind just now, but because Nangong Long was present, she couldn't ask directly. Song Na nodded. I didn't tell you before, but I never thought that one day I would meet one of the legendary two heavenly dragons in person. Legend? Is dragon such a powerful figure? Hua Jiatao asked curiously. Song Na looked at them and said seriously, You all felt the pressure just now. If he had been hostile, none of us would have been able to leave alive today. Equals. Song Na carefully told her companions about Tianlong's deeds. After listening to this, Shinra Tsubaki expressed her own opinion. President, do you think Nangong Long is really interested in making friends with you, or does he have other motives? Before Sona could say anything, Hanakaido and Kusashida Rhea retorted at the same time. The dragon must be sincere. You two calm down first. How can you use the judgment of a nymphomaniac as a reference? Shinra Tsubaki said seriously. Song-na interrupted them. It's okay. I don't feel any ill will. We will be in contact with each other more often in the future, and we will know it naturally over time. What they didn't expect was that Nangong Long didn't go to class the next day, and this situation continued for 3 days. If Nangong Long hadn't shown up, Song-na would have thought that he had left because his identity was exposed. Underworld. Nangong Long found a place that was rarely visited and surrounded by dangerous areas as his base. Then, the entire Great Tomb of Nazarick was summoned to this world. Between the thrones, Nangong Long returned here after a long absence and felt extremely familiar for a moment. Sitting on the throne, Nangong Long sent a message to let Albedo come to see him. Albedo immediately used teleportation to the 12th floor and pushed open the door between the thrones. Seeing Nangong Long's greatly changed appearance, Albedo walked up to him and knelt on one knee without any hesitation to pay her respects. She could feel that the person in front of her was the supreme lord whom she loved deeply. Get up. Yes. Albedo walked over and stood beside the throne. However, Nangong Long pulled her into his arms and let her sit sideways on his lap. Albedo was extremely excited, her face flushed with excitement. Sir, am I going to have my first time here? Nangong Long lowered his head and kissed her. Albedo cooperated by closing her eyes and wrapping her arms around his neck. She had been looking forward to this moment for a long time. After the kiss, Albedo thought it would continue, but Nangong Long stopped. Albedo looked at him in confusion. Why did you stop, sir? It was me who did it, okay. Nangong Long shook his head and smiled. It's not your fault. I have other things to do right now. Let's continue this matter when we return to my room. There was a blazing fire in Albedo's eyes. She wanted to finish whatever it was right away, and then do the long-awaited thing with her beloved Supreme. Seeing Albedo's expression, Nangong Long also knew what she was thinking. Don't be impatient, just listen to me first. Upon hearing this, Albedo showed a look of self-blame and immediately wanted to stand up and admit her mistake, but was hugged tightly by Nangong Long. There's no need to blame yourself, and it's not something that's particularly urgent. Yes, Nangong Long explained the current situation to Albedo, but he only talked about the situation in this world and did not mention the previous 2 worlds. At the same time, he also made up a reason to restore his body. I understand. So your goal is to conquer this new world. No. Call the floor guardians to see me, and I will explain it together. Clear. Albedo reluctantly left Nangong Long's arms and stood aside to issue an order to assemble everyone. Soon, all the guardians of each floor came to the throne room, and Sebastian and the Pleiades also gathered here. After meeting the Supreme Lord, Albedo relayed to them the information that Nangong Long had told her. After hearing this, Demiurge's eyes showed a hint of realization. I see. That's why we suddenly returned to the floor we were guarding. Before being summoned by Nangong Long, not all NPCs in the Great Tomb of Nazarick stayed behind, as some floor masters were out on missions. Although that world was in a state of stasis after Nangong Long left, it did not affect their previous memories. Is your goal to conquer the world? Demiurge asked the same question as Albedo. That is not your purpose, Albedo said. Nangong Long raised his hand and signaled his subordinates to be quiet. It is unnecessary to conquer the world. This world has many mythological systems, and I'm not interested in ruling them. I want you to learn the magic of this world and collect artifacts. There aren't many people in this world who could defeat fully armed people like you, but that doesn't mean there aren't any. Some of them can even kill you easily, so be careful. A gleam of light flashed in Demiurge's eyes as he asked, Sir, can you tell me which characters I need to be careful of? True Red Dragon God Emperor, Infinite Dragon God Orpheus, and Royal Beast 666 These three are undoubtedly world-class bosses. Demiurge and the others showed horrified expressions. They know exactly how powerful a world-class boss is. But don't worry about them for now. The first two will ignore you unless you provoke them. As for the latter, he has been sealed by the God of the Bible. Albedo raised her own question. Sir, don't we need to be on guard against the God of the Bible? He's dead. Dead? A strong man who could seal world-class enemies was killed? It seems that the waters of this world are very complicated, completely incomparable to the previous world, Demodygos said solemnly. I will give you a brief account of the various forces I know about and the major events that have occurred in this world. Everyone listened carefully, as this was related to their next course of action. After listening to Nangong Long's words, Demiurge made his own summary. In short, we must be careful of the leaders of the major forces and never take it lightly. Nangong Long felt that what Demiurge said was not comprehensive, so he spoke up to remind him. You must also be careful with humans and not look down on all humans like you did before. Shaltir couldn't help but speak. Why do mere humans need to make adults so alert? Demiurge looked at her and said, There must be a reason why the adults said that. I will just listen carefully. Nangong Long glanced at him approvingly and continued. The artifact I mentioned before is the reason. Artifacts choose humans as hosts. The artifacts in this world are different from the ones we have. They vary in strength. Weak ones can only make the owner stronger than humans, but strong ones can enable humans to achieve the feat of killing gods. What? Nangong Long raised his hand to stop some of his subordinates from making surprised noises. The most important thing is that high-level artifacts will respond to the will of the host and undergo unknown evolutions to become stronger. Demiurge showed an interested look. This was the first time he had heard of such a divine weapon. No matter how much I say, it's better for you to experience it yourself. Nangong Long stood up and took a step forward, activating the Red Dragon Emperor's cage hand. Partner, let's begin. I seek harmony, the second heavenly dragon of the principle of seizing hegemony from God. Laughing endlessly, worrying about dreams. I will become the Overlord of the Red Dragon. I will sink you into the Red Lotus Purgatory. Juggernaut Drive. Nangong Long, who was covered with full body armor and turned into a small dragon, appeared in front of them. Suddenly, a dragon's might burst out in all directions. Having achieved his goal, he released Tyrant Dragon and returned to the throne. This is a top-level divine weapon, a divine destroyer. You have seen the fluctuations in its power, but this is not the limit. Nangong Long said so much just because he didn't want them to be killed because of their carelessness. A full-level NPC will have no problem facing a demon king, but this may not be the case if it is a transcendent. Of course, it also depends on who it is. After all, the strength between transcendents varies greatly. The strength of the fully armed NPC is at the transcendent level, but there is still a certain gap compared to Tian Long in his heyday. Although they learned that the host of the artifact would be a human, they did not ask Nangong Long why he could use the artifact because in their opinion it was a matter of course, and there was nothing that the Supreme Lord could not do. Demiurge rolled his eyes and said, This power is indeed worthy of my vigilance. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. This world is basically in a period of peace, but there are minor frictions between the major forces. So, this time we are on the side of justice. Let's not start a war for now. Demiurge, your mission is to enter the underworld, gain your own territory, and become one of the demon lords. I obey your command. With your wisdom, I believe you will soon be familiar with the rules of the underworld. Demiurge smiled confidently. The trust of the people is the best reward for me. Cositus, your mission is to assist Demiurge. I obey your command. Sebastian, Shaltir, go to the human world and gather intelligence on the major forces. Keep an eye out for the divine weapons. Point 0. Yes, sir. Demiurge completed his mission in the underworld and sent people to the human world to search for information about the artifact. Yes, sir. Lucy informed Mill to join the Angels' camp, and Euless to join the Fallen Angels' camp. Yes, sir. Mir and Euless are angel sisters. both guardians of the 10th layer of the realm that Lucy is in charge of. The elder sister Mir is a 12-winged angel, and the younger sister Delis is a 12-winged fallen angel. The rest of you will stay in the great tomb of Nazareth. Aura showed a regretful expression because she couldn't go out to carry out the mission. Mare didn't really care as long as he could complete the adult's instructions. Although this world is full of dangers, you don't have to hold back if someone dares to provoke Nazareth. Of course, we will protect your reputation even at the cost of our lives. Demiurge expressed the thoughts of everyone present. Afterwards, Nangong Long told them some more things about the artifact, such as how even non-humans could use the artifact after it was stripped off. Go and implement the plan. Just ask for anything you need. Demiurge and the others bowed respectfully and turned to leave the throne room. Sebastian and the Pleiades stayed where they were and waited until they heard Nangong Long's order before leaving. Seeing that only she and Nangong Long were left between the thrones, Albedo was so excited that she could hardly control herself. Nangong Long stood up and hugged Albedo around the waist in front of her surprised eyes. Nangong Long looked at her and smiled. "Do you want me to carry you back to the room or to transfer you directly back?" Albedo said with a ruddy face. "If you don't mind, I want you to carry me back home." "It's okay. You could be a little willful today." Nangong Long carried Albedo back to his room. Of course, he would be seen by the maid on the way, but Nangong Long didn't care. "This is my victory," Shaltir, Lucy, and Albedo thought in their hearts. After returning to the room, everything fell into place naturally. After making love, Albedo fell asleep contentedly in Nangong Long's arms. The next day, Albedo, who had already woken up, pretended to be asleep. She didn't want to leave unless her parents told her to. Nangong Long saw through Yaliu's 67-foot bead's thoughts at once. He poked Yaoya's cheek with his finger and said with a smile, "Wake up, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future." Albedo opened her eyes happily. "Really?" Nangong Long nodded and said, "Would you like to take a bath together?" Albedo replied with a ruddy face, "I want." Somewhere in the underworld, after fleeing for a month, Hage was already exhausted. In order to protect her sister from being harmed, she killed her master, which violated the rules of the underworld, and she was hunted down. "You can't escape, you damned rogue demon." The demon from the Nibirius family is chasing her relentlessly. She has very little magic power left, and if she continues like this, she will be caught sooner or later. Hage, exhausted, stumbled and fell to the ground. "Are you going to die?" "Bain, I'm sorry. I can't go back to pick you up." The pursuit troops caught up with Kuroka and surrounded her, but no one dared to approach her easily. Countless demons had died at her hands in the past month, and no one wanted to be counterattacked by Kuroka at the last moment. Looking at the shrinking demon Hage, he said sarcastically, "Why don't you come over? Didn't you just say you wanted to cut me into pieces?" A person who seemed to be the leader said with an unpleasant expression, "You won't be able to escape this time. We will definitely make your death extremely painful." "Boss, wouldn't it be a waste to kill such a beautiful creature right away? Why don't we kill them first to have fun?" "Of course, you must go first, boss," the younger brother next to him said flatteringly. Hage, who was lying on the ground, had a dark face. Even if she died, she would not let these rubbish get the better of her. "Since you are so thoughtful, then go over and check on her situation first. I'll let you be the second in line later," the leader said expressionlessly. The person who proposed the idea wanted to slap himself to death for talking nonsense. Now it was over, and he couldn't back down. The others were glad that they didn't say anything more. They watched him approach Hage slowly with heavy steps with a gloating look on their faces. The speed was so fast that they couldn't bear to watch. "Hurry up." Hearing the boss's warning words, he had to quicken his pace. Just when Hage was about to use his magic to die together, a man fell from the sky. The person who came was Nangong Long, who was leaving Nazareth and preparing to return to the human world. The demons around suddenly became alert and stared at the man who suddenly appeared. It doesn't matter about the black songs. The situation won't get worse than it is now anyway. Nangong Long simply ignored the demons around him, walked up to Hage, squatted down, lifted her up and let her lean on him. Because they were not sure of Nangong Long's strength, the surrounding demons did not attack him for a while. Hage did not resist on the surface, but he was still alert in his heart. Nangong Long took out a bottle of healing potion, opened it, and put it to her mouth. I have no ill intentions. Just trust me and drink it. Your injuries will heal immediately. Hage decided to take a gamble. She didn't want to die yet, and she couldn't let go of her sister Bain. I drink. After drinking the potion, Hage clearly felt that his body was recovering rapidly. Hage left Nangong Long's embrace and looked at him gratefully and said, "Thanks." The leader of the Nibirius family shouted unconsciously, "Phoenix's tears." In the underworld, the only potion that can instantly restore a person is the Phoenix's Phoenix tears. Hage also thinks so. Nangong Long will naturally not take the initiative to explain anything. Then the leader looked at Nangong Long and threatened. She is a rogue demon and an enemy of the Nibirius family. Aren't you afraid of getting into trouble if you save her? You will all die here without exception. Nangong Long calmly announced their death sentence. The leader frowned and said, "You are too confident." Nangong Long ignored him and looked at Hage and said something incomprehensible. "Have you ever heard of a human turning into a dragon?" The next moment Hage understood the meaning of Nangong Long's words, and at the same time she saw a scene that she would never forget. Half-dragon. Black dragon scales with mysterious patterns appeared on Nangong Long's body, and dark wings grew on his back. The people around him stared at the unbelievable scene with wide eyes. After transforming into a dragon, he immediately embraced Hage and flew high into the sky. A terrifying power fluctuation emanated from Nangong Long, and the demons below trembled all over. Those with stronger willpower immediately fled in all directions, but it was all in vain. Roar of the Black Dragon. The huge amount of energy hit the ground and caused a huge explosion instantly. When the smoke and dust cleared, Hage saw a shocking scene. The original forest disappeared, and in its place was a huge, deep pit with a radius of hundreds of miles. After a long while, Hage, who had managed to regain his composure, looked at 0.1 Nangong Long and asked stutteringly, You're a dragon?" Nangong Long looked at her with some amusement. He didn't expect that the future queen would have such a side. "I guess so, but to be more precise, it's a human turning into a dragon." Nangong Long took Hage away from here and headed for a nearby town. After falling to the ground, Nangong Long returned to his human form, took out a piece of clothing from the system's space, and handed it to Hage. "Here, change it to the one you're wearing and throw it away." Hage took the clothes and looked at Nangong Long, who immediately turned his back to her and said with a smile, "No need to turn around. I don't mind what you said." Since Hage said so, Nangong Long naturally read them all. After changing her clothes, Hage looked at him and said, "My name is Hage. Nangong Long." Nangong Long took Hage into a restaurant, asked for a private room, and ordered a lot of food. Nangong Long looked at Hage and said, "Whatever, you must be very hungry." Hage eats very fast, but her eating manners are not ugly. She still pays attention to her image. After eating, Hage looked at him and asked, "Why save me? Do you need a reason?" Hage rested her chin on her right hand, tilted her head, and looked at him with a slight smile. "Yeah, I want to hear meow." Nangong Long thought for a moment and said, "I'm upset when I see them bullying pretty girls. How about this reason?" "Isis." Hage's eyes sparkled, and he smiled with his hands covering his mouth. "Just because you offended the nobles of the underworld for this reason, I am interested in you, meow." Nangong Long smiled. "Offended? Just a bunch of scum, a lie offended. What a confident man he is. Maybe I could ask him to help me bring my sister back. But how should I ask him? And it seems like I have nothing I can give in return." Thinking of this, Hage looked down at himself and suddenly laughed, as if it wasn't nothing after all. "Can you do me a favor? The reward is 24 myself." Nangong Long roughly guessed what it was. The only person who could make Hage treat her like this was her sister Bio. "What's up?" Hage took a deep breath and said, "I want you to save my sister Bain. After I kill my master, I was being hunted down and had no ability to take her away. I don't know how she's doing now. Hage was somewhat worried. Although Nangong Long said that he didn't care about the Nibirius family, whether Nangong Long would completely offend the other party for her was another matter. After all, doing so would be equivalent to going straight to their door and slapping them in the face, leaving no room for retreat. Under Hage's surprised gaze, Nangong Long nodded in agreement without any hesitation. Don't you want to ask me why I kill my master? Nangong Long shook his head and said, You'll tell me when you want to. Hage paused for a moment, then smiled charmingly. I'm a little moved, meow. Kuroka walked up to him, hugged his arms, and said, Then let's go now. Then she tilted her head and looked at him. We just barged in quietly. Of course I walked in openly. Kuroka was responsible for showing the way, while Nangong Long took her to fly at high speed. The two of them worked together and soon arrived at the territory of the Nibirius branch demon, where Kuroka had lived before. Nangong Long took Hage to the most luxurious manor in the territory. As soon as they landed, they were surrounded by guards. Hage, you dare to come back? Damn betrayer. Nangong Long frowned, emitting a cold and deadly murderous intent. The biting chill instantly spread throughout the demons' bodies, and they suddenly shut their mouths after cursing nonstop. Hage felt warm in his heart and took the opportunity to ask, Where's my sister? A guy who looked like a leader said loudly while holding back the fear in his heart. Your sister has been executed. Hage's face turned pale instantly, and he yelled hysterically. It's impossible that you lied to me. Bain can't be in any trouble. Ha! It's because you killed the master that she is suffering. Before he could finish his words, Nangong Long, who suddenly appeared in front of him, broke his neck. Then Nangong Long returned to Hage and placed his right hand on her shoulder and said, Calm down. He might have said that on purpose. The light in Hage's eyes returned, and he nodded vigorously. You're right. Seeing Hage return to normal, Nangong Long looked around at the demons who were unable to move due to his aura. Blood and bones. A large number of huge skeleton thorns emerged from the ground, and the demons around them were immediately pierced through. Not only that, the dark red veins on the skeletons seemed to come alive and kept wriggling. The blood in the demon's body was immediately sucked out, and it shrank rapidly. After doing all this, the huge skeleton thorns disappeared as if they had never appeared, leaving only scars all over the ground. Hage looked at the scene in front of her in horror, but she quickly calmed herself down and said to Nangong Long, We haven't asked anything yet. Nangong Long waved his hand and replied, We can't get anything out of them from just a bunch of soldiers. Let's go in and find the nobles inside. Good. Hage was feeling a little depressed and uneasy. She walked over to Nangong Long and hugged his arm. This made her feel a little more at ease. Your sister will be fine. The two men walked into the luxurious villa and quickly found the current acting leader with the help of Nangong Long's detection magic. As for the enemies they met on the way, Nangong Long did not let any of them go. Nangong Long found the real culprit without saying much and teleported in front of him, grabbed his head with his right hand, and cast a spell. Soul analysis. After getting the information he wanted, Nangong Long threw the dead superior demon aside. Nangong Long's movements were so fast that Hage only reacted now. He was killed again. Wasn't he the leader? Nangong Long turned around and looked at Hage and said with a smile, Don't worry, your sister is fine. Hage hurried to his side. How did you know that, meow? Nangong Long pointed at the dead body lying beside him. Used magic to search his memory. 553 meow, where is Bain? He was taken away by another demon, and he has no memory of where he went. Hage's eyes darkened, and he whispered, I see, but I feel relieved knowing that she is still alive. Nangong Long patted Hage's shoulder and comforted him. Let's leave here first. I'll send someone to check it out later. Do you have any other men? Of course, let's talk about this after we leave here. Nangong Long returned to the human world with Hage. In Nangong Long's house, Hage was looking here and there curiously. Your home is much more ordinary than I thought. Nangong Long looked at her with some amusement. What do you think my home will be like? Nangong Long now lives in an ordinary independent two-story building. It should be more luxurious and more. Heish suddenly stopped talking and looked at Nangong Long and stuck out his tongue. I won't tell you, meow. Nangong Long smiled and took her to familiarize herself with the room. This is the bathroom. This is the kitchen. Going up to the second floor, Nangong Long pointed to a room. You will live in this room from now on. Okay, meow. Which room do you live in? Your next door? Hearing this, a gleam of light flashed in Heish's eyes. After getting familiar with the room, the two returned to the living room. Heish, who was sitting opposite Nangong Long, brought up the previous question. What's the name of your organization? Nangong Long looked at her and replied, The Great Underground Tomb of Nazarick. Heish tilted his head with a puzzled expression. What a weird name, meow. I'll take you back later. Okay, meow. I'll contact my subordinates first. Heish nodded to show that he understood, and Gugong Long sent a message to contact Daisugos. Demiurge, I have something for you to do. My lord, please give me your orders. Send someone to check the whereabouts of a little girl named Bain. The details will be sent to you via magic later. Yes, sir. After ending the call, Nangong Long took out a piece of parchment and wrote down all the information he knew on it. Then he activated magic, and the parchment quickly combusted and disappeared. Well, there will be news soon. Heish showed a grateful look. Thank you, meow. Nangong Long stood up, touched Hei's cat ears, and said, Okay, take a shower and go rest. Next day, Heish, who was sleeping on Nangong Long, rubbed his eyes and said dazedly, Is it morning already? Nangong Long couldn't help but pull Hei's cat ears. Meow, what are you doing? Nothing, get up. Okay, meow. Before getting up, Heish deliberately rubbed his chest, then immediately slipped back to her room. Nangong Long shook his head and laughed, muttering, What a naughty kitten. After washing up, Nangong Long took Hei's hand and put a ring on her finger. It will hide your scent so that people from other forces in the town won't discover your identity as a demon. Heish smiled slyly upon hearing this. Meow, I thought it was a token of love. Nangong Long looked at her and smiled. Okay, put away your cat ears and tail and let's go out for dinner. Eating is not a necessity for Nangong Long, so he only goes out to eat when he wants to, so there's basically no food at home. After having breakfast with Heish, Nangong Long gave Heish a stack of banknotes and a card. You can go for a stroll by yourself. I have to go to school first. Kuroka showed a surprised expression and said incredulously, You still want to go to school? Meow. This is also kind of fun, isn't it? I don't understand. Where are you going? Kuwang College High School. I understand, meow. I will wait for you at home, meow. Although Heish is not familiar with this place, Nangong Long is not worried about her. After all, she's a monster after all. Nangong Long hadn't come to school for a few days, so the teacher naturally asked about it. When he learned that he hadn't come to school because of illness, the teacher asked with special concern whether he wanted to rest for a few days. As soon as the class was over, the girls in the class surrounded him. Nangong classmate, are you okay? Nangong classmate, do you want me to help you go to the health room to rest? Murayama is so cunning. Asterisk, no, I should come. The boys who saw this scene were so angry that they gnashed their teeth, wondering why the hell they couldn't get such a good thing. Nangong Long raised his hand and pressed it down, and the girls immediately quieted down. Thank you for your concern. I am fine now. Just at this moment the bell for class rang, and the girls had to return to their seats and wait for class. After the last class in the morning, an unexpected person appeared in Nangong Long's class. The students immediately started talking in low voices. Why is the vice president here? Have no idea. Hey, she's heading towards Nangong-san. No way. Even the vice president is attracted to Nangong-san. I hate it so much. I'm so envious. There is no doubt that this is definitely a statement made by a boy. Hearing the discussions around her, Zhenluo Chunji blushed slightly, but still walked in front of Nangong Long. Gee, President Nangong wants to see you. The somewhat nervous Shinra Tsubaki almost let the cat out of the bag. Good. Seeing that Nangong Long agreed, Zhenluo Chunji hurriedly took him away from here to the student union. I didn't hear it wrongly. The president actually knows Nangong Sin. Well, could it be that the president and classmate Nangong have already... Student union. Hearing the knock on the door, Song Na raised her head and said, "Come in." Song Na first glanced at Nangong Long and then pointed at the sofa and said, "Sit down and talk." Sona thought for a moment, organized her words, and said in a caring tone, "Where have you been these days? Don't tell me you have a cold. I won't believe it." Nangong Long smiled and teased. As expected of the student council president, he knew the reason for my leave so quickly. "I am serious." Nangong Long shrugged and said, "Took a tour of the underworld." "I see. Nothing happened to you, did you? Do I look like I'm in trouble?" Song Na shook her head and said, "Indeed, with your strength, no one can hurt you. I'm relieved that you're okay." After thinking about it, Song Na added another sentence. "If you have any problems in the future, you can ask me for help." After that, the two chatted casually for a while, and Nangong Long returned to the classroom. However, from then on, word spread on campus that Nangong Long and Song Na had some close relationship. 2 days later, Demiurge sent word that Bain's whereabouts had been found. Demiurge, who had just arrived in this world a few days ago, was able to find Chiron so quickly because the information that Namphulin had passed on to him previously said to pay special attention to the Gremory family. Nangong Long sorted out the intelligence and prepared to explain it to Heish. Two people sat facing each other in the living room. "I already know the news about your sister." "Then what?" "Bain is living well in the Gremory family now, but..." "Just what?" Heish asked anxiously. Nangong Long sighed and said, "Because of you, Bain suffered a great blow. It will probably take a long time to recover." Nangong Long took out the parchment and handed it to Heish. "Here are the details you can take a look at." Since she knew her sister was safe, Heish finally let go of the worry she had been feeling. She was no longer in a hurry to find her sister, but often went out to do something unknown. Half a month later, at Nangong Long's home, Heish looked at him reluctantly. "I want to leave for a while. Is that okay?" "What do you want to do when you go out?" "I want to become stronger, so I'm going to find the leader of the Nikomata to learn how to use my power better." "Is this a good thing? Do you want me to take you there?" Heish shook his head. "No, I can go by myself." After saying this, Heigu stood on tiptoe, raised her head and kissed Nangong Long, then took a step back and said with a sweet smile, "This is my first kiss. I give it to you, Meow." Underworld. Demiurge and Cositus were heading to the Gremory family's territory. Cositus asked in confusion, "What are we going to do?" Demiurge smiled evilly and explained, "Through the intelligence gathering during this period, I have roughly grasped the rules of the underworld. Even if demons like us who suddenly appeared are registered with the underworld government, they are only low-level demons. Of course, as long as we can be promoted to low-level evil demons, it's okay, but the problem is that low-level demons are not eligible to participate in the so-called ranking game, so we can only take another path." "What?" "We need to fight the Demon King to show our strength and ask him to promote us to the rank of senior demon. After that, we need to slowly accumulate prestige." Cositus raised a new question after hearing this. "Didn't the adults say that we should try to resolve it peacefully? Is this okay?" "I have already consulted the adults about this matter and have received approval, and this matter will not be a big deal. Demon Lord Surzex will not take it seriously. We just need to show enough strength." "Understood." When the two arrived at the Gremory Manor, they didn't say hello, but just barged in. Demiurge knew that he would not be able to meet Surzex by using a gentle way. How could the other party meet someone of unknown origin? The guards were naturally not strong enough to stop them, and they fainted without even having the chance to scream. Surzex soon found out what was happening outside and went out to deal with it himself. Seeing the guards lying on the ground, Surzex frowned, but he immediately realized that the guards had just fainted and were not seriously injured, so his frown relaxed. "I wonder what the two of you can do for me." Demiurge bowed like a noble, then stood up and said with a smile, "I am Demiurge, and he is Cositus. We have no ill will towards each other. We just hope that the Demon King can give us the status of a high-ranking demon." Surzex remained alert, but said with a blank expression, "As long as you pass the assessment, you will naturally be promoted to senior demons." Demiurge shook his head and retorted, "No, no, no. That would be too troublesome. Besides, the Demon King should know that it is extremely difficult for a demon without a background to be promoted, right?" Surzex asked back, "Could it be that you two are ordinary demons?" "That's actually the case." "Are you kidding? Let's have a fight first." After saying this, Demiurge disappeared from the spot. Demon aspects, giant demon arm. Surzex reacted quickly and dodged the attack, then immediately counterattacked by firing a magic bullet containing destructive power at the enemy. Demiurge did not dodge, but took the blow head-on. The opponent obviously did not use his full strength, so he decided to experience it himself so that he could come up with a better way to deal with it in the future. Moreover, you can resist without getting hurt and give the opponent shock. Surzex was indeed surprised for a moment, but he recovered immediately and continued fighting. Devil's aspects, sharp broken claws. Surzex fired more destructive magic bullets at a distance, and was able to freely control them to attack the enemy. Hellfire wall. Devil's aspects, flame demon whip kick. While Surzex was dodging the flames, Demiurge kicked him away with a whip kick and then stopped attacking. Surzex also stopped when he saw this, frowned and said, "What is your purpose?" At this time, Surzex's parents and Eurifia also rushed over. Surzex's father said solemnly, "Intruders." Seeing the number of opponents increase, Cocytus also walked up to Demiurge and drew his samurai sword. Surzex raised his hand to stop his parents and wife from joining the battle. "Wait a minute. It is a clear judgment that we just want to obtain the status of a superior demon and have no other intentions. The demons around us who are not dead are the best proof of this. Perhaps he will become your most steadfast ally in the future." Surzex took a deep breath and said slowly, "You do have the ability to be promoted exceptionally, but I need to discuss this with the other demon kings." "No problem, but I hope it goes faster." "Okay, I'll take care of this as soon as possible. In that case, we will take our leave first. When there is a result, you can send someone to the largest hotel in the city to inform us." After saying this, Demiurge and Cocytus turned around and left. Seeing the two disappear from sight, Surzex looked at Eurifia and said, "Immediately notify the other demon kings to come here for an emergency meeting." "Yes." Surzex's father looked at him and asked, "Is the other party so difficult?" Surzex nodded. "At least demon king level." "What? Meeting room." "Surzex, what's the hurry?" Seraflu asked casually. The other two demon kings also waited for Surzex's answer. Surzex briefly explained the battle with Demiurge and his own thoughts. "It's tricky. Are you sure that the other party just wants the identity of the superior demon?" Ajika asked with a gloomy face. "Not sure, at least for now. But one thing is for sure, the other party is not hostile." "Then give him the status of a superior demon," Falbowin suggested. "The other nobles will definitely be dissatisfied," Serafel said. "It doesn't matter. If the opponent is really as strong as Surzex said, he will definitely be able to solve these problems. It will also be a good opportunity to teach those old, stubborn people a lesson," said Falbowin with a smile. "That's good. We can check the other party's background later," Ajika agreed. In the end, the four great demon kings overcame all objections and promoted Demiurge and Cocytus to high-level demons. Demiurge and the other not only obtained the status of superior demons, but also obtained their own territory. However, the territory was not very large and the location was not very good. "Demiurge, what should we do next?" "It's easy to get the devil chess piece and participate in the ranking game to gain a higher status and more territory." Demiurge smiled evilly, raised his hand, and pushed his glasses and continued. "I guess there are a lot of people who don't like us and want to teach us a lesson, but we can take this opportunity to expand massively." In fact, as Demiurge said, many nobles looked down on them for suddenly becoming high-ranking demons. They even secretly sent people to mess with them and wanted to teach them a lesson. Of course, it must be someone else who gets slapped in the face. Demiurge ordered his subordinates to beat all the invading enemies half to death and throw them back to their respective territories so that they could pass the message to their respective masters. If they wanted to teach him a lesson, they could just play the ranking game directly, and there was no need to do these little tricks. The other party did not hold back and directly invited Demiurge to a ranking battle, so Demiurge was naturally happy to agree since this was his original purpose. The result is obvious that the winner must be Demiurge, but he always pretends to win with difficulty, giving others the illusion that you're only a little bit worse than me, and if you work hard, you will be the winner next time. In this way, Demiurge's status rose rapidly and his territory became larger and larger. However, the speed of improvement slowed down later on. Others had already clearly realized the gap in strength between the two, and only a few old stubborn people would occasionally challenge him. Demiurge's prestige had also been greatly improved through the ranking game, and some demon families had even offered to pledge their allegiance. The same was true for Cositus, except that he always acted according to Demiurge's instructions. Just like that, 2 new stars suddenly appeared in the underworld and rose rapidly with unstoppable momentum, without any defeat. The 4 devils gathered in the conference room again to discuss the matter of Demiurge. Is there any purpose behind the other party launching ranking battles so frequently? Ajika said with a frown. But the other party did follow the rules, and we can't say anything, right? Falshuin continued. But this speed is too fast. In less than half a year, he has become a duke. Serafla was serious for once. The most important thing is that we didn't find any information about the other party at all, Ajika said with a grim expression. Seeing that they had almost finished talking, Surzex spoke up. It doesn't matter if we can't find out. After all, he might have been in seclusion before. This situation is not impossible. As for his purpose, Demiurge has already discussed it with me privately. His goal is to become the Demon King. What? The other 3 shouted unconsciously. After regaining his composure, Ajika asked, which one of us does he want to replace? At this time, Seraflu pointed at herself with her eyes wide open and said, it can't be me. Surzex smiled and shook his head and said, no, neither of them. Ajika's eyes flashed, and he immediately understood what Surzex meant. You mean to add a 5th Demon King? Yes, 4 or 5 doesn't make a difference. I think he has the ability. Moreover, considering the current situation, it would be a good thing for us to increase our combat power. What he said is true, but can he really be trusted? Falblin questioned. Surzex thought about it and nodded in affirmation. No problem, at least he has no hostility towards me. Although I feel that Demiurge is a little abnormal, demons have different personalities, so it's not a big problem. Nangong Long said that he would try not to cause a war, so Demiurge would naturally not make an enemy casually, let alone Surzex. Since you said so, I have no objection, but it is not so easy to become a Demon King. In addition to strength, you also need the support of more than half of the nobles, said Ajika. We don't need to worry about this matter. Demiurge will solve it himself. All we have to do is make a suggestion. Asterisk 10. Yes, sure. Under Demiurge's coercion and inducement, most of the nobles agreed, and those who disagreed at first were defeated by Demiurge. After all, there were only a few transcendents now, and Demiurge could easily defeat them without any divine equipment. As for beating him up, that was impossible, as the strength of his subordinates was far beyond the average level of the underworld. Demiurge did not reveal all of his strength. Apart from his subordinates who served as his followers, the rest were demon servants summoned by his skills, as well as the native demons from the underworld who had now surrendered to him. After nearly a year, Demiurge finally completed the task assigned to him by the adults through relatively peaceful means and became the 10th demon lord of Izumi and the representative of Mammon. Demiurge himself doesn't care about any title. Completing the adult's mission is the most important thing for him. What Demiurge has to do next is to stabilize his position and prestige, and at the same time make good use of the demons who have surrendered to him and make the best use of them. While Demiurge was causing trouble in the underworld, the Angel Mir and the fallen Angel Euless also used their own methods to infiltrate the high-level officials of heaven and the fallen angels. Relatively speaking, it was easier for the two of them than for Demiurge, especially Mir. After all, angels symbolized beauty and purity. Once they had desires, they would fall from heaven. Mir, who had 12 golden wings, was quickly accepted by the angels. But what they didn't know was that even if Mir had desires, she would not fall from heaven, because the way they were born was completely different. Euless joined the fallen angels' camp without much effort. After all, the fallen angels' camp did not have as many branches as the demons' camp, and there were very few with 12 wings. Although the number of wings could not fully represent strength, the strength would definitely not be too weak if there were more wings. In this way, the two began the next stage of the mission to collect the production methods of artifacts and the ability data of existing artifacts. In order to get the praise from the Supreme Lord, the two sisters tried their best to complete the task as perfectly as possible. The two sisters have the same wish in their hearts, which is to become one of the adults' princesses. Komio Academy Student Council. Nangong Long was lying on the sofa, resting his head on Hua Jitao's knees. He sat up only when he saw Zhen Luo Chunji coming over with tea. Zhen Luo Chunji handed him the poured tea, and he drank it and praised. Tsubaki's tea-making skills are getting better and better. Zhen Luo Chunji blushed and waved her hands quickly and said, "Nothing, as long as you like it." Sitting opposite Nangong Long, Kusashita Rhea couldn't help but say, "Nothing, the vice president has been practicing privately." Zhen Luo Chunji looked at her expressionlessly, and she was so scared that she immediately shut her mouth. Jichu Kangna frowned and held the pen in her hand so tightly that it made a creaking sound. "Long, do you think of the student union as your home?" Nangong Long showed a questioning look. 040, is it not possible? Song Na paused for a moment, then stood up abruptly and looked at him, saying word by word, "Can't." Nangong Long looked at her, pretending to be sad. "I'm so heartbroken when Song Na says that." Song Na raised her left hand to support her forehead, looking speechless. "Do you think I'll be fooled?" Nangong Long immediately returned to his normal self and said nonchalantly, "As expected, the same trick won't work if you use it too many times. I really missed the nervous expression you showed the first time." Song Na blushed and said unhappily, "Forget about that right now." Nangong Long looked at her and smiled evilly. "I've already stored such a cute face in my mind. How can I bear to forget it?" Hearing this, Song Na's face turned even redder, and she shouted at him, "Get back to class right now." Yes, yes. If he continued teasing, Song Na might go berserk, so Nangong Long left decisively. When he reached the door, he turned around and said, "Then bye everyone, I'll come after school. Bye-bye." As for Nangong Long saying that he would come again in the afternoon, Song Na did not say anything. She did not say that because she hated him, but just to cover up her shyness. This is not the first or second time that the president and Long have done this, and the others have long been accustomed to it. Not long after Nangong Long left, Rias and Aquino came. Seeing the blush on Sona's face, Rias teased, "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Song Na did not answer but asked, "What's up?" But Rias obviously didn't want her to change the subject. That second-year student just came here. A year passed, Nangong Long was promoted to the second year of high school, and Xiao Mao also enrolled as a freshman. Sona didn't say anything, which was considered as her consent to Rias's words. "You like him?" Song Na blushed and said in a bad tone, "None of your business." Rias didn't care about Sona's tone. How could they not understand each other after knowing each other for so many years? "Although I don't feel that there is anything special about him, but he must be extraordinary to make your heart flutter. Can you tell me?" Song Na sighed and said, "Your intuition is still so accurate, but I can't say for sure about this matter, so you should find out for yourself." Seeing this, Rias did not ask any more questions, but brought up another topic. "Not long ago, a new demon king appeared in the underworld. Did your sister say anything to you?" Song Na shook her head. "Nothing. Where's your brother?" "He only said that the new demon king is very strong, and nothing else." Song Na said with a rather disdainful tone, "If I'm not strong, How could those stubborn nobles bow their heads? Rias suddenly felt depressed as she remembered something and said in a low voice, "Yes, if you're strong enough, you can do what you want without being manipulated by others." Seeing Rias suddenly become depressed, Sona knew what was going on, but she didn't know how to comfort her, so she could only remain silent. Aquino looked at Rias worriedly. "BK." Rias adjusted her mood and smiled, not wanting her friends to worry about her. "I'm fine." After that, Rias chatted with Sona about some other things and left. Aquino looked at Rias and asked, "Minister, should we keep an eye on Nangong Long? I feel like he's familiar to me." "Is that so? Then why not give him a flyer and see how it goes?" When Nangong Long got home from school that afternoon, he received a flyer with a magic circle engraved on it. As soon as he entered the room, Nangong Long saw Yuli, who had been standing at the door waiting for him. "Yuri, you don't have to stand at the door, just stay inside." "How can this be possible? It is the maid's duty to wait for the master to come home." Half a year ago, the guardian strongly suggested that Nangong Long should have a maid to serve him, so he chose Yuli. After all, Yuli's justice value is positive, and she has relatively normal values. "Forget it. If you like it, that's it." "Master, dinner is ready." "Wait a minute, Yuri. Other people will come soon. There's no need to be hostile." "Clear." When they walked to the dining table, Yuli, who had originally planned to sit opposite him, was pulled to his side by Nangong Long. "You sit here today." At the beginning, Yuri stood behind Nangong Long and refused to sit down to eat with him. The current scene happened only after Nangong Long's order. A blush flashed across Yuri's delicate face, and she sat down as she was told. Nangong Long then took out a flyer engraved with a magic circle and conveyed his idea that he had a wish to fulfill. Soon, the light of the magic circle appeared on the ground, and a petite figure appeared in front of Nangong Long. "It's you." Touching Kitten's tone was quite unexpected, but he immediately returned to his usual 3-no attribute and asked calmly, "Senior Nangong, do you have any wish to fulfill?" "Just have a meal with me." Touching Kitten. "Senior, do you know me?" "Of course. How could I not know the first-grade mascot?" The kitten sat opposite Nangong Long to eat with an expressionless face. As soon as he took the first bite, he was completely captured and showed a happy expression because it was delicious. "The one who sent me the flyer today was Rias's familiar, right?" The kitten was slightly stunned and then said, "Senior is indeed not an ordinary person." This is when Nangong Long raised his hand to stop Yuri from saying anything. After dinner, Nangong Long asked Yuli to take a medium-sized cake and put it on the table. Nangong Long looked at the kitten and said, "Can I take this cake as payment?" The kitten nodded quickly to indicate that it was okay. The previous dinner was delicious, so the cake would surely not be bad either. The kitten picked up the cake, looked at him, and said, "Senior, you can summon me if you need me in the future." "Okay." Kaneko said goodbye to him and returned to the Mystic Research Club. Seeing the kitten leave, Yuri asked, as usual, "Master, do you want to take a bath?" Nangong Long nodded, and then Yuli went into the bathroom with him. After taking a shower, Nangong Long returned to the room first, while Yuli had to wait for a while because she had been circling around Nangong Long and had not paid attention to herself. But not long after, Yuli came to the door of Nangong Long's room, wrapped in a bath towel. She couldn't let her master wait too long. U-24 Lee knocked on the door and said, "Master, can I come in?" "Come in." An indescribable movement is going on. The Other Side Mysterious Research Society. Rias asked Kaneko, as usual, "What kind of person is summoning you this time?" The kitten put the cake in his hand on the table and replied, "It's Senior Nangong." Rias's interest suddenly piqued, and she asked curiously, "How did he react when he saw you?" The kitten thought about it and said, "There was no reaction at all. It was very calm, and he didn't show any disbelief like normal people would when they were summoned for the first time." Akino's interest was also aroused. "Can you explain it in detail?" Xiao Mao carefully described what happened in Nangong Long's house and emphasized that the food was really delicious. This was, of course, because the dinner that Nangong Long ate was brought back by Yuli from Nazarick using teleportation magic. "No more?" Rias asked. The kitten thought about it carefully, and it really reminded her of something that she cared about. "When I said that Senior Nangong was not an ordinary person, The maid sitting next to him obviously wanted to say something, but was immediately stopped by the senior. Rias thought about it for a while, but couldn't think of anything, so she just stopped thinking about it. Anyway, she would know sooner or later as long as she had more contact with him in the future. Then, Rias pointed at the cake on the table and asked, "This won't be the price, will it?" Seeing Kaneko nod in agreement seriously, Rias held her forehead with her hand in a helpless look, while Akino smiled softly with her hands covering her mouth. Seeing the two of them, the kitten knew what they were thinking. So the kitten didn't say anything else, but walked to the table, cut 2 pieces of cake and gave them to the two of them, then immediately returned to sit on the sofa and eat the cake quickly. She knew that once the two of them finished eating, they would definitely come to grab it, so she had to eat it up before that. Rias and the other girl looked at the kitten with amusement, then looked at each other and put the cake in their mouths. Tasty, really. Before they knew it, they had finished the cake in their hands, and then, as if they had agreed beforehand, they both turned their gaze towards the kitten. The kitten immediately opened its mouth wide and took the last small piece into its mouth and started chewing. After making a swallowing motion, the kitten looked at them and said, "There is none left." The two of them showed regretful looks, thinking that if they had known it was so delicious, they should have divided it into larger pieces. Akino's eyes suddenly brightened as she looked at the kitten and she said, "Let's get a bigger one next time." Rias nodded in agreement. "Yes, kitten, you have to work hard." The kitten looked at the two of them speechlessly. They were clearly laughing at her just now. Where was her moral integrity? Next day, after saying goodbye to Yuri, as usual, Nangong Long started a new day of school life. But today was a little different from usual. A beautiful girl with long black hair blocked Nangong Long's way every day. The girl seemed a little shy and lowered her head, not daring to look directly at Nangong Long, and asked in a low voice, does Nangong have a girlfriend?" The fallen angel Renale, "I should not have revealed the artifact to the fallen angel. So the only possibility is that I have had too much contact with Song Na, and people have become suspicious," Nangong Long thought. "No." A hint of joy flashed across the girl's face, and she said happily, "Very good. My name is Amano Yuma. Actually, I have been paying attention to Nangong for a long time. Every time I see you passing by here, my heart will beat faster involuntarily. I'm sure I like you. So can you be my boyfriend?" Shima closed her eyes and shouted loudly at Nangong Long. Nangong Long smiled and said, "Okay, really, The two chatted for a while and then parted ways, but Shima said she would go find him after school. As for why the other party didn't just get an identity from Kuo Academy, it was very simple, not because she didn't want to, but because she couldn't. After all, Kuo Academy belonged to the Gremory family, and if she went directly to contact them, it would be no different from seeking death. As soon as school was over in the afternoon, Nangong Long saw Shima standing at the school gate and waving to him. "Dragon, I'm here." 1980 instantly, all the girls who heard this sentence turned their attention to Amano Yuma. Faced with such a strong gaze, even she was a fallen angel and couldn't help but shudder. Nangong Long looked at Shima, smiled, and quickened his pace to her side. Shima shook off the feeling of chill from her mind and stopped thinking about it. She stood to Nangong Long's right side, stretched out her hand to hug his arm, and smiled shyly. "Let's go." And, seeing this scene, the girls around felt that their hearts were broken, but some girls still stared at Bangma with more and more compelling gazes. Shima unconsciously hugged Nangong Long's arm and quickly left with him. Seeing the two people walking away, the girls began to talk. "Which school is that girl from?" "Not sure." "Damn it, classmate Nangong was actually snatched away by a girl from another school. It's such a shame," a pretty girl said indignantly, which immediately resonated with the people around her. "That's right, we can't swallow this. We must get Nangong back." "Yes, we will hold a combat meeting now." "Good." The boys nearby were heartbroken, watching the scene in front of them with envy and jealousy, and finally they could only leave silently. If they continued watching, they would be so angry that they would die. The next day, as soon as Nangong Long arrived at school, he was taken to the student union by Jinlua Chuanji. As soon as he entered the door, He saw Kangna looking unhappy. Who made my president angry? Song-na rolled her eyes at him in annoyance. You had a lot of fun playing with that fallen angel. Nangong Long nodded seriously, and Song-na immediately glared at him fiercely. If you don't make me angry, you will die. Then he calmed down and continued. I don't know what the fallen angel is planning. Nangong Long said indifferently. They probably suspect that I am the owner of a divine weapon, and sent someone to observe whether I will pose a threat to the fallen angels. Song-na frowned and looked at him and asked, Have you exposed yourself to the fallen angel? Nangong Long walked up to Song-na, stretched out his hand and lifted her delicate chin so that she could look at him. Song-na's face flushed, but she did not break free. Instead, she glanced in other directions and asked, What? Nangong Long looked at her and smiled. I'm so close to you. Any fallen angel who isn't mentally retarded will think there's something wrong with me. Is that so? Why don't you let go? Nangong Long let go of his hand and sat back on the sofa. Song-na, who had regained her freedom, breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Zhen Luo Chuanji, who was sitting opposite Nangong Long, said with some concern, If it's true as you said, the fallen angel will attack you. Don't worry. They're just fallen angels. They're not my opponents. School life is good, but sometimes I need other things to spice it up. Be careful, Song-na said with concern. On the way back to his class from the student union, something happened that made Nangong Long feel strange. Today, the girl was unusually enthusiastic and kept stuffing envelopes into his hands. He knew without thinking that they were love letters. After returning to the classroom, he found a pile of envelopes on his seat. Confused, Nan Fulong asked Lan Hua, a classmate with whom he had a good relationship, for the reason. Lan Hua, what's going on? Nangong Long asked, pointing at a pile of envelopes. Kiryu Aika looked at him with a gloating expression and asked, You really don't know? Not sure. Kiryu Aika rolled her eyes and said, If you treat me to a meal, I'll tell you. Nangong Long nodded in agreement without hesitation. The girls nearby who heard their conversation immediately showed envious expressions. Lan Hua is so cunning. That's right. He actually ran away alone. Kiryu Aika ignored the surrounding voices and looked at Nangong Long and said, Now the whole school is saying that you were snatched away by a girl from another school. This is regarded as a shame for all the girls in Jiwon College. In order to wash away this stain, most of the girls decided to take the initiative to snatch you back. After listening, Nangong Long silently sorted out the envelopes one by one and put them into his bag. As for the books inside, he just stuffed them into the table. Kiryu Aika didn't understand why he did this, so she asked, What are you doing? Take it back and read it slowly. Kiryu Aika was slightly stunned and then chuckled. I thought you were going to throw it away. Nangong Long shook his head and looked at her and said, After all, it's someone else's kindness. How can I throw it away? I will reply to each letter one by one. Do you want to take them all? Lan Hua said with a wicked smile. Nangong Long stared at her and asked seriously, Does this include you? What? Lan Hua felt her cheeks getting a little hot, so she immediately turned around and lowered her head, not looking at him or letting others see her red face. You're still far from being able to tease me, little guy. Nangong Long smiled and continued to sort the envelopes. Click, click. The girls around were heartbroken and started whispering to each other. It seems that Lan Hua is the most promising one in our class. I really didn't expect that the biggest opponent will be Lan Hua. He's so well hidden. Time flies, and it's the weekend. Today, Nangong Long and Shima made an appointment to go shopping. Nangong Long went out early to wait for Shima at the agreed place. When acting, one has to act realistically. As the saying goes, life is like a play, and it all depends on acting skills. Shima, who arrived late, looked at Nangong Long and smiled embarrassedly. Sorry, I'm late. It's okay. Waiting for your girlfriend is also one of the boyfriend's responsibilities. Shima naturally took his arm and said happily with a smile in her eyes, You are so nice. Where are we going next? Nangong Long decided to stimulate her. Let's go get a room. Shima's face froze. She didn't expect Nangong Long to be so direct. Even if he is lustful, this is too impatient. There is no foreplay at all. It seems that I can only find a way to fool him. So, Shima looked at him apologetically and said, I didn't hear you clearly. Can you say it again? You should understand my underlying meaning, Shima thought, but unfortunately that didn't happen. I said, let's get a room. Shima was going crazy. Couldn't this person read the atmosphere at all? Shima had no choice but to say it directly. Shima looked embarrassed and said in a weak tone, well, that's progressing a little too fast. I'm not mentally prepared. Nangong Long scratched his hair and said, is that so? Then when will you be ready? Is there nothing else on your mind except having S**X? Shima roared in her heart. We can't discuss this issue anymore if we don't have money. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold it in anymore and we'll have to change the subject quickly. So Shima took Nangong Long's hand and said, let's go to the movies first. So rubbish. Seeing that Nangong Long agreed, Shima breathed a sigh of relief. This was really difficult to deal with. Song Na, who was quietly following the two, suddenly saw a familiar figure. No matter how she hid her red hair, it was too obvious. Rias and Aquino, who were concentrating on staring at Nangong Long and the other man, did not notice that someone was approaching them from behind. Sona reached out and patted Rias on the shoulder. Rias quickly turned around and looked surprised. Song Na, why are you here? I should be the one asking you this question, right? Rias said as a matter of course. There's no other way. My good friend won't tell me, so I have to find the answer myself. At this time, Aquino pulled Rias. If the minister doesn't leave, we'll be lost. Let's go quickly. Song Na also hurried to follow, and the two tracking teams met up. Nangong Long took Shima into the cinema and queued up to buy tickets. As for the few little followers behind them, he already knew about them, but just didn't expose them. Shima's acting was very good, as if she had forgotten what happened just now. She leaned obediently in his arms and watched the movie, and even shed a few tears when she saw the touching parts. Nangong Long would naturally not let her finish watching the movie peacefully. I endured again, feeling the hand playing tricks on me, Shima reminded herself. Finally, the movie was over. Shima, with a rosy face, hurriedly stood up and pulled Nangong Long away. Then the two of them came to the fast food restaurant and sat by the window. They each ordered something and then ate while chatting. They were originally talking about some common topics, but not long after, Nangong Long suddenly said something inexplicable. Shima has low self-esteem. The corners of Amano Yuma's mouth twitched unconsciously, and he forced a smile and said, Why do you say that? Nangong Long replied, while stirring the drink in front of him. I can sense the inferiority hidden deep in your heart, and the desire to prove your worth to others, so that those who look down on you will take notice of you. Stop talking. Shima couldn't control her emotions and stood up to glare at him, and the people eating around her immediately focused their attention on her. Shima came to her senses and realized her own loss of composure, so she immediately sat back and forced herself to calm down, then looked at him with an apologetic look. Sorry, I lost control of myself. Why did he say that? Did he know that I was a fallen angel? Shima couldn't help but wonder, but the other party's next words dispelled her doubts. Nangong Long smiled and said, It's okay, I don't care. If someone bullies you at school, you can tell me, and I will help you teach them a lesson. It's also one of a boyfriend's responsibilities to stand up for his girlfriend. Shima's heart couldn't help but tremble. Which one is you? One moment you are so lustful, and the next moment you care about me so much. I really don't understand. After sorting out his thoughts, Shima waved his hand and said, No, I get along well with my classmates, and no one bullies me. Afraid that Nangong Long would bring up this topic, Shima quickly finished her sundae and suggested to him, Can you go to the amusement park with me? In the evening, the two of them walked aimlessly together and unknowingly came to the pool. Shima let go of Nangong Long's hand and walked in front of him, turned her back to the pool, and looked up at him. I am very happy today. Then I stood on tiptoe, closed my eyes, and kissed her. Let's consider this as a reward for what I said. Shima took a step back and smiled playfully. I can't get a room with you, so I'll stop here today. I have to go back. What's wrong with me? I was planning to kill him, but why do I feel like I don't want to do it? But it shouldn't be a big deal. After all, The order from above is just to monitor him. In this case, I will just play the role of Amano Yuma for a while. Looking at Amano Yuma walking away, Nangong Long subconsciously touched his lips. He didn't kill me. The plot has already begun to deviate. Then, Nangong Long shifted his attention to the nearby woods. Come out. How long are you going to hide? Stop the one who was trying to teleport away. I saw it all. Rias seemed a little embarrassed and stopped the magic she was about to cast. Sona was the first to go out with her followers, and Rias and the others follow behind. When did you find us? Asked Sona. I knew from the beginning that your magic couldn't interfere with my perception at all. Then why don't you expose us? Asked Shinra Tsubaki. I really can't bear to see you guys being so cautious, Nangong Long joked. Aha, what a bad taste. Akino laughed, covering her mouth. Rias crossed her arms and looked at him and asked directly, Can you tell me who you are? You're a junior, second-year student at Nangong Longjuang College. You know that's not what I meant. Rias suddenly smiled playfully and pointed at Sona and said, I want to know the identity you told her. If you tell me, I can tell you about Song Na's personal interests in exchange. Song Na looked at her with dangerous eyes and said word by word, Rias, you have to think about the consequences. Hearing Sona's chilling voice, Rias couldn't help but shudder, but on the surface she still said firmly, If you don't want to, then just tell me yourself. Hearing this, Song Na subconsciously turned her gaze to Nangong Long with a questioning look. Whatever, just tell her directly, I'm going back now, bye. After waving goodbye, Nangong Long turned around and left. Yuli was waiting for him at home. Rias said this in front of Nangong Long, hoping to get his approval so that her good friend would not be embarrassed. Seeing this, Sona and Rias also left, but the two of them agreed to meet at the student union. Afterwards, Sona told Rias everything she knew so far. When they learned that Nangong Long was the current Red Dragon Emperor, they were surprised. Akino's eyes inadvertently revealed a hint of hostility, but she quickly concealed it. She had heard about the endless fight between the two heavenly dragons from Rias a long time ago, and since the White Dragon Emperor saved her many years ago, she naturally had no good feelings towards the Red Dragon Emperor. Then doubts followed. She had clearly felt a sense of familiarity and intimacy before, but why was it someone she hated? Zhu Naisong couldn't figure it out and could only think of it as her own illusion. I just don't know what expression she will have when she finds out that the two are the same person. After getting the information she wanted, Rias took Akino away. Akino, are you okay? Rias asked concernedly as she looked at Akino, who frowned as soon as she went out. Akino took a deep breath, slowly relaxed his eyebrows, smiled at her, and replied, Fine. We have known each other for so many years. How could I not know what you were thinking? There is no need to treat him as an enemy for the time being. Judging from his personality, he does not seem like a madman who only knows how to fight. I understand. A few days later, the mysterious research society. After careful consideration, Rias decided to invite Nangong Long over for a chat. As soon as Nangong Long sat down, Xiao Mao subconsciously wanted to get up and sit on his lap, but she immediately controlled herself and sat back. She suddenly remembered that Akino didn't like him, so it would be better not to do that kind of thing in front of her. Xiao Mao had this reaction because Nangong Long often summoned her, so the relationship between the two of them had improved a lot. What can I do for you? Nothing. I just thought it would be better to formally greet the Red Dragon seat. Akino walked up to him expressionlessly, put the brewed tea on the table, and returned to Rias without saying a word. Nangong Long didn't care about Akino's attitude, and he knew why after thinking about it. He couldn't help but smile when he thought about what kind of interesting expression Akino would show after knowing the truth. It seems that Akino is not in a good mood. Akino looked at him and said in a tone that was hard to tell whether he was happy or angry, Don't call my name. Our relationship is not that good. Nangong Long smiled playfully and said jokingly, Are you sure? Sure. I think you will change your mind soon, and even let me call your name. Akino replied firmly, Absolutely impossible. Rias glanced at Akino and signaled her to stop talking, then looked at Nangong Long and said in a slightly apologetic tone, Feel sorry. Nangong Long waved his hands to indicate that he didn't care. Why is Nangongson going to school here? Rias asked. It's a good way to live to see a beautiful girl full of energy every day, isn't it? The kitten complained expressionlessly. Senior H. On the other side, an abandoned church. The trio of fallen angels were chatting. Why hasn't Lady Renale killed that human yet? Caravana asked in confusion. Mittel also gave her a questioning look. According to Renale's previous personality, she should have taken action long ago. I just felt that he was not a threat, so I didn't do it. In that case, we should be able to erase their memories and evacuate, Caravana suggested. Renale was silent. To be honest, she didn't want to end her current life. If possible, she thought it would be nice to continue like this. So, Renale found an excuse to fool them. It's better to observe for a while to make sure everything is safe. Okay, Caravana and the other man nodded in agreement. On the surface, Renale continued to listen to their conversation, but in fact her thoughts had drifted to other places. What should I wear on the next date? I'll just wear the white dress he gave me. He should like it. And should I give him some benefits, such as booking a room? Shima shook her head violently, denying the idea in her mind. It's not possible yet. Seeing his companion nodding and shaking his head, Middle asked, Is Lady Renale feeling unwell? No. Let's continue with the previous topic. Night. After the walk, Nangong Long was taking Yuli home. Yuli was not wearing a maid outfit, but at Nangong Long's request, she wore a professional suit with black stockings. At this moment, a man in a coat and a bowler hat suddenly appeared on the deserted street and blocked their way. The strange man raised his head and grinned. If Lady Renale doesn't kill you, then I will do it. Yuri was about to stand in front of her master, but her master, noticing her thoughts, immediately hugged her waist tightly. She couldn't break free, so she could only look at her master and beg, Master, please let me deal with this guy who dared to offend you. I could do it myself. I just want to try out some magic. Hearing that the two people on the other side did not take him seriously at all, as if he was an ant that could be crushed to death at any time, Donasic was immediately furious and flew into the sky to condense the spear of light. Before throwing it, he looked down at the two people and shouted, I'm not like those garbage demons. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Go to hell. Originally, he was confident that the opponent would not be able to withstand his attack, but the next moment Donasic was dumbfounded. The man actually caught the spear of light with his bare hands. Light attribute attacks would indeed cause a certain degree of damage to Nangong Long, but that also depended on who was attacking. With his current strength, even if the god of the Bible was still alive and attacked him personally, he would not be able to cause much damage to him, let alone a low-level fallen angel. Nangong Long crushed the spear of light with just a little force. It's pathetic that someone is so weak yet acts like he is so powerful. Donasic couldn't control the fear in his heart, and he condensed the spear of light like a madman and threw it at Nangong Long repeatedly. Nangong Long watched the magic circle flash by in his eyes. Collapse. The rays of light in Nangong Long's sight dissipated one after another, and even Donasic himself began to decompose bit by bit, but the speed was a bit too slow. This was not because Nangong Long did it intentionally, but because the magic released by his eyes was still in the perfect stage. Donasic looked at his gradually disappearing legs and arms in horror. The desire to survive made him regain his sanity temporarily. He fell back to the ground, knelt down towards Nangong Long, and begged for mercy. Please let me go. I'm willing to confess everything. Renale is actually... No, it's Amano Yuma. Your girlfriend Amano Yuma is the fallen angel Renale in disguise. She came to you under orders from the higher-ups. She doesn't like you at all. Donasic burst into tears as he watched the indifferent Nangong Long making his final struggle. I've already told you to stop, please. Donasic's legs and right hand had completely disappeared, and what frightened him even more was that the speed of decomposition began to accelerate. I'm sorry, I know everything you said. 1+. In the end, Donasic died in fear and confusion. He didn't understand why the other party knew everything and was still willing to date Reyna. Yuri showed no surprise at what was happening before her eyes. In her opinion, her master was omnipotent. Let's go. Abandoned church. Donasic hadn't come back for 2 days, and Renail couldn't help but wonder if he had sneaked out to do something. No way could it be. Impossible. Long is still alive. Donasic shouldn't go looking for trouble with him. No, this is also possible, but he was killed instead. If this is true, then it means that Long is not an ordinary person, but I obviously didn't feel anything. Renail couldn't help but look puzzled. Yeah, did Donasic confess everything? But then Renali shook her head and denied her guess, because Long was still as good to her as before, although she was often molested. When Renali thought of this, her heartbeat quickened a little, and she couldn't help but smile. However, this smile didn't last too long. She didn't know how long she could maintain this kind of life. Nangong Long, who was strolling on the street, witnessed the legendary fall on the ground with his own eyes. 067. The blonde nun who fell to the ground made a cute sound. Hey, why did I fall? The blonde nun couldn't help but say to herself. Nangong Long walked over to her and offered his hand to help her up. How are you? The blonde nun hurriedly thanked the kind person in front of her. Thank you. Foreigners, what are you doing here? Well, I'm a nun and I came here to find the church, but I can't understand what the people here say. At this point, the nun clasped her hands together in a prayer gesture. It's great to meet you. This must be the guidance of God. What kind of guidance is that? The old man is already dead. Nangong Long complained his heart. Let me introduce myself to you. I am Nangong Long. Oh, my name is Asia, the blonde nun replied quickly after being stunned for a moment. I'll take you to church. Thanks. The two of them were walking on the road when they met a little boy who was crying because his leg was scratched. Asia walked over to him quickly and activated her magic weapon to heal his wound. At this time, the boy's mother came over to thank Asia and took the boy away. Asia watched them leave with a smile on her face. Asia is amazing. Hearing the words coming from beside her, Asia's heart suddenly tightened. But when she turned around and saw Nangong Long looking at her with a smile, Asia breathed a sigh of relief. She was afraid that Nangong Long would also look at her differently. When I see someone getting hurt, I can't help but rush forward to help, Asia said a little embarrassedly. There's nothing wrong with that, but not everyone is worth saving. You're so innocent and kind that you can be easily deceived. How come? After that, the two continued to move towards the church. When they got near the church, Asia looked up at him and invited him. Mr. Long, would you like to come in with me? Okay. Asia smiled when she heard that and led him into the church. The church was empty, and upon noticing an unknown figure approaching, the remaining exorcists all hid in the dark. Asia looked at Nangong Long with some embarrassment. Sorry, I wanted to treat you to a meal to express my gratitude, but everyone seems to have gone out. Nangong Long reached out and touched Asia's golden hair. It's okay if you don't mind. Can you sit here and chat with me? Asia blushed and nodded. That ability just now must be a divine weapon, right? Asia opened her mouth slightly in surprise. Does Mr. Long also know about the divine weapon? Yeah, because I watch it too. Nangong Long stretched out his left hand and summoned the Red Dragon Emperor's caged hand. Mr. Long is also the holder of a divine weapon. Asia couldn't help but exclaimed. There are quite a few humans who possess divine weapons, but their strengths vary greatly. Yours is a healing divine weapon, which is rare. Is that so? Why did Asia come here? Asia looked sad, but still told her story. I was abandoned when I was a baby and grew up in a church. One day I saw a wounded puppy, so I ran over and wanted to heal it. When I thought about this, the artifact started to work. This scene happened to be seen by the clergy. I became a saint. Everyone was very nice to me, but I was very lonely and no one wanted to be friends with me. I could feel that everyone treated me as an alien. Later, I healed the wounded demon. I became what people called a witch. I was expelled, and I came here because the church here was willing to accept me. I really want to make friends. Nangong Long reached out and wiped away the tears from Asia's eyes, looked at her, and said, Aren't we already friends? Really? Certainly. Hearing Nangong Long's answer without hesitation, Asia's tears flowed faster. Seeing this, Nangong Long had to hug her gently. After a while, Asia's voice as soft as a mosquito's sound rang out. Well, can you please let me go? Feeling the arms that were holding her loosen, Asia felt relieved, but also a little lost. She liked the warm feeling just now. Nangong Long stretched out his hand and pinched Asia's nose and said with a smile, "Stop crying. Long saying you are bullying me." Asia rubbed her red nose and looked at him with tears in her eyes. "Asia, come with me." Eh. Asia looked at him with a flushed face, rubbing the corners of her clothes with her hands. She thought Nangong Long was confessing to her. "This isn't the place for you." Asia realized that she seemed to have misunderstood something, but she didn't quite understand what Nangong Long meant. "You're joining the fallen angels, right?" How did Long saying no? It's just a simple process of elimination. You were expelled from the church, so you can't possibly turn to the devil, and there's a remnant of fallen angels here. Long saying is amazing. I didn't notice anything. The environment here is not suitable for you. Follow me. From now on, I will protect you, Asia. But Asia looked at him with tears in her eyes. Nangong Long put his hands on Asia's shoulders and said firmly, 3.0, no buts, I'm very strong. No matter if it's the church or the fallen angels who dare to trouble you, I will defeat them all. Asia was still a little hesitant. She didn't want to cause him trouble. Seeing this, Nangong Long decided to take a step back for the time being. How about this? You come with me first. I'll take you out tonight to see what the rogue exorcists do. You decide, and you are not allowed to refuse. Asia was a little confused. Long saying that's too much. Even if you don't leave, I will tie you back. Nangong Long picked up Asia's gift and then took her little hand. Let's go. Asia nodded with a blushing face. After the two walked away, the exorcists hiding in the dark regained their freedom of movement. They had just been suppressed by Nan Fulong's momentum and could not move. Otherwise, how could they watch Nangong Long take Asia away? What to do? That pressure. We have absolutely no chance of winning. We are lucky that the other party didn't kill us. I can only report the truth to the fallen angel. I just hope the punishment won't be too severe. The exorcists were discussing among themselves how to explain what had just happened to the fallen angel. Night, abandoned church. The exorcist was describing what happened during the day to Renale and the other two. Renale frowned and thought, are dragons that strong? They don't look like they are lying. When the exorcist was recalling just now, he was shaking uncontrollably, and Renale saw it all. Why did Long take that girl away? Did he like her, or did he want her ability? Since he wanted it, should I give up the plan? If he has the ability to take me away, there's nothing wrong with giving up, but can Long really beat the high-level people? Although I am just an insignificant existence, I am not allowed to leave the fallen angel camp. Damn it, what should I do? The sound beside her ear interrupted her thoughts. Lady Renale, should we take action ourselves to deal with him and take back the smile of the Virgin Mary? Asked Middlet. It's irrational for us to act rashly without knowing the opponent's true strength, Caravana said. Renale nodded and said, Caravana is right. So let's not provoke him for now. I will find a chance to test him again. All right, everyone go down. Renale waved her hand to dismiss the group. Should I confess, will he forgive me? Probably not. But if I don't confess, I can only leave quietly, which is so annoying. I wish I was just a Monoyuma. On the other side, Nangong Long was taking Asia to find the exorcist who was out to carry out the mission. Although he didn't want Asia to see any bloody scenes, how could she give up if he didn't let her know the truth? Nangong Long quickly found the rogue exorcist after searching. He took Asia's hand and rushed over. When Asia walked into the room and saw the body lying in a pool of blood, she let out a scream. Fried, who was sitting on the sofa, turned his head and looked towards the door and grinned. Hey, isn't this a nun? Isn't the one next to her the target of the fallen angel? Fried was not in the church during the day, so he had no idea of the other party's strength. Nangong Long ignored him, but put his hand on Asia's shoulder and looked at her and said, You see, this is the style of the exorcist who is attached to the fallen angel. Asia asked with an expression of disbelief. Why would they do this? Fried stood up, turned around, looked at Asia, and said with a sinister smile, Isn't this natural? All humans who make deals with the devil deserve to die. Nangong Long looked at Asia and said, Now you should understand why I don't let you join the fallen angels. Asia responded in a depressed mood. At this time, someone else broke into the house, and the kitten from Taching saw Nangong Long showing his teeth. Why are you here, Senior? Kitty, I am taking this girl to find out the truth. The kitten immediately took up position after seeing the dead body in the house. Senior, what's going on? Fried took out his lightsaber and pistol, looked at the kitten, and laughed crazily. The devil is here too. Let me take you on your way together. Kill this B******************, D, and I'll talk to you. I'm very strong. Don't look down on me. As soon as he finished speaking, Fried rushed over and swung his sword at Nangong Long. Nangong Long ignored the lightsaber and stretched out his right hand to grab Fried's neck and lifted him up. Under Fried's shocked gaze, Nangong Long was unscathed. Not even his clothes were torn. Nangong Long had already mastered the technique of using magic to protect his clothes. Strong? Not true. In my eyes, you're no different from ordinary people. Fried struggled to raise his arm holding the gun and shot at Nangong Long frantically. Be careful, Long San, Senpai. Asia and Kaneko shouted together. Renale was struggling with how to deal with her relationship with Nangong Long, so the fallen angel did not come to support Fried. It's over. Nangong Long broke Fried's neck with a little force and then threw him aside. Asia and the kitten rushed to him and touched him here and there, fearing that he might be hurt. Nangong Long stretched out his hand and stroked the tops of their heads. Don't worry, I'm not overweight. Asia looked at him with tears in her eyes. Why did Long Sang hide? Nangong Long looked at her and smiled. I said I would protect you, and I had to show my strength to reassure you, but my opponent was too rubbish, so I had no choice but to do this. Long Sin, Asia's tears kept falling from the corners of her eyes. Nangong Long reached out and wiped away her tears. I like the way you smile. It was obviously Long Sang who caused me to become like this. Asia smiled while wiping her tears. Seeing that Nangong Long was fine, Kitty complained expressionlessly. Senior, you are abducting ignorant girls in 947. Asia's face immediately turned red when she heard that. It's not kidnapping. Why don't you refute the title of ignorant girl? Asia, Nangong Long complained his heart. The kitten looked at Nangong Long and asked, Can you explain what happened and who she is? Let's leave here and talk while walking. On the way, Nangong Long explained to Xiao Mao what had just happened and also introduced Asia to her. I understand. Let's say goodbye here. Well, see you tomorrow. After the two said goodbye, Xiao Mao returned to the mysterious research society alone, while Nangong Long took Asia home. Mystical Research Society. Kaneko was reporting to Rias what had just happened. Senior is really strong. I didn't even see his moves clearly before the enemy was subdued, and he only used one move. He used a magical weapon. The kitten shook his head and said, No, I use my bare hands. Senior took the opponent's attack head-on without even dodging, and he was unharmed. What? Rias and the others looked surprised. Rias was thinking about whether she should ask him for help. First update, defense tomorrow. On the other side, Nangong Long and his partner were walking and chatting on their way home. Long San is so amazing that he even has a demon friend. Don't you hate demons? Asia shook her head and replied, As long as they are not evil, I don't hate them. Nangong Long placed his hand on the top of her head and stroked it. Asia is really kind and simple. Asia blushed and lowered her head without saying anything. By the way, Asia, do you want to go to school with me? You make a lot of new friends there. Asia looked up at him with an I-wanted expression. May I? Certainly, but will it cause trouble for Long Sang? I can't do anything right. Asia's tone became a little depressed. It's okay, I can teach you. It's decided. Go and say hello to Rias tomorrow and ask her for help. Then you can enroll on the same day. After arriving home, Asia returned to her room to rest. The next morning, Asia couldn't help but scream when she saw Yuri coming out of Nangong Long's room. "Sister Yuri, what's going on?" Yuri looked at her and smiled slightly and replied, "Samurai, sleep." Asia's face instantly turned red. Serve, sleep. Do you mean that? Sleep together. Afterwards, Yuri returned to her room, put on tuzi, and started a new day. Asia's face was red, and she lowered her head the whole morning, not knowing what she was thinking about. After breakfast, Nangong Long took Asia to school. They first went to the mysterious laboratory and asked Rias to help with Asia's admission procedures. Rias nodded without hesitation and agreed that it would be done soon. At the same time, she carefully observed Asia. She wanted to see what was so special about this girl who was treated specially by the Red Dragon Emperor. On the surface, Rias did not see anything special about Asia, but her intuition sensed the aura of a treasure. She wanted to take Asia as her follower, but she was obviously a Red Dragon Emperor's man, so it was difficult to take her as a follower. "Thank you, Rias-senpai," Asia said. "Fine." In this way, Asia transferred to Nangong Long's class. "My name is Asia. So cute. The blonde girl is awesome. It's like having her sit next to me." The classmates started to discuss quietly, but Asia's next sentence immediately made the boys jealous and crazy, while the girls lamented that there were more competitors. "I'm living in Long Sang's house now." "Long San? Could it be Ziningong San?" a girl guessed. Oh yes, that's right." Asia nodded and replied. The boy couldn't help but wail. In the blink of an eye, it was the weekend again, and Amano Yui and Nangong Long made an appointment to play mahjong. Before, it was Nangong Long who found places to take Shima to play, but this time it was Shima who took the initiative to take him around. As evening approached, the two came to the pool again. Shima looked up at him and smiled. "Let's get a room. Isn't this what you wanted to do on our first date? Are you happy now?" "That's true, but you—" Shima stretched out her jade finger to his lips and said, "Nothing, but if you have anything to say, we can talk after tonight, okay?" Hotel. After a lovemaking session, the exhausted Shima leaned softly and weakly in Nangong Long's arms and fell asleep. The next morning, Shima looked at Nangong Long with eyes revealing nostalgia and reluctance. "I have given you everything I could. Perhaps we will never meet again in the future. Forget me, Long." Then Shima carefully stood up and wanted to leave quietly, but she was stopped as soon as she sat up. Nangong Long looked at Shima with a smile. "Where do you want to go?" Shima smiled unnaturally. "I'm going to take a shower." "I have probably guessed what you're going to do. Do you want to leave?" Shima showed a look of surprise, but still made a final struggle. "What are you talking about? Why should I leave?" "Fallen angel. 1+. Shima exclaimed unconsciously, and after a while she took a deep breath and spoke slowly. "When did you notice it?" "I knew it from the beginning." Shima looked puzzled and asked, "Why don't you just expose me?" Nangong Longi pulled Shima back into his arms with force. Shima struggled symbolically for a few times and then let him hold her. "Are you trying to laugh at me like a fool?" "How could that be? To be honest, on our first date, I thought you would kill me when we parted, but surprisingly, not only did you not kill me, you kissed me instead. It's because of you that I couldn't do it." Nangong Long smiled playfully. "What is it?" Shima was silent for a while and then asked, "What happened next?" "Later, I thought it was not bad to have a fallen angel girlfriend. Of course, the most important thing is that you, Shima, are very cute." "Humph. As expected, you are a pervert." Shima stared at him with wide eyes, but then she thought of something and her mood suddenly became depressed. "Let's separate." "Don't want." Shima's eyes revealed anxiety. "I'm not joking. Do you know that the fallen angels are investigating you? I'm just a small character. Once the higher-ups determine that you are a threat, they will come to eliminate you. If we keep going on like this, you will be exposed soon." Seeing that Nangong Long was still indifferent, Shima felt that she needed to explain to him the seriousness of the matter. "Since I'm the only one investigating you now, I can report to the higher-ups that you're not a threat, and you should be fine. If I stay with you all the time, it will arouse suspicion from the fallen angels' top brass. Do you understand?" Nangong Long looked at Shima, who was anxiously trying to persuade him and said, "Do you like me?" No. Now is not the time to discuss this issue." Nangong Long didn't say anything, but just kept looking at her. Shima felt a little flustered when he looked at her. What she wanted to say next became unimportant, and she finally blurted out 2 words. "Like, of." Nangong Long kissed her directly to stop her from continuing. "No, but this is enough. You will be mine from now on." Shima looked at him with moist eyes. "The fallen angel's top brass won't. You don't need to worry about that. I can handle it. And even if you leave me, the fallen angels will notice me. Why? Soon I will be exposed to the eyes of all forces, and there are some things I must do. 973, if there is nothing wrong. The roast chicken will be here soon. It seems that I have to visit Rias more often recently." Nangong Long hugged Shima's arm tightly and said, "You will follow me from now on." Shima thought for a moment and replied, "I'd better stay with the fallen angels for now. Although my position is very low, I can still hear some news, so I can inform you in time." This was also Shima's intention, and Nangong Long did not refuse. "Well, go find Euless, and she will help you." Shima looked at him with surprise. "Do you know Lord Euless?" Then Shima rolled her eyes at him in annoyance. "Why didn't you tell me earlier? You made me worry for so long." Nangong Long showed an expression that looked like he deserved a beating and said, "Didn't you ask?" They parted at about noon, and Shima returned to the abandoned church. Nangong Long used magic to contact Euless and asked her to take care of Shima. 3. Sebk, days later, Mysterious Research Society. These days, Nangong Long brings Asia to the Mysterious Research Society every day. "Rias, did something happen to you? You don't seem to be in a good mood recently." Rias was slightly stunned and then smiled and said, "Have I been that obvious?" "That's not the case. I just have a strong sense of observation." Rias let out a breath and explained in a low mood. "I had a quarrel with my family recently because of something." Nangong Long took a sip of tea, put down the cup, leaned back, and looked at the ceiling. "Is it about the marriage with the Phoenix family?" How did you know?" Rias asked in surprise. "All the prominent demons in the underworld know about your marriage, and I happen to have some acquaintances in the underworld." "Is that so?" Nangong Long hooked his finger at Akino. Pouring tea. Akino frowned and reluctantly walked over to him and filled the teacup. "It seems you have a wide network of contacts," Rias said. "Not bad." At this moment, the light of a magic circle suddenly lit up on the ground, and soon a silver-haired maid appeared in the house. Then the magic circle lit up again, and flames flashed in it. "It's been a long time since I came to the human world." Razor looked around and saw Rias and smiled. "Dear Rias, I'm here to see you," Rias said in a bad tone. "What are you doing here? You are not welcome here." Riasa smiled bitterly. "It's time to put our affairs on the agenda." Rias looked at the silver-haired maid and said expressionlessly, "Is this what the family means?" "Yes, Mississippi." Riasa walked towards Rias and stretched out his hand to touch her. But at this time Nangong Long looked at him and his hand disappeared, but the disappeared part immediately ignited flames and was reborn. But this scene still shocked everyone present, because no one knew what had happened until Nangong Long spoke, and everyone knew it was him who did it. "Don't touch the roast chicken, or you will die." Lessar frowned and said unhappily, "Who are you? You'd better not mind your own business." Although he didn't see clearly how the opponent attacked, Razor, who had an immortal body, was not worried about losing. "Your Excellency better explain yourself," Graphius said. Nangong Long ignored Riasa and looked at Greya and said, "Didn't you see that Rias didn't want to?" "What nonsense are you talking about?" "She is my fiancée," Lisa said in a threatening tone. "As the eldest daughter of the Gremory family, this is her responsibility," Graphia replied expressionlessly. Nangong Long said calmly, "None of my business." "Your Excellency, do you want to work with us for—" Before Graphia could finish her words, Rias stood up and interrupted her. She wanted to see the two of them get humiliated, but creating a big enemy for the family was not what she wanted. "Graphia, stop talking. He is the Red Dragon Emperor." Graphia's pupils shrank instantly, and she quickly swallowed the rest of her words. At first, Lisa looked at Nangong Long on the sofa in shock, but he recovered immediately. After all, the host of the Red Dragon Emperor might not be very strong. Even if it's the CDI, my marriage to Rias is for the future of pure-blooded devils. Have you asked Rias about her wishes? Hearing this, Rias' heart skipped a beat. If you don't want to, you can choose to participate in the ranking competition and defeat Riisa, so that you can cancel the marriage. On the contrary, if you lose, you must agree to the marriage. This is the final solution. Rias nodded in agreement without hesitation. Grafia looked at Razor and asked what he meant. No comment. I have an opinion. Don't push your luck, Lisa said viciously. Nangong Long stretched out his left hand and pointed it at Lisa. Bone imprisonment. A dark purple bone whip emerged from under Les's feet, restraining him and gag him at the same time. I don't like people interrupting me when I'm talking. Lisa would not allow himself to be slaughtered. The moment his body was bound, flames burst out of his body and he wanted to burn the bone whip ashes. His actions did damage the bone whip, but the bone whip regenerated at a faster rate. Rias and the others looked at this scene in shock. You know, they have no way to deal with Razor's immortality. Asia's reaction was very calm. In her heart, Nangong Long was the most powerful and no one could compare to him. Don't waste your energy roasting the chicken. The magic will not be lifted until my magic power is exhausted. Hearing this, Lisa could only glare at him. If he could speak, he would have already cursed at him. Grafia frowned and walked up to Nangong Long and said, Sekudii, please let Razor-sama go. Otherwise, I will not sit idly by for the sake of Surzek-sama's honor. Seeing that Grafia was about to take action, Rias quickly said, Grafia, don't. Nangong Long raised his hand to interrupt Rias and signaled her not to speak for the time being. Then he looked at Grafia expressionlessly and said in a low voice, I'm giving you face because you're Rias's sister-in-law. Don't think I'm easy to mess with. Your title of the strongest queen of the underworld means nothing to me. After he finished speaking, Nangong Long released some of his aura towards Grafia. Even so, Grafia felt unprecedented oppression. Cold sweat began to break out on her forehead uncontrollably. This sense of oppression has probably already surpassed the level of the Demon King. Could it be that his strength has reached the level of Surzek's? Grafia was shocked. Nangong Long retracted his momentum and said calmly, Do you want to fight again? Feeling the pressure on her disappear, Grafia breathed a sigh of relief, then stepped back and saluted. Thank you, Lord Sekudii, for showing mercy. The people around were a little confused. Nangong Long's aura did not affect them, so they were not very clear about what had just happened. Why bother? You have to suffer a little to face the reality. You think you are strong and can crush others, but you don't know that there are always people stronger than you in this world. Grafia smiled bitterly and couldn't refute it at all. The people around seemed to understand something, but still found it hard to believe. Grafia took the initiative to steer the conversation in the direction they had been heading before. I wonder what the Sekudii is dissatisfied with regarding the ranking match between Miss and Razor-sama. Nangong Long touched his chin and thought about it. How petty is that? Rias and Yakiniku's engagement was decided by their elders, and they think it's right? Grafia. Yes, you are right. Nangong Long stood up and looked at Rias and said with a smile, Do you think I should completely remove the Gremory and Phoenix families from the underworld? Rias's face changed drastically and she exclaimed, Don't want. Grafia's expression turned extremely ugly. Before she could say anything, Nangong Long chuckled and said, It's just a joke. Don't take it seriously. I don't want you to hate me. Grafia breathed a sigh of relief. If they really became an enemy of the Sekudii, judging from their momentum just now, even if Gremory won, they would suffer heavy losses. Rias rolled her eyes at him in relief. Don't scare me. I don't want anything to happen to you, my brother, or my parents. Nangong Long looked at Grafia and said, Then I'll make a simple request. I want to participate in this ranking. If Rias doesn't mind, I don't mind fighting against all of Yakiniku's followers alone. Hearing him say this, Rias and the others looked surprised. However, Rias immediately reacted and said, Thank you, but I also want to participate in this match myself. If it is allowed, let's fight together. I will convey your request to the higher-ups, but what identity do you intend to use to participate in this competition? After all, you're not the eldest lady's dependent. That's a problem. Even if I want to, Rias can't reincarnate me. The difference in strength is too big. How about treating me as a soldier? Graphia was a little troubled since there was no precedent for this. At this moment, Rias suddenly said something shocking. Long will just appear as my boyfriend. I asterisk. What? Everyone present, except Nangong Long, looked at Rias in surprise. Lessar stared at them with resentment in his eyes, but unfortunately no one paid any attention to him. Graphia looked at her and said seriously, "Are you serious, miss?" Rias blushed slightly, but nodded firmly. Graphia then turned and looked at Nangong Long. "What do you mean? I have no objection. Rias is so beautiful that I can't think of any reason to refuse. Understand. I will go back and report the situation here. Can you please release Razor-sama first?" Nangong Long nodded and lifted the magic. For the sake of Lesser's cute sister, he would let him go for now. However, he would probably beat him so hard next time that he would have a psychological trauma. After regaining his freedom, Razor immediately wanted to teach the other party a lesson and let him know that he was not easy to bully. However, Graphia, who noticed his intention, immediately stopped him. "What are you doing? Lord Razor, you better calm down first. If you really want to fight, you have to get through me first." Razor was not a fool. He had seen Graphia's change of attitude. He was just too angry just now. In the end, Lisa left here with a lot of anger. After the two left, Rias said shyly and apologetically, "I'm sorry, I said you were my boyfriend or something in a hurry. I'm really happy that you were willing to help me. So, I don't want you to miss the competition." Nangong Long smiled. "They will agree, and I mean what you just said." Rias blushed and replied in a voice as soft as a mosquito, "If you don't mind, I would like to." Asia stood up suddenly and looked at them with tears in her eyes. As expected, Ryu likes pretty girls with good figures like Rias Senpai. Nangong Long turned around and put his hand on Asia's head, rubbing her blonde hair, and said with a smile, "Asia is so cute. I like her too." Asia's face turned red immediately. The kitten next to him complained expressionlessly, "Senior playboy. Underworld Kiminori." Graphia was explaining to Surzex and Ria's parents what had just happened. That's all that happened. Surzex looked at his wife and asked, "Tell me what you think." Graphia thought carefully before replying. The host of this generation of Red Dragon Emperor seems to have a close relationship with the young lady. The young lady said that the Red Dragon Emperor was her boyfriend, which was obviously blurted out in a hurry, but the Red Dragon Emperor did not refute but directly admitted it. The most important thing is that the opponent's strength is terrifying, especially the control of power. He was able to release his aura to oppress me alone, and even the girl sitting next to him did not notice it at all. Maybe his strength is even higher than that of the Demon King. Rias's parents looked surprised, but Surzex laughed. "Rias has grown up too. If you hadn't happened to meet the Sekiyuti this time, we might have known this information during the battle." Graphia nodded in agreement. After all, the Red Dragon Emperor would most likely come over to snatch the person away. "I agree to this. Go and convey my order to Phoenix 24. "Yes." After Graphia left, Surzex looked at his parents and smiled. "I told you not to ignore Rias's wishes. Now, this is getting interesting. Who knew this would happen? Even the Red Dragon Emperor is involved, and he's so powerful. Now, even if Phoenix has an immortal body, he can't win." Rias's father smiled bitterly. But should we say Rias's luck is good or bad? She actually met all the two Tianlongs, Fong's mother said with a smile. Indeed, now that both celestial dragons have appeared in the world, it is estimated that it won't be long before the two meet and fight again, said Surzex. The next day, Rias brought her family to the Grimmery family's villa on the mountain, and she also asked Nangong Long to come over to help her practice. Kiba was trying his best to attack Nangong Long. Although his speed was getting faster and faster, he still couldn't hit the opponent. After realizing that he couldn't attack the opponent no matter what, Kiba took a step back and looked at Nangong Long with a serious expression and said, I hope you can fight back. It's okay to hurt me. Good. Kiba rushed forward again, and Nangong Long raised his left hand to accurately block his attack every time. When he felt that Kiba's physical strength was almost exhausted, Nangong Long punched him in the abdomen to end the training. Kiba, who was lying on the ground, looked up at him and smiled bitterly. The gap is too big. Let go of the shackles in your heart, and you'll become stronger. Kiba's face fell, and he remained silent. Asia walked over to him and treated him, while Rias looked at Nangong Long and asked, "Do you know what happened to Kiba in the past?" "Yes, I have heard of the Holy Sword Project." The next step was to train the others. Akino mainly used magic to fight, and Nangong Long gave her a lot of advice in this regard. Although she didn't like the Red Dragon Emperor, Akino didn't act petty at this time, but humbly asked for advice. "Stop it, little cat. If you follow me, no one else can follow you." The kitten did as he was told, stopping its attack and following him. Rias looked at him suspiciously and said, "Kittens are very cute. Are you planning to do something weird in a place where no one is around?" Asia looked at him with tears in her eyes when she heard that. "In that case, I want to go too." "Alala, the snatching of people is about to begin. Rias, aren't you going to join in?" Akino said with her hand, covering her mouth and laughing. "You guys think too much. I just want to tell you the truth about Hei's murder of his master." "What?" the kitten exclaimed. "I know your sister." Rias winked and wanted to take the rest of the people away, leaving this place to Nangong Long and the other two. At this time, the kitten spoke up to stop them. "Senior, please tell me, is it okay for us to be here?" Rias asked. "It's okay, I don't mind." Nangong Long sat on the ground and told Xiaomao the truth of what happened that year, and everyone else listened attentively. "The Kuroka Society killed their master just for you, kitten." "What?" The kitten looked doubtful. "Listen to me and ask me any questions later. Your master was conducting an inhumane experiment, that is, artificially creating a transcendent. At that time, your master intended to experiment on you regardless of your life or death. Your sister found out about this, so she killed her master and fled. She originally planned to take you away with her, but she no longer had the energy to do so." Kaneko was stunned. She didn't expect that everything her hated sister did was for her. "When I saw her, she had already fallen to the ground and was surrounded by dozens of demons. What happens next?" Kitty grabbed the corner of Nangong Long's clothes and asked anxiously. "I killed the demon that was chasing her and saved her. After that, she even offered herself as a reward and asked me to save you. However, when we arrived at your master's territory, you had already been taken away. Later, your sister knew that you were living well in the Gremory family, so she chose not to disturb you for the time being, but to continue to improve her own strength and plan to bring you back in person one day in the future. It can be said that 290 Hage has done everything for you." Kaneko couldn't stop crying, and Asia started crying too. Rias and Akino had complicated expressions on their faces. "Where's my sister now?" The kitten wiped away her tears and looked at Nangong Long and asked. "Hage is currently training and only sneaks back occasionally. Judging from the time, he should be back soon. Senior, you must tell me as soon as my sister comes back." "No problem. I hope Hage isn't angry. After all, she doesn't want you to know these things. But Hage really loves you, and I don't want you to misunderstand her forever." "Thank you, Senior," the kitten said gratefully. Seeing that the matter had come to an end, Rias finally spoke. "I have always misunderstood the kitten's sister. I thought she was addicted to her own power and killed the owner, leaving the kitten behind. I always feel a little sorry for that. Minister, there is no need to blame yourself. I am the one who should feel guilty," the kitten said with red eyes. "Okay, stop blaming each other. Everything is past. Instead of thinking about those things, why not think about how to get along with Hage?" Nangong Long comforted. "Well, we should think about it. Kuroka is also a competitor," Rias analyzed seriously. "I want to ask you something," Rias said. "You say you were responsible for the tragedy of the Nibirius family split a year ago. When the high-ranking officials in the underworld saw the mummies everywhere, they thought it was a vampire invasion," Rias laughed. Can you tell me what transcendence means? The others pricked up their ears and listened carefully. Those who have strength that exceeds that of the Demon King are collectively called transcendents. But even among transcendents, there are huge differences in strength. Rias took a deep breath and spoke slowly. They actually want to artificially create a strong person of this level. Are they crazy? Nangong Long shook his head and chuckled. To borrow a phrase from my friend, scientists are crazy people who will do anything as long as the probability is not zero. That's really crazy, Aquino said in a slightly muffled voice. That's normal. No matter how much they sacrifice, as long as they have a finished product, they will make a lot of money. After all, there are very few people who can surpass others now. Rias raised her eyebrows and asked, "Do you know who the Beyonder is?" Nangong Long nodded and replied, "Let's not talk about other mythological systems. There are 3 transcendents in the underworld, and your brother is one of them." Ah, Rias' eyes widened in surprise. "My brother is so strong." The kitten suddenly asked, "Is the senior also a transcendent?" Nangong Long thought for a moment and replied, "Yes." Asia took it for granted. Rias and Kiba were slightly surprised, and Aquino was a little worried that she didn't know if the White Dragon King was at the same level. Being world-class and above the Demon King shouldn't be considered a lie, and they probably wouldn't believe it if I told them the truth directly. After all, they don't have that concept. "How much do you know about the Godmia who sealed the second heavenly dragon?" Everyone shook their heads to indicate that they were not very clear. "Long, just tell me directly. Don't keep us in suspense," Rias urged. "For ordinary artifacts, when the will of the host undergoes some drastic changes, it will reach the forbidden state. However, for the artifact that seals the soul of the library, there is also a taboo form." Taboo? That doesn't sound like a good name. Well, for Tian Long, that is Tyrant Dragon, the power is explosively increased in an instant, but the price is also very high. Almost all the hosts of Tian Long in the past died from Tyrant Dragon's rampage. Asia looked at him worriedly. "Can Long Sang also dominate the dragon?" Nangong Long stroked her hair and said with a smile, "Certainly. Isn't that dangerous?" Rias said in a lost voice. Nangong Long shook his head and denied their idea. There are 2 ways to use Tyrannosaurus. One is for the host to fully master the power of the artifact, and the other is to be controlled by the power. I belong to the first type. After hearing this, everyone felt relieved. But Rias felt something was wrong and asked again, "What is the cost? Life force or magic?" Seeing the worried looks on Rias and the others' faces, Nangong Long said another sentence. "Don't worry. My magic power is enough to maintain Tyrannosaurus." "You really make me feel very nervous," Rias said coquettishly. "Senior, is Tyrant Dragon the Transcendent?" "No, I need a higher level form." Everyone looked puzzled, and Aquino was the first to ask, "Isn't Tyrannosaurus the limit?" "How could that be?" "The artifact will respond to the host's will. As long as the host has a strong will, it is possible to break through this limitation and achieve new possibilities. So, Kiba, your divine weapon still has great potential for growth." Kiba nodded thoughtfully and replied, "I will try my best." Rias' eyes lit up as if she had discovered some treasure. "Dragon, what is your unique form?" The others also showed interest. Nangong Long reached out his hand and tapped the foreheads of the girls in front of him one by one, grinning and saying, "If I don't tell you, why don't you go to training quickly?" "What? You just aroused my curiosity, and then you just ignore it," Leah Shun pouted. The kitten covered her forehead with her hands and remained expressionless. But if you looked closely, you could still see a smile in her eyes. "Seniors are bad people." Asia looked at him pitifully. This feeling is like him, but how is it possible? Aquino quickly threw away her terrible thoughts. She actually felt that the Red Dragon Emperor and the White Dragon Emperor were very similar. She must be dreaming. It must be said that if she was brave enough, she would be closer to the truth. "Ah, even I got beaten up." Aquino laughed, hiding her conflicted emotions. Night. Rias was wearing glasses and red pajamas and sitting in the living room waiting for Nangong Long. She secretly made an appointment with him after the training. Nangong Long's eyes lit up when he saw Rias. "You're here. Come and sit down," Rias said, patting the seat next to her. After Nangong Long sat down, Rias leaned over and rested her head on his shoulder. "Do you like me as Rias, or as the Gremory family?" "I don't care about Gremory's name. To me, you are just Rias." Rias smiled very happily. "It's just as I thought." Then Rias raised her head and said playfully with a smile in her eyes, "I want to get your brother." Nangong Long stretched out his finger and scratched her nose and said with a smile, "I should say this. That's fine. I couldn't ask for more." After saying that, Rias suddenly kissed Jing Nangong Long. After a long time, their lips parted and Rias looked at him with a rosy face. "My first kiss." Although she would surely not refuse if he asked her now, Nangong Long did not do so because he felt that Rias wanted to find someone to talk to right now, so it was not appropriate. Rias leaned back on his shoulder and said, "Since I was a child, I have always been carrying the name of the Gremory family. Except for Aquino and the others, no one treats me as Rias. Although I am proud to be a member of the Gremory family, I still hope that there is someone who can love me as Rias instead of me in Gremory. This is a small wish of mine. Now, if this wish has come true, I am very happy. If you weren't here, I really don't know what I would do. Although Aquino and I have the support of the divine weapon and are not weaker than Razor, we can't do anything about his immortality." Pharynx. After thinking about it, Rias decided to confess the origin of the artifact to Nangong Long. "The sacred weapon that Aquino and I have was given by the White Dragon King. If you don't like it, I can stop using it," Rias said as she was about to take off the ring on her finger. Nangong Long held her hand and said with a smile, "No need, just take it with you. Do you mind? It's just an item, and it's also part of your strength." "Well, I'll listen to you." Rias let out all the stress that had been building up for a long time and immediately felt a lot more relaxed. Afterwards, Nangong Long stood up and prepared to return to his room to rest. Rias, who had originally said she was going back to her room to rest, followed him all the way. Nangong Long turned around and looked at her. "You?" Rias blushed and whispered, "Can't we do it together?" "Well, it's not impossible, but do you really trust my self-control?" Rias's face turned even redder when she heard that. "No, it's okay if I don't control you." Nangong Long picked her up and prepared to go back to his room. "Come to my room." After making love, Rias fell asleep tiredly in Nangong Long's arms. The next day, Rias slept in. Asia and Kaneko continued their training without giving it much thought, and Kiba focused on studying his own sacred gear. Aquino was somewhat suspicious whether Rias had done something with Nangong Long. When Rias walked out of the room at noon, Aquino became more certain of her guess. Although it was not obvious, she still noticed that Rias walked a little unnaturally. Aquino walked towards Rias and said teasingly, "Just do it." Rias blushed and whispered, "Is it that obvious?" "It's okay. You won't notice it if you don't look carefully." Rias felt a little relieved and then asked, "What about the others?" "I'm practicing. I came back to prepare lunch." "Let me help you." Aquino, who was preparing lunch, suddenly said, "I'm a little envious of you." "What's wrong?" "Nothing. When can I be with you? You haven't come to see me for a long time. I can't help but think." 3 days later, the competition officially started. Because of Nangong Long, the competition was not delayed until 10 days later. Razor thought that Nangong Long was not an easy target to defeat, so in order to win, he did not intend to give Rias more time to train his followers. Even these 4 days were requested by Rias's brother. Otherwise, Razor would have wanted to compete immediately. Mystical Research Society. Sona and Shinra Tsubaki were talking to Rias and the others. "This time I took the initiative to apply to be the referee for the live broadcast. The competition is taking place in a different dimension, so you can play as exaggerated as you want." Rias smiled slightly. "Then I can't embarrass myself in front of you. I have to show my performance anyway." Song Na smiled and walked to Nangong Long and raised her hand to help him tidy up his clothes. "You've been going to the student union less often recently." Although she was smiling, the aura she exuded was somewhat terrifying. Rhea stood up from the sofa and walked to Nangong Long, hugged his arms, and looked at Sona with great momentum. Long is already a member of the Mystic Research Society. Song Na looked at her without showing any weakness. I'm just lending it to you temporarily. Akino watched this scene with some amusement. At this time, Graphia appeared in the Mystic Research Club through a magic circle. Everyone, the competition is about to begin. Please be ready. The two families will also watch this match from other places. In addition, the Demon King Lucifer and Mammon will also watch. Rhea said in surprise. Brother will watch it too. Is that so? But why is the new demon, Lord Mammon, here too? Mammon thought it was very interesting, so he decided to watch it with Lucifer. It's almost time. Everyone please come over to the magic circle. Rhea looked at Sona and smiled slightly before disappearing. I'm already one step ahead of you. Sona frowned and had a bad feeling, but she had other things to do now, so she decided not to think about it for the time being and just wait for Rhea to come back and ask directly. Let's go too, said Songna. Yes. Everyone, I am Sona from the CD family, and I'll be the referee for this ranking game between Gremory and Phoenix. Songna's voice came from the school radio. We listened to the suggestions of both sides in this battlefield and copied the Ku Academy, where Rias is. The current location of both sides is their respective bases. Rias' base is the research club in the old school building, and Razor's base is the student union office in the new school building. Rias looked at Nangong Long and asked, What should we do? Just ask the roast chicken to go to the playground for the final battle. But will Riisa be obedient? It doesn't matter. It's not a question of whether he wants to or not, but he has to come out. Senior, what are you going to do? Let's go to the playground first, and you will know soon. After arriving at the playground, Nangong Long looked at everyone and said, Fly to the sky, Rias, Akino, take Asia with you. In the end, Asia became Rias's follower. She wanted to help, so she took the initiative to find Rias and reincarnate as a demon. In contrast, Nangong Long did not object. After all, this was Asia's own wish. Although they were doubtful, Rias and the others followed his instructions and flew into the sky. A little higher, Drake, Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. The ochre-red armor instantly covered Nangong Long's entire body, and a terrifying aura burst out. But this was just the beginning. Then Nangong Long stretched out his hands diagonally and pointed a cannon barrel in front of his arms. Multiple cannon barrels also appeared behind him and pointed in all directions. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, terrifying magical fluctuations came from the barrel. Dragon Flame Cannon. The flames with extremely high temperatures shot out in all directions. The ground under Nangong Long's feet began to sink, and the surrounding houses disappeared without a trace the moment they came into contact. When the flames dissipated, not only did the entire school disappear, but even a layer of the earth was shaved off. Lace's 7 soldiers, 1 bishop, and 2 castles are out. Song Na's voice was clearly heard by everyone. No wonder we were allowed to fly. If we can't dodge attacks of this level in time, we will definitely be eliminated, Rias said suddenly. Is this the map cannon that Long told me about? Asia showed a surprised expression. Map cannon? It's a very vivid name, Junai said with some emotion. Seeing the disheveled Razor and his group coming over, Rias and the others also fell back to the ground and stood on both sides of Nangong Long. All the gun barrels on Nangong Long's armor were retracted. The Dragon Flame Cannon is a move that combines the Incineration Cannon and Draig's Dragon Flame. Of course, it is just an ordinary Dragon Flame, not the ultimate flame that can burn everything. Nangong Long looked at Rias and said, Look, they're coming out now. Rias looked at him speechlessly. There was no place to hide now. What else could she do besides a head-on confrontation? Would she admit defeat? Would Razor do that? The answer was of course no. Red Dragon Emperor. Riisa roared fiercely. Compared to his rage, Nangong Long was much calmer. Hey, roast chicken, it seems your subordinates are in a miserable situation. Lessar wanted to rush forward, but was stopped by his queen, Princess Baum. Master Razor, please calm down. Our goal is to win. Ravel also tugged at her brother's sleeve, and seeing this, Razor could only force himself to calm down. Ravel stepped forward and looked at Nangong Long and said, "Why did the Red Dragon Emperor interfere with the engagement between Phoenix and Gremory? Isn't your destiny to find a White Dragon Emperor for a decisive battle? Is it really okay to be a student here?" Aquino and Rias's faces suddenly changed. The last thing they wanted to talk about was this matter. They were like sisters, but the men they loved were their destined enemies. It's destined to be a fight to the death. "Shut up," Rias and Aquino shouted in unison. Nangong Long waved his hand, looked at them, and said, "It's okay, don't worry about it." Then he looked at Ravel and smiled. "First question, I don't want to see Rias look sad. I prefer her when she is confident." Rias blushed, and Sona and Shinra Tsubaki, who were broadcasting the show, looked unhappy. Ravel's heart moved as if she remembered something. "If it were you, would you listen to your elders and marry someone you don't like?" Ravel replied without even thinking. "How is it possible? Then what Rias did was not wrong, right? I was spared, but it doesn't matter as long as I can continue to delay time." Second question, what's wrong with going to school? There are many lively and beautiful girls in school, and it's nice to look at them. Senior H. Nangong Long didn't pay attention to Xiao Mao's complaints. After all, she would complain from time to time. "By the way, I can keep the ban on my hand as long as I want, so there's no point in stalling for time." "What?" Lessar and the others looked very unhappy. "I've been seen through. Since he knew my purpose and still dared to talk to me, it seems that what he said is very likely to be true. Please give me flowers?" Ravel looked at her brother and said, "Brother, plan." Nangong Long disappeared from the spot in an instant. A soldier from Lisa's side left the field. "This is just the right number of people. You can each choose your opponent," Nangong Long said to Zhu Nai and the others. Seeing this, Riisa quickly gave the order. "Follow the plan." Afterwards, Aquino faced off against the opponent's queen, while Kiba and Kaneko each faced off against a knight, with Asia supporting them from behind. "Oh no, the number of people has been reduced too much. I can only hope that Yubaluna and the others can quickly deal with their opponents and come to help defeat Rias. We're the only ones left. Rias wants to defeat you personally, so I will naturally fulfill her wish." "Zero," Lesser said angrily. "Don't look down on me. I'm not sure about what you said, but it's impossible for Rias to defeat me." Rias watched expressionlessly as Razor's aura began to grow fiercer. "Lias, don't rush. Wait a moment." Nangong Long looked at Lisa and smiled. "Nothing is impossible in this world, just like this." Vanishing Dragon Balance Breaker. Arubian's unique voice sounded. The wings behind Nangong Long transformed into the light wings of the White Dragon Emperor, and half of the armor covering his entire body also turned white. This was just the simultaneous activation of the two, and they were not completely integrated, and this was enough for now. Nangong Long disappeared on the spot, knocked Lessar away, and touched Ravel by the way. Divide. Razor and Ravel's strength was instantly halved. The people around unconsciously stopped fighting and stared at the scene in amazement. Nangong Long had anticipated this scene, so he didn't pay attention to the others and continued. "I've reduced your power to a level weaker than that of an ordinary person, and my mission is almost complete." "Impossible! Aren't you the Red Dragon Emperor?" Lessar shouted madly and in disbelief. Nangong Long smiled and said, "I am the Red Dragon Emperor and the White Dragon Emperor. Is that not possible?" Ravel stepped back unconsciously and said in disbelief, How is it possible? Why would two Tian Longs be staying with the same person?" Then she seemed to have thought of something and shouted, "You stole someone else's artifact." But then she became doubtful and denied her own thoughts. "No, the two dragons are fighting each other endlessly. Even if you want to, they won't agree." Having said this, Ravel looked at Nangong Long with an incredible look. "How on earth do you manage to combine two completely opposite forces into one?" Hearing her words, Nangong Long suddenly burst into laughter. "When I merged the two great divine weapons, it was so painful for me." Divide. Razor and Ravel's power was halved again. Lesser's expression became uglier, but Ravel's expression didn't change at all. The families of both sides returned to their respective camps. The situation before them was too unexpected. It's crazy to think about it. That's right. Arubian and I were in a lot of pain at the beginning. Tianlong's voice was clearly heard by everyone. The armor spoke, Asia said in surprise. Rias took a deep breath to calm herself down. That should be the soul of Tianlong sealed in the artifact. Why are you both staying in the same person? Lessar yelled. I can only say that things are unpredictable. I myself did not expect that I would choose the same host as my nemesis, Draig said with emotion. Junai kept looking at Nangong Long until her eyes gradually became moist. She finally understood the strange and familiar feeling lingering in her heart. Akino couldn't control herself anymore and threw herself into his arms with tears in her eyes. Why didn't you tell me? Want to give you a surprise? Don't cry. Let's talk about it after the game is over, okay? Akino reluctantly left his embrace and stared at him, saying in a rather tough tone, I'll explain it to you later. No problem. Divide. Nangong Long stretched out his hand and placed it on Rias's shoulder. Gift from the Red Dragon Emperor. Rias looked surprised when she felt her power increase. What's going on? I will transfer the doubled power to you, so that your strength can be improved. The current power difference between you and Xiaoji is enough to kill him. Hearing what Nangong Long said, Lisa's followers immediately guarded their master. Seeing this, Kitty and the others each went after their previous opponents to fight again, so as not to let them disturb the minister's fight. Rias raised her hand and deployed a magic circle in front of Razor, and the destructive magic power began to gather. Razor backed away with a horrified expression. Ravel quickly spoke. Wait a minute, let's... Before she finished speaking, Rias had already blasted magic at Razor. She had wanted to do this for a long time, and of course she would not stop just because of a word from the other party's sister. After the attack, Rias immediately felt a lot more relaxed, and the long-term pressure was swept away. King Razor is eliminated, Rias wins. On the other side, the underworld. Surzex had just calmed down from his shock, and then turned to look at Demiurge. You don't look surprised at all, you're so calm. Demiurge smiled and said, How could it be that it just didn't show it? But the so-called Phoenix was crushed from beginning to end. It's really miserable. No way, the opponent is too strong. Demiurge stood up and prepared to return to his territory. Now that it's over, I'll take my leave now. After Demiurge left, Surzex fell into deep thought. He wanted to think carefully about how to deal with the relationship between him and Nangong Long. Mystical Research Society. Akino hugged Nangong Long's arm tightly, and Rias sat on the other side, doing the same thing. Kaneko and Asia sat opposite. What's wrong? I'm not going to run away, so there's no need to do this. No, Akino retorted. Nangong Long looked at her and said teasingly, You weren't so clingy to me before. You didn't even let me call you by your name. Akino glared at him unhappily. It's all your fault. If you had told me at the beginning, how could I be so cold to you? Then, Akino leaned close to his ear and whispered, If you hadn't told me, how could I have let Rias run ahead? What are you talking about? Rias stared at Akino suspiciously. This is not over yet. Song Na and Zhenluo Chunji are here again. Congratulations on your victory, Rias. Now you don't have to marry someone you don't like. Then, Song Na changed the subject. Can you explain to me what you said before the game? Rias rolled her eyes and looked at Sona and smiled. I am already his in every sense of the word. Song Na frowned. Did it? Luckily Asia didn't really understand, or else she would have burst into tears again. Rias smiled and nodded. She thought Sona would be very angry, but Sona's reaction was completely different from what she imagined. Song Na's frown relaxed, and she said slowly, I have thought of this kind of thing. After all, I know Long's personality of picking up girls everywhere. But I didn't expect you to act so quickly. Let's forget about this for now. It's better to strike first. There are so many girls around Long, so we must grab a seat first, Rias said with a smile. Nangong Long pulled his arms out from the two men's arms and said with a smile, I like you all, and having a harem openly is one of my goals. Ah, I was taken in too, Akinoin chuckled. Song Na's face turned slightly red, and she didn't say anything, which was considered as her consent. Zhenluo Qinji's face turned red, and she couldn't speak. Asia muttered hesitantly, "Senior is so philandering." Ria smiled. "You're really greedy to confess to so many people at the same time." Nangong Long stood up and said, "Let's go celebrate together." 3 days later, the news that the White Dragon Emperor and the Red Dragon Emperor were the same person spread throughout the underworld. Soon this news reached other forces. Some were skeptical, while others did not believe it at all and thought it was pure nonsense. In short, Nangong Long completely appeared in the sight of all forces. Tian Yishi Ma, who worked with Euless, finally understood what Nangong Long had said to her before. She had never expected that the man she loved would have such a terrifying identity and strength. Nangong Long's home. Rias has already moved all her luggage here and plans to live here for a long time. Akino is naturally not willing to be outdone. Kaneko also brought her own luggage here. According to her, this is so that she can see her sister first when she comes back. As for whether she has other thoughts, it is hard to say. Asia looked unhappy with tears in her eyes and pouted her lips. This way, she would lose her advantage. What should she do? Should she sneak onto the bed? But this goes against the Lord's teachings. Please forgive me, Lord. Asia touched her head in confusion. Why didn't it hurt? After being reincarnated as a demon, Asia's head would tingle every time she prayed unconsciously. Seeing Asia's strange behavior, Rias asked, "Asia, what's wrong with you?" "It's so strange. I don't have a headache when I pray." Akino stood up, bent down, touched Asia's forehead, and said teasingly, "You don't have a fever. Why are you talking nonsense? How can the devil's prayer be okay? Is your brain hurting?" Rias joked. Asia stared at them angrily with big eyes. "It must be that God sensed my sincerity, and that's why this happened." At this time, Nangong Long reached out and rubbed Asia's hair and said with a sly smile, "I am not a god." The others were stunned, but Rias was the first to react and said in disbelief, "You mean you did this?" "Yes." "How did you do that?" Akino asked immediately. Nangong Long smiled and said casually, "I also have an acquaintance in the heavens. I can ask her to slightly modify the operating system, and Asia will not have a headache when she prays." "Senior, will God allow this?" Nangong Long glanced at Asia and said, "What I'm going to say next is going to be quite stimulating for you, but you'd better not get too excited." Asia looked at him in confusion. "What's up?" Afterwards, Nangong Long turned his head and looked at the kitten and said, "This does not require God's permission. He has already died." "What?" everyone exclaimed, especially Asia, who covered her mouth with an expression of disbelief. How could this be? Miracles clearly existed in the church before. In fact, both the gods and the devil died in the previous war. Otherwise, how could the war end? It's just that the three major forces tacitly blocked the news in order to avoid the invasion of other mythological systems. The best proof is your own divine weapon, Asia. It cannot be used to heal demons. This is because the death of God caused a loophole in the system that maintains the operation of the end world. Asia grabbed the corner of her clothes and asked with tears in her eyes, "Then why do miracles happen?" After God's death, the Seraphim Michael will manage the system on God's behalf. Asia remained silent, and seeing this, Nangong Long gently hugged her. Rias took a deep breath to calm herself down from the shocking news. "Long, why do you know so much?" "I have acquaintances in all three major forces, so I'll naturally know." "It seems that your friends are all of high status," Rias said. Nangong Long did not reply. After a long while, Asia said softly, "I'm fine." At this time, the door was opened and a beautiful girl with cat ears walked in. "Meow, you kidnapped so many kids while I was away." The second half of Hei's sentence became a little mechanical. She saw her sister. She thought her sister would be very scared and disgusted when she saw her, but the reality was completely different from what she thought. The kitten stood up and ran to her, throwing himself into her arms and hugging her tightly. "Meow, meow." Hei was a little confused. This reaction was wrong. "I'm sorry, sister." "Meow. I'm sorry," the kitten kept saying. Kuroka looked puzzled. "Bain, what's wrong with you?" Please stop crying. The kitten looked up at his sister. Senior, you have already told me everything. It's all my fault. Seeing Hage shift his gaze towards him, Nangong Long shrugged his shoulders and said, Do whatever you want. I've already said it. Seeing Nangong Long acting like a rogue, Hegu rolled his eyes at him in anger and then began to comfort his sister. After introducing both parties to each other, seeing that the atmosphere had returned to what it was before, Nangong Long decided to change the topic. Hage, how long do you plan to stay this time? Hage rolled her eyes and decided to retaliate against him for his rogue behavior. She then threw herself on him and said with a sweet smile, I'm not leaving, Meow. I want to give birth to a dragon son. You can do whatever you want. Hearing Hage's words, the faces of the others suddenly changed. Hage watched this scene with great interest. Why did Baine's expression change? Could it be that her sister also? It's incredible that two sisters actually fell in love with the same person. Thinking of this, Hage gave Nangong Long a coquettish look, as if to say you got a good deal. If anyone wants to give birth, it should be me. Long, and I have done it many times. Rias shouted, even though her face was red. Akino then joins the battle. So what? It's not like you'll get pregnant if you do it more. I'll definitely be the first one to give birth to a baby. Asia, pinching the corner of her clothes, cried with tears in her eyes. The kitten stroked her belly with her hand and lowered her head. It seemed that it would be nice to give birth to the good child of the predecessor. Nangong Long glared at Hage, and Hage stuck out his tongue and looked at him with smiling eyes. Nangong Long clapped his hands and said helplessly, How about we discuss this later? Let's go out for a walk first. The girls stopped arguing and turned their attention to him. What? Since there are so many people in my family, I decided to expand the house. Where else would you live? Hage laughed and said, I don't need a room. I just want to sleep in the same bed with you. Then I want one too. Finally, after Nangong Long's comfort, the girls stopped arguing and went out with him. The girls knew that if they continued to quarrel, Nangong Long would be unhappy, and no one wanted that. So as long as they did not fall behind, it would be fine. Of course, they still had to work hard when they could sneak ahead. Ryu, how about I ask my family to help build the house quickly? Ryu suggested. No, I've already arranged this. Since Yuri wasn't at home, he sent her to inform Demiurge of this matter. Afterwards, Nangong Long took Rias and the others to many places to play and did not return home until the evening. At this time, his home was no longer the ordinary two-story building before, but a large villa with 7 floors above ground and 3 floors underground. Asia stared at the house in front of her with wide eyes. Is this our new home? Nangong Long smiled and nodded. It was built so quickly, and we were only out for half a day, Asia said in amazement. It's very common. It's easy as long as you use the devil's technology, Rias explained with a smile. Amazing. Asia has only been a demon for a short time. You will know all these things in the future. At this moment, the door suddenly opened and a group of maids walked out and stood respectfully on both sides. Yuri, who was standing at the head of the team, took the lead and said, Welcome home, sir. The maids bent down and started talking as well, until Nangong Long walked into the room. Then they stood up and followed him. After returning to the house, all the maids except Yuri returned to their respective posts. Seeing the incredibly beautiful maids, Rias and the others felt a strong sense of crisis. Yuri, what's going on? Yuri glanced at Rias and the others, and her meaning was self-evident. Rias and the others naturally realized that there were some things that Yuri was not convenient to say in front of them. So they stood up and said that they wanted to visit the new house and planned to leave here temporarily to avoid embarrassing Nangong Long. Otherwise, everyone would be embarrassed. Nangong Long did not let them leave, but looked at Yuli and smiled. It's okay, they're all family. Hearing this, the girls were delighted. Yuri bowed respectfully and said, I was worrying too much. It's your duty, I understand. Don't blame yourself. Thank you, sir. Yuri then began to explain the reason why there are so many maids. Albedo and the other masters believe that maids are necessary. Otherwise, it will damage the reputation of the Supreme Lord. Therefore, 10 ordinary maids from Nazarick are randomly selected to serve you. What was the reaction of the maids who were not chosen? Of course, I regret not being able to serve you. Is that so? Then we'll take turns so everyone has a chance. Yes, I will convey your order right away. The girls had a lot of questions, but they didn't ask actively. They thought it was better not to ask too much about these things. Nangong Long would tell them naturally when he wanted to. Nangong Long looked at them and smiled. I will take you to the great tomb of Nazarick later. That is my base camp. Big tomb? Does it have any special meaning? Rias asked puzzledly. Nangong Long walked up to her, pinched her cheek, and said with a smile, It's up to you to figure this out. Nangong Long let go of his hand and said loudly, Take a shower and go to bed. We'll talk about it tomorrow. As soon as he finished speaking, a maid came to lead the way. Wait me a moment. Stay. The bathroom in the new house is big enough for everyone to take a shower together. While no one else was paying attention, Hage quietly ran behind Nangong Long and hugged him. Before she could do anything, the kitten swam over. Just now Xiao Mao was arguing with the minister and others about who would sleep in the same bed with Nangong Long tonight, when he suddenly found that his sister had disappeared without a trace, and a bad premonition came to his mind. Sure enough, after looking around, she found her sister talking to her senior. Sister, what are you doing? The kitten said angrily. Hage said calmly, Of course, I do what I love. The other girls also noticed this, and then came over and surrounded Nangong Long. Mystical Research Society. My brother is planning to hold a welcome party for you. Many nobles from the underworld will attend. Do you want to go? Rias asked Nangong Long. Go ahead. This is also a good opportunity to warn other nobles not to target you. You are mine, Nangong Long said with a smile. Rias blushed slightly. Then let's set off tomorrow. The next day, Yugong Long and his group arrived at the Grimmery Mansion in the Great Underworld. In the dressing room, Rias and Zhu Sanlingsan were choosing a dress for Nangong Long to attend the banquet. How about this one? Rias asked Akino for her opinion. It doesn't seem to match. What do you think of mine? No. Then let's look for it. After choosing for a long time, the two finally found a dress that they both liked for Nangong Long to wear. Good. Rias and Akino nodded in satisfaction. Long, what do you think? Rias asked. Very good. Hearing this, Rias and the others smiled, and then Nangong Long, who had put on his dress, sat on the sofa and watched the girls choose dresses. Asia and Kaneko walked into the dressing room with the clothes they had picked out. Finally, everyone changed their clothes and headed towards the room where the banquet was to be held. Rias held Nangong Long's arm, and the other girls followed behind. Today was a banquet held by the Grimmery family, which was very important to Rias, so the girls did not compete with Rias for this position. They were the last to arrive at the venue, as the rest of the participants had already arrived early. Is that man the secretary? Isn't it said that he is also the host of the White Dragon King? It's incredible. The nobles of the underworld were discussing Nangong Long's identity, but at this time someone noticed that Hage following behind him was the rogue demon who killed his master and escaped a year ago. Some people choose to wait and see without saying anything, while others can't help but jump out and call for help. Red Dragon Emperor, the person following you is a wanted criminal from the underworld, right? A demon pointed at Hage and asked. It was going to happen. Sir Zex, who was sitting in the first seat, just wanted to stand up to stop him, but Ajika beside him held him down and shook his head at him, signaling him not to make a move for the time being. Ajika wanted to know what Nangong Long would do at this time. To put it bluntly, it was to test his bottom line. Kuroka didn't react much, but the other girls became a little nervous. Anxious Rias kept winking at her brother, but Sir Zex seemed not to see it. Before coming here, Hage took the initiative to say that she would not attend the party because she would definitely be recognized. After all, what she did caused a big sensation in the underworld. However, Nangong Long rejected her proposal. If anyone dared to cause trouble, Nangong Long would definitely make him suffer an unforgettable memory that would be worse than death. So what? Nangong Long said calmly. If so, of course you have to hand her over. Oh, what do you want me to do if I don't hand it over? If you don't hand it over, you will be the enemy of the entire underworld. Nangong Long looked at him with disdain. You are so self-satisfied. Who do you think you are to represent the entire underworld? You. The demon that jumped out was so angry that he couldn't speak. Nangong Long pulled Hage in front of him, glanced at the demons around him, and spoke in an extremely domineering tone. She's mine. You better not have any bad ideas. Otherwise, I don't mind going to war with the entire underworld. Ravel, who was a little further away, looked at Nangong Long with shining eyes. The demons were completely furious. This was a blatant slap in the face on their territory. Too arrogant. Do you really think we are afraid of you? How dare you, alone, go against the entire underworld? You're seeking death. You have to hand in today. Whether you want to or not is up to you. The demon kings, sitting in the first seats, also started talking. Is it an impulse, or is there some hidden card? Ajika said, Nangong Long is not an impulsive person. I prefer the latter, replied Surzex. You have great courage, Falboin. To be honest, I'm a little envious of that Nikomida, Seraphlus said with a smile. Hage stared at Nangong Long in a daze. She had never expected that he would go against the entire underworld for her. Rias showed a worried expression and pulled Nangong Long's clothes to stop him from continuing. Aquino and the others also showed worried expressions and looked at Hage with some envy. Seeing that Nangong Long was about to clash with the devil, Quana quickly brought her followers and squeezed through the crowd to his side. The meaning was self-evident. Calm down. Hage will be fine. There's no need to offend them. I understand what you mean, but why should I do such a troublesome thing? Even if the Demon King shows up, they will only agree on the surface. Who knows what shady tricks they will play behind the scenes? I hate trouble, and I don't want to give them face. Nangong Long did not lower his voice at all, so all the demons in the venue heard what he said. Song Na looked anxious, but didn't know how to persuade him. After all, what he said was true. Nangong Long looked at the girls around him and gave them a reassuring look. Demiurge stood up and walked down from the main seat. His face no longer had the usual elegance, only coldness and ruthlessness. He could no longer tolerate these ants calling out for weapons in front of the Supreme Lord. Even if it violated the Lord's orders and exposed their identities, he would take action. Seeing Demiurge take action, Cositus immediately followed. Demiurge, what are you going to do? Ajika asked with a frown. Demiurge ignored everyone around him and walked straight towards the Supreme Lord. Hey, why did my sister run over there? Sarah Flor wanted to run down and bring her lovely sister over, but before she could do anything, Falzuin stopped her. What are you doing? Sarah Flew asked with a frown. Just wait and see. Your sister will be fine. I have a bad feeling. This is the first time I see Demiurge with this expression, Ajika said in a low voice. Seeing the Demon King coming, the demons made way. They thought that the Demon King disliked Nangong Long and was going to teach him a lesson himself. But what happened next stunned everyone. Demiurge and Cositus knocked away several of the most powerful demons. It was not because they were merciful that they did not kill them directly. Song did not want to live in the eyes of adults. Then, Demiurge knelt on one knee to apologize, and Cositus did the same. I cannot tolerate this bunch of rubbish being disrespectful to you, sir. I have ruined your plan. Please punish me. Please punish me, sir. The demons can no longer sit still. This incident is out of control. What are you doing, Demiurge? Surzex asked. Nangong Long didn't say anything, so Demiurge naturally ignored him and continued kneeling on one knee. Nangong Long looked at Demiurge and the other man and said, You completed your mission very well. Whether you were exposed or not doesn't make any difference, so I won't punish you severely this time. Just clear out these annoying guys, and that's it. Thank you for your forgiveness. I will do it right away. Demiurge and Cositus stood up and looked at the demons around them. Those of you who didn't say anything just now, please stand aside. Accidental injuries are common. Seeing that Demiurge was about to take action, Surzex immediately appeared in front of him. Demiurge, what do you mean? Demiurge raised his hand to adjust his glasses and said with a smile, Surzex, I'm sorry. I have always been your subordinate. I became a demon king only to fulfill the mission of the gods. The demons around were shocked. No, to be more precise, they were horrified beyond words. The Demon King of the Underworld was actually someone else's subordinate, and he became the Demon King just because of orders. Surzex, I recognize your abilities and strength. Do you want to come to our side? I'm sorry. It's an honor to have your recognition, but I can't join you. There are some things only I can do. The other Demon Kings came over and stood beside Surzex to confront Demiurge. At the same time, Hage leaned close to Nangong Long and whispered, "It's hidden really deep. Amazing meow." Nangong Long touched Hage's cat ears and said with a smile, "It's not a bad thing to be exposed, so that even the small fry won't dare to challenge me." Sangna took a deep breath and said slowly, "Is that so? The time I met you a year ago was almost the same as the time when the new Demon King rose up. Was that what you did during those few days you disappeared?" "I guess so, but I didn't do anything. I just gave the order. The rest is up to my subordinates to do." "You trust your subordinates?" "Of course. I have great confidence in their ability and loyalty." Rias tried to calm herself down and looked at him, asking him, "Can we not fight?" 307, I don't want either you or my brother to get hurt. Nangong Long patted her shoulder and comforted her. "Don't worry, I know my limits." "Senior, do we have to fight?" The kitten said worriedly. "I can't give in at this time. If I don't, people will look down on me. Besides, why should I back down when I'm sure I'll win?" Asia put her hands together in front of her chest and looked at him and said, "Come on, I'll pray for you." Even if old God is alive, he won't bless my Asia," Nangong Long complained silently in his heart. Akino walked up to him and whispered, "If you want to fight, you must win. If you win, I don't care what you do." "To be honest, I really don't want to fight with you, Surzex. After all, you are not yet a candidate for the princess," Demiurge said with a smile. "Sister, come here quickly," Serafla waved to Sona. Sangna looked at her sister and shook her head without any intention of leaving. Nangong Long walked in front of Demiurge and the other man. "Don't worry, I, Nangong Long, am not so shameless as to take a woman as a hostage. Go out and fight. Although the construction speed of the underworld is very fast, I still don't want to destroy Liayu's home." Everyone in the venue walked out of the Gremory mansion and came to the open space. "My lord, just stand there and watch. I will deal with them right away," said Demiurge. "No, I'll take care of Ajika and Surzex. You guys take care of the others." Nangong Long walked straight towards them. He had never fought against a transcendent since he came to this world, and all his previous judgments were based on the strength of Heir Tianlong. Therefore, this time he decided to take action himself. Akino stopped Asia from saying something. "At this time, all we can do is wait here for him to return triumphantly. We can put everything else in our hearts and wait for him to come back." Hage was also saying something similar to Kaneko, and Sona also waved her hand to stop her followers. After hearing Nangong Long's words, Surzex and Ajika took the initiative to move away from the main force. They didn't know Nangong Long's strength, but they had a certain understanding of how strong Demon King, Demiurge, and Insect King Cositus were. Nangong Long, who could make them loyal, must be even stronger. The essence of this world is the law of the jungle, and no strong person would be willing to work under the weak. Surzex and the others could clearly see that Demiurge and the other two were willing to submit. Judging from their expressions, their loyalty could even be described as crazy. Just because the devil shouted at them in the language, they were willing to expose themselves to maintain the dignity of the adults. Of course, Demiurge would not oppose the adults' decision, not to mention that the other party did not have the ability to harm the adults. Nangong Long had already started to take action, and Demiurge could not just sit there and watch. Naturally, he had to take action to teach these ungrateful guys an unforgettable lesson. But before that, he had to do another thing first. Demiurge turned around and bowed to Rias and the others. He was very respectful to the candidates for the princess. "Since the princess candidates are unwilling to leave here, please stay where you are and watch. My subordinates will protect you. If you are hurt in the slightest, I will die as an apology." Before, Nangong Long intended to let Rias and the others stay in a safe place and not step in a battlefield. But the girls firmly disagreed and insisted on going forward and backward with him, which was one of the reasons why Demiurge respected them. Regardless of their strength, they were qualified to become princesses if they had the heart, and protecting the adults was his mission. The girls were stunned. They could see that Demiurge was serious, and there was no falsehood in his words. This made them realize once again that the man in front of them was extremely loyal to Nangong Long. Sana took a deep breath and said slowly, "I didn't see where the Demon King's subordinates were." Subordinates are naturally available at any time. Demiurge turned around and faced the enemy, unleashing his special skill, summoning countless demons to gain an overwhelming advantage in numbers. The demons present looked at this scene in horror. "Great, Meow. Really? I must ask clearly when I get back," Song Na said helplessly. "Calling us the princess candidate. I guess Long has a lot of subordinates," Aquino guessed, then turned to look at Kuroka and asked, "You've been with dragons for a long time. Do you know anything?" "Wow. I only know that the Great Tomb of Nazarick exists, but I don't know exactly how many people there are." Have you seen him transform into a dragon?" Hage asked. "Forbidden move?" When Hage saw their expressions, he knew that they had never seen it before, and he couldn't help but feel secretly happy. "Isn't it?" Rias asked with a frown. Hage nodded, but she didn't explain. For the time being, let's just keep this as a little secret between her and Long. The girls are going to ask more questions, but the sound of fighting coming from Nanfulong attracted their attention. A little bit earlier in time, "What exactly is your purpose?" Ajika asked with a frown. "Check. The only thing I can tell you right now is that I have no ill will towards you. As for what has happened now, it is entirely because someone has caused trouble for me and you have done nothing. What does it have to do with me? How can it be okay? Didn't you stop Surzex when he wanted to stop the demon? Why are you pretending to know nothing now?" "Nangong. Relation. We can't not fight. I promise nothing will happen to Kuroka," Surzex said solemnly. Nangong Long shrugged and replied, "I've already given the answer to this question before. Partner, let's begin. I awaken to. The two dragons who were deprived of everything by the principle of hegemony. The two dragons who took the principle of hegemony from God. The body is full of jealousy. The mind seeks fantasy, sneers at the infinite, worries about fantasy. I shall be the most tyrannical of the white dragons. I shall be the most tyrannical of the red dragons. Invite you to enter the limit of innocence. Sink you into the red lotus purgatory." Arubian and Draig's voices rang out together. A white and ochre-red aura burst out, and a light flashed through the red and white armor that covered Nangong Long's entire body, with black patterns on it. At this moment, not only did Surzex and the other man feel the overwhelming pressure, but even the demons in the distance also felt the terrifying momentum. The demons who had been shouting so loudly just now were already trembling all over. If they had known this would happen, they would not have been the first to speak out. The demons who had not spoken a word from beginning to end quietly retreated. They still remembered what Demiurge had said before, so they would hide aside now so as not to be implicated. Falbawin and Seraflu's expressions became more and more solemn, but they couldn't rush over to help. After all, they still had to hold off Demiurge. As for taking down the other two, they didn't even consider it. They had heard about Demiurge's strength from Surzex and had originally wanted to rely on their numbers to defeat him, but the other party summoned so many demon subordinates that their plans were disrupted. You can even use Tyrannosaurus together? It's really surprising. You are able to control two opposite forces to this extent. It's really surprising, or more accurately terrifying, said Surzex with emotion. Don't admire your opponent at this time. Just find a way to solve it quickly, Ajika said seriously. Why don't you transform, Surzex? Nangong Long laughed. You know so much. After sighing, Surzex took off his coat and began to increase his magic power. The destructive magic power emanating from him dyed his body bright red. At this moment, the ground began to shake, followed by cracks, and everything around him began to disappear and the terrifying magic power fluctuations spread all around. When the bright red flames completely enveloped Surzex, what appeared before Nangong Long's eyes was a human-shaped flame of destruction. Nangong Long's transformation did not destroy the surrounding things, not because he was weaker than Surzex, but because he could skillfully control his own power. That's right, otherwise there would be no point in fighting. Surzex, who had transformed into the incarnation of destruction, stared at Nangong Long and said, "After becoming like this, I can no longer fully control my destructive magic, and things around me will keep disappearing. Just try if you can destroy me," Nangong Long laughed. Then he raised his right hand and pointed it at Surzex and the other man. Terrifying magic power instantly condensed in his hand, and then fired, splitting into two beams of magic cannon on the way and attacking the two people respectively. Surzex directly condensed the destructive magic power to offset the magic cannon, while Ajay kept manipulating the magic circle in front of him to deflect the magic cannon and shoot it into the sky. Bajuan's equation is indeed interesting. Nangong Long didn't even look at it, and simply raised his left hand to the side, weakening the magic cannon controlled by Ajika until it disappeared. Divide, divide, divide. Don't take my mood for granted when you use them against me. Ajika gave a bitter smile. Having the ability to both multiply and weaken at the same time was really too shameless. Nangong Long instantly disappeared from his original position and appeared in front of Surzex, swinging his fist. Surzex hurriedly retreated and condensed dozens of destructive magic bullets and threw them at Nangong Long. Divide, divide, divide. Seeing this, Surzex also understood that ordinary magic bullets of destruction would no longer be effective against Nangong Long, and he could only use attacks with higher density and stronger destructive power. Surzex dodged the attack while gathering even more terrifying magic power. Ajika was desperately calculating something, trying to develop a magic circle specifically to deal with Nangong Long. After finally gathering enough magic power, Surzex shot the magic bullet in his hand at the opponent. This time, Nangong Long did not use his ability to reduce the magic bullet, but directly grabbed the magic bullet with his bare hands. The armor did begin to dissipate, but it immediately returned to its original state under Nangong Long's terrifying magic power. As long as the host's physical strength and magic power are not exhausted, the armor can be restored countless times. Nangong Long crushed the magic bullet in his hand with force, and the destructive magic dissipated in the air. In fact, he had the ability to reduce this attack to nothing. After all, his strength far exceeded that of Surzex, so there was no reason why he couldn't reduce it, but he didn't do so because he wanted to experience the destructive magic bullet. Seeing Nangong Long destroy his attack so roughly and simply, Surzex was stunned, and even Ajika, who was calculating, paused. The other side. The masters have already started. Let's do it too, Cositus, Demiurge said with a smile. Demiurge versus Seraflu, Cositus versus Falbawin. Demiurge and his men didn't need to be fully armed to deal with two people who hadn't even reached the level of a transcendent. The demon servants summoned by Demiurge also joined the battle. Taking advantage of the extremely chaotic scene, the demon generals hiding in the dark and on standby also quietly mixed into the battlefield, which directly led to Serafla's side being suppressed. Rias and the others, who were protected by layers of demon servants, looked worried. This destructive magic power must be for my brother. How can his painting be so strong? Rias said with a tone of worry and surprise. The other two auras are also terrifyingly strong. I hope nothing happens to them. Junai looked worried. Is this a battle at the level of a transcendent? Too terrifying. Hage exclaimed. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Asia put her hands together in front of her chest and prayed silently, while Kitty looked into the distance with a worried look on her face. Sona was worried about both sides. One side was the person she loved, and the other side was her sister in front of her. She could also see that Demiurge was not using his full strength, otherwise her sister would have been defeated soon. Falbawin on the side was in an even worse situation. Cositus only ensured that the attack would not kill the opponent, and other than that he showed no mercy. The rest of the demon nobles were also beaten badly. Originally, they could still suppress the demon servants, but as soon as the demon generals joined in, they were the ones to be beaten, not to mention that the demon servants had an overwhelming advantage in numbers. Demiurge didn't care about the casualties of the demon servants at all. He could just summon them if he wanted. They were just consumables. If the demon general died, he would still feel sad, but that was impossible. Those who were capable of killing the demon general were already restrained. President, everything will be okay, right? Sister Jinlua couldn't help but ask. Rhea, Kusashita, and the others also looked at the president worriedly. It's definitely okay. You've known him for so long. Have you ever seen him do anything he's unsure of? Soon, the battle here was over. Demons fell to the ground in large numbers. Falbawin also fell to the ground covered with wounds. Seraphila fell to the ground with her physical strength and magic power exhausted. The field after the battle between the two sides became a mess, with countless holes of various sizes. Seeing that the battle was over, I hurried to his sister and helped her up. Sister, how are you? Seraphlu smiled bitterly and said, I'm fine, I just ran out of energy. The gap is too big. I'm afraid only Surzex can fight against it. Fortunately, Demiurge didn't take it seriously, otherwise I would have to leave you. Demiurge held his eyes and smiled. My lord, I have no intention to annihilate the demons. It's just that some people don't know what's good for them and become like this. Besides, you are the sister of the princess candidate, so I will naturally not hurt you for long. It seems like I'm still benefiting from you, but you didn't even tell me when you were with him, Seraphila said with a sad face. Dare I tell you, sister, don't you have any idea? Song Na complained in her heart. Given how much Seraphil dotes on her, if she were to tell her that she has a boyfriend, she would definitely go straight to his door. Realizing that the battle on the other side had ended, Nangong Long decided not to continue playing. It's time for our fight to end. The next move will decide the outcome. If you can't block it, someone will die. Chinzeeks, Nangong Long said with a smile. Surzex and Ajika's faces instantly tensed up, and everyone knew that the other party was about to use a big move. The armor on Nangong Long's chest made a metallic sound and began to slide, revealing the firing port. The powerful magic energy gathered towards the muzzle on his chest, and the terrifying energy waves were shocking. Surzex also took the time to gather a high density of destructive magic bullets in front of him, while Ajika quickly calculated the magic circle. Launch a Smasher, a huge and thick red gas cannon shot at Surzex and the other person. At the same time, Surzex also threw out the destructive magic bullet that he had concentrated all his strength on. Ajika tried desperately to deflect it, and his efforts did have some effect, but the deflected gas cannon was immediately corrected and continued to shoot at the two people. It was obvious that Nanlong's attack had exceeded the upper limit of his calculation. The magic bullet of destruction collided with the red gas cannon. The two were in a stalemate for only a moment before the magic bullet of destruction was defeated and the gas cannon continued to move forward. Surzex returned to his normal state and fell to the ground with Ajika. The gas cannon began to spread, dyeing the purple sky of the underworld red. Even Rias and the others who were far away could clearly see the red sky, and they also felt the terrifying power fluctuations just now. Is it over? Aquino muttered to herself. I guess so, Hage responded. Surzex, who fell to the ground, smiled bitterly. My dear friend, your strength is not even in the same dimension. Yeah, if I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have stopped you. You tried to test my bottom line, and now you've lost everything, Ajika said self-deprecatingly. Nangong Long flapped his dragon wings and flew to land near the two people. It's over. Yeah. What are you going to do with us? Surzex asked calmly. Disposal? You're overthinking it. From the beginning to the end, I just wanted to teach those guys who overestimate their own abilities a lesson. It was you who had to step forward and take the lead. Otherwise, how could it turn out like this? Surzex and the other man looked at each other with a helpless look on their faces. They had to come out. After all, they were the Demon King. Nangong Long ignored the two of them and picked them up one in each hand and flew back to the other side of the battlefield. Wu Miao, look, is there anything flying over there? Heish said, pointing to the sky. $71. Before Jinhua Chenji finished speaking, Nangong Long had already landed in front of them and put the Demon King in his hand aside. Rias hurried over and asked anxiously, "Brother, how are you?" Surzex reluctantly sat up and smiled at his sister. "You found a great man." Rias blushed. "Brother, is this the time to talk about this?" The injuries sustained by the four Demon Kings did not have much impact. They recovered quickly with the tears of the Phoenix. As for their physical strength and magic power, they needed time to recover. This incident was completely blocked by the demon high-level officials. After all, it would be bad if such a serious situation was known by other forces. Of course, they did this for another purpose, which was to prevent other forces from knowing Nangong Long's strength. The demons couldn't be the only ones to suffer, so they had to drag others into the water. Demiurge's position as the Demon King has not changed. This is the result of a joint discussion between the four great Demon Kings and the demon high-ranking officials. There are 3 reasons. First, Nangong Long has no hostility towards demons, and abolishing Demiurge's position as the Demon King might annoy them. Second, Nangong Long has a close relationship with Rias and Sona, and they might become allies. Third, the news has been blocked from the outside world. If Demiurge's position as the Demon King is suddenly abolished, it will definitely arouse suspicion from other forces, and it will be difficult to ensure that the information will not be leaked. There are still some casualties in this incident. The demons who had been provoking Nangong Long were badly injured, and those who survived were left with serious psychological trauma. There was nothing that could be done about it. Demiurge would not allow the ants who had provoked him to continue to live in the world intact. Nangong Long did not say anything about this. Even though the incident was so serious, no one died. There would still be people who would come out to look for Yom. Anyway, he would not die, so what was there to be afraid of? 0.4. The demon high-ups didn't care about the dead demons. Ultimately, they were asking for death. They didn't think carefully before doing anything and blindly believe in their own strength to provoke people of unknown strength. This was also a warning to all demons not to continue to be arrogant. After the incident, the banquet could not continue, but the demon high-ranking officials would no longer look down on Nangong Long as they did before. After all, they had learned a painful lesson. Before parting, Surzex said that he would find an opportunity to hold the banquet again in the future. In this way, Nangong Long and his group returned to the human world to continue their school life. Not long after, Tsang Na and Jun Luo Chunji also moved into his home, Komio Academy. Heish suddenly appeared when Nangong Long was alone and pulled him to a deserted place. Heish held him and raised his head and said, "Hurry up and go home, or just go somewhere else where there's no one. I know you have the ability to do this, so don't refuse me." Nangong Long stroked Heish's cat ears and said with a smile, "I didn't say anything, and this is why you don't go to school with us." Kuroka showed a matter-of-fact expression. "If I go to school, I won't have this opportunity. I want to get there first while they are in class." "Hurry up, Meow," Heish urged. Looking at Heish, who looked impatient, Nangong Long smiled and cast a transfer magic to return home. Seeing the familiar furnishings in front of him, Gu immediately pulled Nangong Long towards his room. 24. As soon as he arrived in the room, Heish opened his closet and looked at Nangong Long. "Which one you like? I'll give it to you. I've been collecting them for a long time, Meow." The next day, Shido, Irina, and Zenobia came to Kuo Academy to visit Rias. As soon as she entered the room, Irina saw Nangong Long sitting on the sofa, and then she pounced on him, so Nangong Long had to stand up and catch her. "Darling, I miss you so much." "Darling?" The girls in the room frowned when they heard this name. The tomboy has now turned into a beautiful girl, Nangong Long teased while hugging her. Don't talk about that." Irina looked at him angrily with a red face. Rias tapped the table and said with a half-smile, Can you explain what this is? Akino, who was standing next to her, also agreed with a smile, but the aura she exuded was not so friendly. The kitten stopped eating snacks and looked directly at the two people hugging each other. Asia had tears in her eyes and rubbed the corners of her clothes with her hands. Irina looked at everyone with full of momentum without any fear and said in a complacent tone, "Darling and I are childhood sweethearts. We knew each other earlier than any of you." Before coming here to carry out the mission, Irina had already received certain intelligence support from the church's top brass. After all, it was an extremely dangerous mission, and if the intelligence was not up to date, the chances of success would be even lower. Childhood sweetheart. Rias looked at Irina with suspicion, then looked at Nangong Long with a questioning look. Yes, we knew each other when we were kids, but later she moved away because of something. Irina gave him a smug look. "Oh, you really are childhood sweethearts. But I wonder if you have ever heard a saying?" Akino said with a malicious smile. "What? Life's loser childhood sweetheart. Impossible, darling, and I have already agreed." Before Irina could finish her words, Zenobia interrupted her. "Irina, let's put aside the reminiscing and don't forget our original purpose." 78. Afterwards, Irina, Zenobia, and Rias sat on the sofa, facing each other. Irina explained to Rias the purpose of her visit, which was roughly the same as what Nangong Long had said before, but in more detail. "In such a serious situation, why did you only send 2 of you?" Rias asked. "It's true that we sent a priest to investigate the situation, but we have lost contact with him now," Zenobia replied. "It's still just the 2 of you. We came here prepared, but we didn't intend to die. It seems that you are very confident in your own abilities." "Never mind, this is not something I want to worry about. Just tell me what you want me to do." "The church hopes that the devil will not interfere in this matter," Rias said with a little anger. "The church suspects we have connections with the fallen angels?" "It's hard to say. After all, the destruction of the Holy Sword is also a good thing for the devil," Zenobia replied expressionlessly. Rias suppressed her anger and said, "I swear on the name of Gremory that this matter has nothing to do with us, and we will not interfere in this matter. That's all. Irina, let's go. See you next time, darling." Before leaving, Zenobia had one more thing to confirm, so she walked towards Asia. Before she could speak, Nangong Long spoke first. "You'd better not say anything excessive, otherwise your Holy Sword recovery mission might fail." Genovia frowned and stared at Nangong Long and said, "Are you threatening me?" "Yeah, that's it. Even if you were the host of Air Tian Long, you can't fight against the entire church camp. What's more, I've always doubted that the host of Air Tian Long is the same person." Rias and Akino almost laughed out loud. As they are both one of the 3 major forces, how could angels be much stronger than demons? The demons were beaten, so there was no reason for angels to win. "Is it true that you can experience it yourself?" "That's exactly what I meant." Irina pulled Zenovia's arm. "There's no need to do this. It might even become the fuse for a war between the 2 forces. Our mission is just to retrieve the Holy Sword. It's okay. Just treat it as a competition. It's just the 2 of us, so don't report it. And I also want to see what ability this man has that makes you keep thinking about him." "Why are you saying this?" Irina's face turned red instantly. "In that case, let me be the vanguard," Mu Chong said expressionlessly, but his whole body was filled with murderous intent. "It doesn't matter." Rias felt a headache, and Kiba started to behave strangely after hearing about the Holy Sword. Everyone came to the open space. Kiba faced off against Zenobia, and Nangong Long faced off against Irina. Originally, Irina didn't want to fight with him, but Nangong Long said that it was not a serious fight, and he should just stop at the right time. "By the way, let me see your growth." Only then did Irina nod in agreement. Kiba took the lead in launching the attack. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He wanted to destroy the Holy Sword to prove to the world the significance of his and his companion's existence. He wanted to surpass the Holy Sword together with his companion's will. Compared to the desperate fighting style of Kiba, the atmosphere on Nangong Long's side was a bit weird. "Don't pinch, ah." Irina kept her distance and looked at Nangong Long with suspicion. "Darling, The growth you want to see is not my body, right? Nangong Long shrugged and smiled. Growth, of course, refers to all aspects. The battle on Kiba's side was coming to an end, and Kiba, who was blinded by hatred, naturally lost. You, Lili, don't even need to compete with my holy sword in terms of destructive power. You've completely given up your own advantage. After Zenobia finished speaking, she walked towards Nangong Long, while Asia and Kaneko ran towards Kiba and started to treat him. I will be your opponent from now on. Don't you need Durandal? 1/7 of the holy sword is useless to me. Zenobia showed a look of surprise. You actually knew I could use Durandal, but I don't plan to use it. We're just sparring, not risking our lives. If I hurt you, Irina will go crazy. Irina stared at her and said word by word. Nangong Long just smiled and said nothing to Zenovia's words. A complete holy sword plus a powerful user might be of some use to him. Nangong Long said that he would have no problem catching a holy sword with only 1/7 of it left with his bare hands. Genovia took the first step, and Nangong Long dodged her attacks easily. Not only that, Nangong Long even took on some of the attacks with his bare hands. After several unsuccessful attacks, Zenobia pulled away and looked at him and said, "No more fighting. You are indeed very strong. It seems the rumors are still credible." Then Zenobia put away the holy sword and left with Irina. Kiba also prepared to leave without saying a word. "Where are you going?" Rias looked sad. "I'm sorry, Minister. I escaped with the help of my companions, so I must take revenge and integrate my hatred into the magic sword." After saying this, Kiba was about to leave, but Nangong Long's next words stopped him in his tracks. "Don't you want to know who ordered your destruction?" Muchong's expression changed, and he stared at Nangong Long and asked, "Who is it? Let's go back to the club first and talk about it later." Kiba took a deep breath and said only one word, "Good." Nangong Long walked up to Rias, stretched out his hands, pinched her pretty face, and pulled it to both sides. "You Sasuke," Rias said incoherently. "Smile, your family won't be lost." "Screech, let me go." Rias rubbed her slightly red face, lowered her head, and smiled a little foolishly. "It's so good to have you." Mystical Research Society. 323 Nangong Long is explaining the so-called Holy Sword Plan. Natural Holy Sword Masters are extremely rare, so the Church launched the Holy Sword Project to artificially create Holy Sword Masters. The person in charge of this project is Balpa Galileo, the Archbishop who is known as the Murderer. Kiba clenched his fists, and hatred gleamed in his eyes. He was the one who gave the order? Yes, but now he has been expelled by Michael. Expel? What? Rias asked. In Balpa's opinion, it is normal to get rid of the Kiba people because they are no longer useful. But Michael is different. He is a good man and will not give such an order to massacre the believers. Where is Balpa now? Kiba tried his best to control his emotions and not get too excited. He has joined the fallen angels. He is involved in this incident, so even if you don't look for him, he will show up on his own. I see. As soon as Nangong Long saw Kiba's expression, he knew that he planned to go find Balpa alone. Balpa will come to Jiwang Academy. Instead of running around, you might as well adjust your condition and face the enemy with all your strength. Ku Academy? What's he doing here? Aquino asked confused. His immediate boss is coming, so he has no choice but to follow him. That's about it. You'll understand the rest when they come. What? You're just saying halfway. Rias muttered with a pout. The next day, the girls gathered in the student union to discuss something. Seeing them pushing themselves out with blushing faces, Nangong Long felt that there might be some surprises. With nothing to do, Nangong Long started wandering the streets, planning to buy some gifts for the girls. Just when he was deciding whether to buy desserts or clothes, he suddenly saw someone begging. No, it might sound better to say that he was raising money for charity. Don't the people here have any mercy at all? Said Zenobia. That's why I hate places without faith. I'm so hungry, Irina said angrily. It's all your fault. If you hadn't insisted on buying this painting, we wouldn't be in such a predicament. Hey, this is a portrait of a saint. How can I not buy it? Never mind. I'll just perform for money. After all, it's internationally accepted, and I should be able to make money. But we don't have any props. Yes, I use my holy sword to chop this rotten painting into perfection. Don't want. Irina hugged tightly the saint painting that she had spent a huge amount of money to buy. Nangong Long walked over and looked at them with amusement. The god will cry if he performs with the holy sword. Oh, great to see you here. Irina pounced on him directly. Take me out to eat. I'm so hungry. Please carry me. I have no strength left, Irina said coquettishly. Nangong Long picked up Irina and took Zenobia to the nearest fast food restaurant. The gazes from all around made Irina feel a little embarrassed, but she didn't want to leave this warm embrace. So she simply leaned her head on Nangong Long's chest and ignored the passers-by. Zenobia and Irina were fighting fiercely with the food. After finishing the food on the table, they said, "Thank you for the hospitality. God bless you." No god is as strong as Nangong Long, so a mere prayer will not have any effect on him at all. It's too tragic that you become like this after just one day of separation, Nangong Long said jokingly. Irina touched her cheek awkwardly to hide her embarrassment. Zenobia directly exposed Irina's past. Look, it's this painting that made us like this. Irina still has no common sense as always. This painting is obviously fake, Nangong Long said with a smile. Irina seemed to have received a huge blow and looked at him in disbelief. How so? Zenobia decisively cut the painting into pieces to vent her dissatisfaction. Don't. Irina let out a painful wail. Any progress on the mission? I have no clue at all. The priest in charge of intelligence has disappeared. Maybe he's been killed by the enemy, Irina replied. I can help you. Okay. Irina nodded without any hesitation. Zenobia looked at him and asked, What? Nangong Long glanced at Irina and said with a smile, I just don't want my childhood sweetheart to get hurt. Or, do you think I have some plans for the Holy Sword? Zenobia replied with a serious expression. No, I just want to know the reason, and I personally think that as the host of the second heavenly dragon, you would not be interested in the Holy Sword. Looking at the serious face of Jelovia, Nangong Long teased. Indeed, I am more interested in you than in the sword. Before Zenobia could say anything, Irina said angrily with her eyes wide open. I'm still here. You can flirt with my companion. Zenobia, don't let him trick you away. Were you deceived yourself? Irina was speechless. In the evening, when Nangong Long returned home, he was slightly stunned by the scenery in front of him. I saw that the girls at home were all naked in aprons. What surprised Nangong Long even more was that Song Na, who usually had a serious face, was actually participating in it, and even Hua Jietao and others who did not live in his house were standing beside her at this moment. Come to think of it, the discussion location was at the student union. So how could Hua Jietao and the others be absent? What are you guys up to? Akino walked up to him and said with a smile, 083. Oh, you should be very happy, right? That's right, I'm really happy. After playing for a while, everyone dispersed, and then the girls pulled Nangong Long to the dining table. We each made a dish. You can try it, said Rias. Afterwards, everyone sat down around the dining table. This time, there was no scramble. Sona and Rias sat on the left and right of Nangong Long. Perhaps they had already discussed it beforehand. Is it okay for you guys not to go home, Taozi? It's okay. We are here as a club training camp, so it's no problem for us to stay for a few days. 3 days later, Ju Wong College welcomed an unexpected guest. Kakabo brought Balpa and a strange man into the academy, who was probably a substitute for Fried. After all, Fried had been killed by Nangong Long before. With the power of the fallen angels, it was not difficult to find an exorcist who could withstand the adaptation factor of the Holy Sword. The strange man stuck the 3 holy swords into the ground and stepped aside. Fortunately, there were not many students today because it was a holiday, otherwise it would have been terrible. Since Nangong Long suggested that Irina and the others stay near the school, Irina was not injured. It's really coming, Rias muttered to herself. Song Na and her followers set up a large barrier to cover the entire school to prevent too much damage. Nangong Long thought it was okay not to set up a barrier, just kill the enemy before he could cause too much damage. As a fallen angel executive, what exactly are you doing here? Rias asked. Kokobil laughed. Of course it's to start a war. If I kill you, your brother the Demon King will be furious too. Kokobil dared to say this because he was not clear about Nangong Long's strength. The intelligence obtained by other forces was not comprehensive. They only knew that he was strong, but had no idea how strong he was. Rias and the others were stunned. They had thought of many possibilities, but had never thought that the other party wanted to start a war. After all, the three forces suffered heavy losses in the previous war and have not recovered until now. Kokobil ignored everyone and continued to talk on his own, but his expression became more and more ferocious. It's too boring without war. We who should have been enemies have reconciled. The only thing I can't stand is Farten. Are you crazy? If the fighting continues, all three major forces will be killed or injured, Zhu Nai retorted loudly. Kokobil was not shaken at all by this, and asked nonchalantly, So what? How long will it take for the Balpa Holy Sword to merge? About 10 minutes left. At this moment, something unexpected happened. Nangong Long appeared in an instant, snatched the holy swords of Irina and Zenobia, and threw them at Balpa. Not to mention Rias and the others. Even the enemies were stunned and didn't understand why Nangong Long did this. But that was not the end. Nangong Long then took out 2 more holy swords from the storage space and threw them out. One was a long-lost holy sword that he had found by chance while wandering around a few years ago, and the other was the one that Nangong Long ordered Shaltir to snatch from the church a few days ago. Ria, what are you doing? Rias asked the girl's confusion. Kokobil also reacted at this time and laughed. Could it be that the Red Dragon Emperor also feels that his current life is too boring? If so, I would welcome you. Balpa was almost going crazy. The holy swords were all there. He never thought he would be so close to his Dre. Nangong Long gave the girls a reassuring look, then looked at Balpa with cold eyes and said, You should be able to fuse the 7 holy swords, right? Balpa shuddered all over, his instinct telling him that if he said he was not sure, he would die instantly. No problem. It just takes a little longer. Then hurry up. Yes. Kokobil was not too angry about Nangong Long ignoring him. The most important goal now was to start a war, and everything else could be put aside for the time being. Kiba couldn't control his emotions and planned to rush out to kill Balpa. Wait a minute. It won't be too late to wait. Haven't you always wanted to destroy the holy sword? Kiba paused for a moment, temporarily stopping what he was doing. Zenobia suppressed her anger and walked to Nangong Long and asked, What do you want to do? Depending on the situation, I may treat you as an enemy. Nothing. I just want to see the complete Sword of the King. Darling, is that all? Irina pouted in dissatisfaction. Don't worry. I will get it back and give it back to you later. Waiting is boring. Why not play with my pet? A dark vortex appeared on the ground, and a 3-headed dog of hell emerged from it. How dare you take out this kind of rubbish? What did you say? Yeah, what good things can a rubbish like you come up with? Akino smiled. From what she knew, someone was going to be in trouble at this time. Kokobil was really angry this time, as the other party clearly looked down on him. Come on, bite him to death. Nangong Long directly released his undead aura. Although he did not specifically target everyone, they still felt that the atmosphere around them changed, becoming dead silent and cold. The charging 3-headed hellhounds lay on the ground and lowered their heads to show their submission. As Hell's Guard dogs, they could sense a deeper terror from the deathly aura emanating from Nangong Long. Oh, you guys are very perceptive. Rias and Akino were lost in thought. They were very familiar with this feeling. The Death God #1, who was beside them not long ago, had this aura. After the battle with Phoenix, Death #1 was sent back to Nazarick by Nangong Long to help Albedo. Since Nangong Long has never released the aura of the undead, Rias and the others have always believed that Nangong Long is a human. Looking at the trembling hellhounds in front of him, Nangong Long thought for a while and decided not to kill them. Instead, he took them back and gave them to Aura. She would probably like them. Seeing that his pet had given in before the fight even started, Kokobil became even more furious. Get up now or I'll kill you. The hellhounds turned a deaf ear to him and ignored him. The monster's instinct told them that they would die a more miserable death if they moved. Since you are so sensible, I will spare your lives. Kokobil condensed an oversized spear of light and threw it at the hellhound. Of course, Nangong Long was also within the attack range. Darkness. The spear of light was corroded by darkness and eventually collapsed and dissipated. The reason why Nangong Long kept Kokobil was not out of mercy, but because he had to supply the magic power needed for the magic circle fused with the holy sword. Kokobil's pupils shrank instantly. Even though he rebelled against God and became a fallen angel, his light was still the nemesis of darkness. But what did he see? His invincible light was actually swallowed up by darkness. What a joke. Zenobia and Irina also looked at this scene in disbelief. You are not giving me face. I just told you to let them go, and you killed them. To be honest, I am very upset. Dimensional movement. Nangong Long instantly appeared behind Kokobil, grabbed his wings, and pulled hard. KG, I hate people flying over my head, especially trash like you. Nangong Long kicked him to the ground. When the smoke and dust cleared, Kokobil, looking disheveled, fell into a deep pit. Impossible! You can't be that strong. Absolutely impossible. Kokobil kept muttering to himself. The reason why he did not take Nangong Long seriously was because he estimated Nangong Long's strength based on his previous host, which was obviously wrong. Nangong Long ignored the frenzied Kokobil and turned around to ask, "How long will it take?" If it was just intuition just now, then now he saw it with his own eyes. The person in front of him had the ability to kill him. Balpa even felt that coming here was a mistake. It will be ready soon. Just wait. The power generated once the holy swords are fused will definitely kill you. The next moment, a bright light shone, and Tion merged the holy sword into two. A strangely shaped sword appeared in front of everyone, and the exorcist following Balpa immediately stepped forward and picked it up. Nangong Long frowned. Is this what the king's sword originally looked like? No. After the Sword of Kings was broken, the church added new capabilities when it was rebuilt, otherwise its practicality would be greatly reduced. Balpa replied cautiously. Nangong Long said nothing. Fortunately, he had guessed it before, so he was not disappointed. 987 Bring me the Holy Sword Adaptability Factor. Without hesitation, Balpa handed the small container containing the adaptive factor to Nangong Long. Balpa was so obedient because first he didn't think an exorcist holding a complete holy sword could beat Nangong Long. It wasn't that he didn't believe in the power of the holy sword, but that he didn't believe in the strength of the exorcist. Second, he was stalling for time. He found that Kokobil was using the energy generated by the fusion of the holy sword, but it would take some time. Nangong Long could naturally feel the mobilization of magic power, but this amount of power was insignificant to him, so he didn't care. They would all die soon anyway. Nangong Long walked up to Muba and handed him the adaptation factor in his hand. This is your companion's relic. Take it. Kiba was stunned for a moment and then held the adaptation factor in his hand. At this time, Balpa couldn't help but give some scientific advice. To put it simply, he was trying to show off. This is the fruit of my hard work. Since everyone does not have enough adaptability factors, we just need to extract them from the unqualified experimental subjects. There will always be enough for one person. Only then did Kiba realize what he had in his hand. Irina had felt that it looked familiar. It turned out that what he had received before he had the sword was not a blessing at all, but a holy sword adaptation factor. At this time, the adaptive factor in Kiba's hand emitted a gentle light, and the soul consciousness of the dead companion floated out and surrounded him, with its lips opening and closing as if telling Kiba something. What's going on? Balpa said unconsciously. Even if it's just you, I want to live happily. Bring our share together. We will always be there for you. Kiba couldn't stop crying. Asia also started crying, and some of the other girls also had tears in their eyes, but they didn't let them fall. It all depends on Kiba himself. If he can't defeat the reintegrated Holy Sword, Nangong Long will take action to deal with him. The girls couldn't just watch Kiba go on alone, so they decided to go forward together to help. It's okay. If there's any danger, I'll help. This is Kiba's problem. It would be better if he comes in person. The girls thought it made sense, so they stopped and instead stared at the battlefield so they could provide support at any time. Because of his dead companion, Kiba had the idea to reverse the flow of the world and successfully achieve the Forbidden Hand, so he was temporarily evenly matched with the exorcist holding the Holy Sword. It shouldn't have been like this. Although the complete Holy Sword is not as strong as before, it is still much stronger than Kiba's Holy Demon Sword. The two of them were able to fight back and forth because the exorcist was much weaker than Kiba. If Fried was still alive, Kiba would be in danger now. Nangong Long returned to the girls and wiped the tears from Asia's eyes. Don't cry. Their faith is so strong that they will definitely go to heaven after they die. Asia looked at him with red eyes. Really? Well, even though God is dead, Michael is still working hard to maintain this system. Darling, what did you just say? Irina felt as if she had heard something extraordinary just now, and Zenobia also came over. At this time, Kokobil, who had pretended to be dead for a long time, resurrected and flew into the sky again. He's right. God died a long time ago. In the previous war, not only the 4 great demon kings died, but God also died. The 3 parties stopped the war just because of such a boring reason. I don't accept it. If they continue to fight, the winner will definitely be the fallen angel. Irina and Zenobia stood there stupidly, their brains unable to accept such cruel news. If the gods are dead, is there any meaning for their faith? The exorcist paused, and Kiba naturally would not miss this opportunity. He swung his sword and injured him, and then he took advantage of the victory. It was only a matter of time before he won. He already knew about the death of the gods, and it would not affect him at all. Impossible, miracles still exist, Irina retorted loudly. What Kokobil said next was similar to what Nangong Long had said before. In short, it was about Michael's management system on behalf of God. Asia ran over to comfort the 2 distraught people. Even though they had not been very friendly to her before, she was such a kind girl. Kokobil, who had shown his presence, looked at Nangong Long with confidence and said, "Not killing me right away is your biggest mistake. I have already called upon all the energy generated by the fusion of the Holy Sword. Originally, this was to destroy the city, but now I can't care less. As for the town, I will destroy it myself after I kill you." This power far exceeded Kokobil's expectations. After all, there were only 3 swords originally, but now there are 7. This is the source of his confidence. Kokobil compressed all the power fused with the Holy Sword into his own spear of light. The size did not change much, but the power fluctuations coming from it made people feel palpitating. Rias and the others were a little worried, but they felt relieved when they saw Nangong Long was calm and composed. They knew that everything would be fine with him around. Song Na and others who were setting up the barrier also felt this oppressive force. What happened inside? President, will everything be all right? Song Na frowned and then said, "Whatever happens to him in there, we just have to trust him." "Yes, President." Nangong Long calmly took out a gorgeous sword from the storage space. This sword is called the Sword of Victory Oath. It is the sword of the king. Of course, it is completely different from the one over there. I will send you off with this sword, so that you can experience for yourself what a true king's sword is. At this moment, Kokobil felt a fatal threat from Nangong Long, so he shot the gun of light in his hand directly at Nangong Long. He wanted to kill the other party first. Excalibur. Nangong Long swung his sword, and a huge beam of light slashed towards Kokobil. The light spear that was blocking the way disappeared without a trace. After the beam of light, Kokobil's figure completely disappeared, and not only his barrier also collapsed directly. Fortunately, this move was fired towards the sky. Otherwise, the school and its surroundings would have been evaporated completely. Nangong Long used to be able to use the Sword of Victory Oath without getting hurt only by activating the perfect warrior skill. But since he reached world-class strength, the damage caused to him by using it directly even without activating the skill is minimal. The battle on the Machang's side also ended. Although he was surprised by the sword in Nangong Long's hand, the most important thing for him at this moment was revenge. Therefore, he quickly re-entered the battle, and the enemy was killed directly because he was stunned again. Kiba walked towards Balpa step by step. Balpa saw that there was no way to retreat, so he knelt down decisively. He didn't care about dignity as long as he could stay alive. Faced with Balpa's heart-wrenching confession, Kiba did not waver at all and directly swung his sword to chop off the opponent's head, ending his sinful life. Kiba felt relieved after his revenge, good thing, and returned to his companions with a holy sword that had not yet been destroyed. At this time, Tsang Na and the others rushed back. The barrier was broken, and they were in no mood to continue waiting outside. Seeing that everyone was safe, Sona and the others were obviously relieved. Then they felt that something was wrong in the atmosphere because Rias and the others were staring at the sword in Nangong Long's hand. Before the girls could ask him what was going on, things changed again. A female fallen angel with 12 wings appeared in the sky. Euless had come a long time ago, and Azazel ordered her to bring back Kokobil. But when she saw that it was the adults who wanted to kill Kokobil, she naturally ignored the order and found a random excuse after returning. Anyway, she would soon return to the arms of the adults, so she didn't need to care so much. Now, of course, I need to get close to the adults. The girls looked at the 12-winged, fallen angels in the sky with great vigilance. They thought that they were here to cause trouble, but the next scene made their brains lose the ability to think for a moment. The hostile fallen angel actually threw himself directly into Nangong Long's arms and kept acting coquettishly. I haven't seen you for a long time. I miss you so much. Why don't you come to see me? Didn't we contact each other a few days ago? Euless shook Nangong Long's arm with an unhappy look, and her face almost said, "Please comfort me." Nangong Long rubbed her hair and said with a smile, "Okay, I'll get you back soon." Euless said shyly, "Can I make a small request?" "Oh, when did you become so shy?" Nangong Long joked. Just agree to it first, okay?" Okay. Now you can tell me." There was a gleam of success in Euless' eyes. "He will know when the adults call me and my sister back. For now, keep it a secret." Euless hugged Nangong Long tightly. Then 387 took a step back, put her hands behind her back, leaned forward, raised her head, and smiled charmingly. "My lord, please look forward to it. Then I will take my leave first." Euless is playful, lively, and a little bold, while Mir is shy and gentle. The two sisters look exactly the same except for the color of their wings and hair. Euless has black hair, while Mir has golden hair. Seeing Euless leave, everyone came back to their senses. "What's going on?" Rias asked. "Oh, this couldn't be your fallen angel friend," Akino said with her hands covering her mouth. "Darling, what about the sword you just used?" asked Irina, who had barely recovered from the news of God's death. Mubo walked over and handed the holy sword in his hand to Nangong Long, then walked aside and waited for Nangong Long's explanation because he was also very curious. "You guys go home first. I'll deal with these two hellhounds first." The girls nodded in agreement. Nangong Long teleported back to Nazarick, gave the Cerberus to Aura, and then returned home. Aura was very happy. No matter how strong the hellhounds were, they were gifts from adults, and that alone was enough. Under the girls' burning gazes, Nangong Long said, "Which one do you want to hear first?" The girls thought about it, and, except for Zenobia, all decided to listen to the story of the fallen angels first. I don't need to tell you that you should have a certain understanding of Euless. Rias and the others nodded and said, "Well, we heard that a 12-winged female, fallen angel, appeared among the fallen angels. Although I haven't seen her in person, there is only one 12-winged female fallen angel, so I think she should be it. Euless was originally mine, but I sent her away a year ago." The demon girls were not too shocked to learn that Nangong Long's subordinates were fallen angels. After all, they had learned about what happened to Demiurge before, and their ability to accept it had greatly increased. Irina and the others were surprised, but they had no choice but to believe it since the fact was right in front of them. Infiltrating into the fallen angels? What do you want to do? You don't have to tell me. Song Na realized that she seemed to have asked too much, so she immediately changed her words. It's nothing. If you want to know, I can tell you. You are mine anyway. Song Na's face turned a little red. I am very interested in the artifact, so I asked us to infiltrate the Son of God monitor to get their research data. That's it. Darling, what about that sword? Irina asked impatiently. It's just a replica, but it's no less powerful than the original. Of course, the original version I'm talking about is not this one, Seth. Nangong Long pointed at the fusion holy sword thrown aside. The Sword of Victory oath was forged by Nangong Long according to the sword that Altria carried in his memory. In order to make the sword the best it could be, Nangong Long traveled to every corner of the game world to collect super rare materials, some of which were even world-class materials that would be gone once used and would never be produced again. Therefore, although this sword is classified as a divine weapon, it is actually comparable to a world-class item. The only difference between this sword and the original one is that the 13 seals on it are just decorations, and the specific output power is entirely controlled by the user. The reason for this is, firstly, Nangong Long himself could not remember what the 13 seals were, and secondly, there was no need to limit the power of the weapons he made, otherwise so many materials would be wasted. The girls looked at him in confusion, wondering which other sword it could be if not this one. I know you are confused, but I am telling the truth. The prototype of this sword was held by a very naive girl. The girls felt something was wrong. Their intuition told them that this would be a strong rival in love. Her name is Altria Pendragon. Descendants of King Arthur. Zenobia guessed. Descendants. Nangong Long shook his head and laughed. She is the legendary King Arthur, Eli's descendants said. King Arthur is a man. Zenobia immediately retorted, and the other girls also looked at her with an expression that said, Are you kidding me? I'm not kidding. In this world, I really don't know whether King Arthur is a man or a woman, but in another world, King Arthur is a woman, a king who dedicated his life to his country and his people. Song Na frowned. Another world? What does that mean? Rias asked the question in her mind directly. Literally, there is more than one world. Hasn't mankind also proposed the theory of parallel worlds? Of course they know, but that is only theory, and there is actually no evidence to prove this theory. Well, have you been to that world and seen her? Irina asked. No, I learned about it through other means, but I believe I will have a chance to meet her. Let's leave it at that for now. What are you going to do, Ellie? Oh, well, there's nothing we can do. We'll probably be expelled. It's our fault for knowing that God is dead, Irina said with some self-mockery. However, we still need to send the holy sword back. Can you give it to me, darling? Nangong Long nodded. There is no point in keeping the weak holy sword, so he might as well give it to Irina to make her happy. As expected, Irina laughed very happily. According to her understanding, Darling must have reluctantly given up the holy sword for her sake. Even though it was not as good as the one in Darling's hand, it was still a holy sword. It has been a few days since the last incident. Nangong Long was staying in the student union, but the atmosphere was a bit ambiguous because only he and Song Na were there. Kangna's heart has been beating fast since just now, and her face is as red as an apple. Since Nangong Long has been staring at her, she has to pretend to be handling something to hide her nervousness. Nangong Long stood up and walked at Song Na, pulled her up, and then hugged her. Song Na turned her head away and didn't dare to look at him directly. She had already guessed what was going to happen next, and she felt happy but also a little nervous. What do you want to do? Nangong Long lifted up Song Na's delicate chin, lowered his head and kissed her. Song Na subconsciously closed her eyes. After making love, Song Na leaned on Nangong Long's chest and said, Remember to use magic to clean it up later, otherwise you will definitely be discovered. Nangong Long said jokingly, Just discover it. Humph, you dare. Seeing Nangong Long, who was dressed, holding her steady as a rock, and not using magic to clean up the office, Song Na seemed a little anxious. Fortunately, before the relatives entered the student union, Nangong Long cast a spell. Seeing this, Kangna knew that Nangong Long was teasing her on purpose, so she stretched out her jade hand and pinched him, but not too hard. Nangong Long immediately cooperated and made an expression that said, "I'm in pain." Seeing his exaggerated performance, Song Na chuckled, then rolled her eyes at him and returned to her desk. Song Na continued to handle the work of the student union with a normal expression. Everything returned to normal, but Nangong Long would occasionally make some gestures that only the two of them understood. Whenever he does this, Song Na's face turns red. Seeing the strange behavior of the two, Jinhua Chunji seemed to understand something. The next day, the mysterious research society. Nangong Long saw Zenobia and Irina, who were reincarnated as demons. Irina became a demon, and her future direction has changed. He was expelled because of the truth. In fact, it was true, but they had a tacit understanding, and no one mentioned the holy sword in Nangong Long's hand. In this way, Zenobia became a knight, and Irina became a soldier, but occupied 4 chess pieces. "Darling, please give me your advice." "Zenobia, please give me your guidance. Are you okay?" Irina's expression was sad for a moment, but she cheered up immediately. "There's nothing wrong with this. I can be with Darling more often in the future," Zenobia said expressionlessly. "I had no choice. I knew the god was gone, and I didn't know what to do. So I just gave up and asked the minister to reincarnate me into a demon." Rhea smiled and said, "It's not bad to change your lifestyle. Think carefully about what you want to do." Zenobia still has the holy sword Durandal to use. "Irina, do you have any weapons?" "I'm going to ask my brother to help me find a sword suitable for Irina," Rhea said. "Don't bother. I'll take care of it." Akino came up to him and asked, "Is it the sword from last time?" Irina's eyes lit up. Nangong Long shook his head and said, "No, that sword has conditions for use. It cannot be used without the qualifications to become a king. Also, the last time the Holy Sword was released, it required a huge amount of magic power, so is not suitable for Irina." Irina felt a little disappointed, but Nangong Long's next words made her feel warm again. "The best weapon is the one that suits you. Irina, please describe the weapon you want, and I will have someone make one for you." "Can the Holy Sword be used?" "No problem." Irina threw herself on him excitedly. "Darling, the best." Rhea stood up and said angrily, "Hurry up. I'm not asking you to snatch the dragon from me." Irina stuck out her tongue at Rhys. "No, Darling is mine." "Oh, it's mine." "Senior." The welcome daily routine has begun again. Zenobia watched this scene quietly from the side, and suddenly a gleam of light flashed in her eyes. She didn't know what she was thinking about, and her hand involuntarily fell on her belly. The rooftop swimming pool at Nangong Long's home. Girls wearing various swimsuits were swaying in front of Nangong Long's eyes. Rhys is wearing a red bikini. Akino is wearing a pure white one-piece swimsuit. Asia and Kaneko were wearing one-piece school swimsuits, and Sona was wearing a light blue swimsuit. This was her first time wearing a swimsuit in front of a man. In short, every girl has her own characteristics. Rhys walked up to Nangong Long and made a gesture. "Does it look good?" "Well, 740 is beautiful." "What about me?" Akino also came over. "It suits you very well." "How's my swimsuit?" "What about mine?" "Do you like this one mine?" "If not, I can change it," said Shinra Chunji. "Hey, the vice president is so cunning. I could do that too." Ryuko Nimura, who recently became a follower of Sona, has decided to go all out in order to surpass her predecessors. Huh. Yura Tabasa looked at her schoolmate in disbelief. "Then I can't be outdone by the younger generation," Hua Jietao said with great vigor. Under the majesty of Sona, it did not turn into a stripping contest in the end, but the girls started a competitive game for another goal. First, there was a competition between Rhea's team and Sona's team, and finally the teams used other methods to decide the order in which Nangong Long would apply sunscreen. Meow, what are you doing?" Heish turned around and looked at his sister. The kitten hadn't seen her sister appear, so whenever she had a chance, she would look towards Nangong Long. Sure enough, she was right. Her sister had run away again. Elder sister. Hearing his sister's voice, Heish's face froze, and he turned around and smiled unnaturally. "Is my sister okay?" "What is my sister doing?" **. The kitten dragged his sister away without mercy. Hei's cry instantly attracted the attention of her sister. Ah, we really can't be careless at all. What a great opponent who knows how to take advantage of others' weaknesses, said Song Na. Rias lay down next to Nangong Long. I'm the first one. Nangong Long smiled, picked up the sunscreen next to him, poured it on his hands, and started. Huh, no more. I'll go down and get it, Nangong Long said to the girls. Not long after, Zenobia found an excuse to leave the rooftop. Rias and the others didn't think much about it. They didn't think Zenobia would do anything. After all, she didn't show any sign of liking him at all. Nangong Long, who had gotten the sunscreen, was about to return to the roof when he happened to meet Zenobia, who had just come down. To be precise, Zenobia was looking for him. What are you looking for? Zenobia silently walked up to him and hugged him. Have a baby with me. One explosive speech. Nangong Long stroked her hair and said with a smile, Why do you suddenly have this idea? God is dead. I no longer need to follow the old rules, so I have a new goal. Having a baby? Well, I want to experience the joy of being a woman, and I have a good feeling about you. So I choose you to be the father of my child. But it seems difficult for pure-blooded demons to get pregnant. Fortunately, I am a reincarnated demon, so the chance should be higher. What to do next? Although the girl was very proactive, Nangong Long knew that he would not be able to push her away this time, because he had already sensed that a girl was coming down. What are you doing? Rias's magic power began to surge. I was just a little confused as to why I hadn't been up there for so long. I planned to come down to see what was going on, but I didn't expect to see something like this. Although Akino was smiling, her aura was terrifying. Song Na pushed her eyes and said, 2.5, can you explain this? Zenobia didn't care about the atmosphere at all and said directly, planning to have a baby, give birth to children. Can you tell me what happened in such a short time that it has come to the point where you have to give birth to a child? Akino's smile became more and more terrifying. Nangong Long smiled helplessly. He was the only one who could explain it. Jian knew all Waiwia could not be relied on. It's a Shura feel that we all like to see, but it doesn't feel bad either. Yesterday, Ria said with a depressed look on her face that her brother was going to sign a peace agreement among the 3 major forces at Kuo Academy. She didn't really want to hold the meeting on her own territory because it might cause a lot of trouble. But she couldn't refuse. As for why this happened, she had her own guess. It should be because Nangong Long was here. The depressed Rias had to act coquettishly and seek comfort from Nangong Long. The other girls were also surprised that the 3 forces that had been hostile to each other for so long were actually planning to negotiate. They were not mentally prepared at all. Mystical Research Society. Rias and her followers were standing in front of a door with a magic circle engraved on it and a seal with a spell written on it. Another of my bishops is sealed here. Asia looked at Rias in confusion and asked, Why do you want to seal it? His ability is too dangerous. My brother and the higher-ups think I can't control him, so this is what happened. But brother has agreed to lift the seal on him now. The reason is probably that since Long is by my side, I can control anything that happens. Rias turned her head and looked at Nangong Long and said with a smile. Nangong Long knew about Gasper's situation, but he didn't bring it up on his own initiative. He was not sure if he could enlighten this super shut-in transvestite. Now, if all else fails, just throw him to Shaltir. Even though their prototypes are very different, they are of the same race after all, so there shouldn't be any problem. As for the abilities of the demon Godbarol, we'll see after he awakens. What kind of ability is that? Irina asked curiously. Akino spoke up to answer her question. The artifact he possesses is the evil eye that stops the world, which can stop the time of people and objects in his sight. What a terrifying ability, said Zenobia. Rias lifted the seal and opened the door, and the others followed her in. Gasper, you can come out now. No, I don't want to leave here. I'd rather stay here and never go out again in my life. Gasper's trembling voice came from the coffin. The kitten stepped forward and opened the coffin lid. Xiaojia poop. Don't want. Even though I know that the other person is a transvestite, she is still so cute that it's unfair. Nangong Long sighed. As for the idea of going after a man just because he knows she's a man, forget it. The world fell silent, and everyone except Gaspard and Nangong Long became motionless. Gaspard immediately ran to a corner and hid. Gu Gonglong walked up to him, squatted down, looked at him, and said, "How long can you hide? If you don't face up to your own power, you will only continue to hurt the people you care about and yourself." Gaspard was stunned. This was the first time he saw someone ignoring his abilities. He felt inexplicably happy. At this time, Gaspard's abilities stopped, and everyone returned to normal. "Hey, where are the people?" "Darling is missing too," Irina asked in confusion. "He was clearly there just now. How could he disappear in an instant?" "There," Rhea sighed and pointed to the corner. She probably knew what had just happened. "Look, our time has just stopped." Aquino answered the doubts of the church trio. Zenobia said in confusion, "Then why is the dragon okay?" Aquino covered her mouth and chuckled. "It seems that Gaspar's ability is ineffective against my deer." "Who are you? Why doesn't my ability work on you?" Rias came over and said, "He is Nangong Long, the host of Air Tian Long. He is a sophomore at Jiwang Academy and is your senior. They are my new followers, Bishop Asia, Knight Zenobia, and Soldier Irina. Gaspar, come with us." Gaspar shook his head like a rattle and looked like he would never leave. Rias could only sigh helplessly. "Do you think your abilities are terrifying?" Nangong Long asked. "Isn't it true? I never want to see the people I care about become motionless again." "Then you should train yourself until you can control your own power freely." "Impossible, can't do it." "How do you know it won't work if you haven't tried it? Besides, you're not the only one who has this ability." "What?" Gaspar looked incredulous, and so did the others. It turned out that this buggy ability was not unique. "Asia, can I pause your time for a moment?" Asia was stunned for a moment, then immediately nodded and said, "It's okay, Long San can do whatever you want of me." Nangong Long looked at Aisha and smiled. Aisha's pretty face suddenly turned red. "Time stops. Ah, dear, how many abilities do you have that I don't know about?" "Oh, darling, you won't use this trick to do whatever you want of me, will you?" Nangong Long lifted the magic, and Aishi looked at everyone in confusion. What happened? Aquino rolled her eyes and decided to tease Asia. "Long just did all sorts of things to you, but of course you can't feel it because your own time has stopped." "Hey, 197, really?" Asia's face turned red, and she was about to faint from excitement. Zenobia beside her couldn't bear it anymore and told her the truth. Asia felt a little disappointed. If you can control your own power skillfully, you can stop what you want to stop, and naturally it won't affect other people. I practiced this move for a long time before I could do it. At the beginning, once it is activated, the whole area will stop except for me. "Really, senior?" Nangong Long messed up Gaspar's hair. "Of course, you don't want to keep losing control of your power, and stop Rias and the others' time. And don't you want to respond to Rias's expectations of you?" Gaspar said excitedly. "Of course I do. I've always wanted to repay the president's kindness, but I can't do it. Every time I activate my ability uncontrollably." "No problem. I will train you very strictly until you can control your power freely." "Yes, senior," Gaspar responded loudly with unprecedented vigor. "Phew, finally done. If it doesn't work, I'll have to leave it to Shaltir, but then Gaspar might experience hellish terror." Rhea smiled beautifully. "I'll look forward to your growth, Gaspar. Senior Long, help me." Gaspar was running for his life in front, while Zenobia and Irina were chasing him with holy swords. Irina's weapon is already ready, and has all the abilities of the 7 holy swords. This was her own request. After all, she is already used to using the holy swords. In terms of power, it is even stronger than the one used by the church. However, Mir said that the one used by the church has split again. This is probably because Balpa's research was not thorough and the sword was only temporarily fused when it was put into battle. Xiao Jia, eat garlic. Oh no. The kitten was also having a lot of fun. Kiba watched the fun from the side. As for Asia, she was providing knee pillow for Nangong Long. Although Asia's body was not as elastic as Zenovia's, it was very soft and very comfortable to use as a pillow. Long sang, "Is everything okay?" Asia said with some concern. "Don't worry, they won't hurt him. Controlling a divine weapon requires physical strength, so some exercise will be good for him." "Oh, young man, are you enjoying yourself?" A strange voice suddenly sounded. "We're about to sign a peace agreement. Is it really okay for you to be so idle, Azazel, the governor of the fallen angels?" After hearing Nangong Long's words, the others immediately began to guard against Azazel as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Asia wanted to move, but didn't dare to because Nangong Long had no intention of getting up. Noticing Asia's uneasiness, Nangong Long pinched her cheek and said with a smile, "It's going to be okay." Seeing this, Zenobia and the others relaxed a little. They had unknowingly become dependent on Nangong Long. As expected of the host of Air Tian Long, he is really courageous. "What's up? I'm just very interested in you. After all, it's unprecedented for the Red Dragon Emperor and the White Dragon Emperor to reside in the same person. It's simply an abnormal existence. If possible, can you tell me how you merge these two god-killing tools with opposite abilities? Strength, lifespan, system bug. I don't recommend others to do this. Those with a short lifespan will definitely die on the spot." "Excuse me, do you have a long life?" "No limits." Azazel was slightly stunned and then smiled. "What a surprise. It seems the intelligence was wrong, and you are not human." The others did not look surprised. Rias had asked Nangong Long this question after the last Kokabil incident, so they all knew it. Reciprocity, letting that kid suck your blood, is the fastest way to master the power of the artifact. Nangong Long waved his hand and said, "You only know one side of the story. Gasper would probably die if he sucked my blood." Azazel's pupils shrank instantly. His theory was correct, so there was only one possibility that the other party himself was abnormal, which was interesting. In this case, we can only rely on training. The last question is about the fallen angels. I can introduce many beautiful female fallen angels to you. The target is the legendary dragon. They will be happy to accept it. The hostility of the women present instantly increased. "But Gasper, why are you so hostile?" "Forget it. You should manage your subordinates well. Be careful that I will kidnap all the beautiful fallen angels one day." Seeing Nangong Long's refusal, Azazel did not continue to force him. He just turned around and left with a big laugh. "If you can do it, come on." "Long Sam likes the fallen angel's sister," Asia said with her head down and tears in her eyes. Nangong Long raised his hand and pressed Asia's head lower, touching their lips. Asia stared with her big eyes, showing a cute, slightly dazed expression. After a long time, their lips parted, Asia's pretty face flushed, her fingers intertwined. She was so happy. I like Asia very much. So cunning. Darren wants it too. Kissing is also necessary. Let's start with kissing for a smooth birth. Senior, the kitten's face turned red. Mystical Research Society. Gasper, stay here. Let's go, Rias said. It would be more troublesome if we bring him here with us, Nangong Long said meaningfully. No need. I'll just stay here. Gasper refused in his heart. He didn't want to see anyone, let alone the big guys for various parties. Rias thought, will something happen? Not everyone wants peace. Nangong Long winked at Zenobia, who understood immediately and took out her holy sword and walked behind Gasper. Go or not? Can I just go? Please let me go. President, help me. This is so scary. Gasper said tremblingly. Rias understood the hidden meaning in Nangong Long's words, which was that someone might come to attack the venue to stop this meeting that would determine the future direction. If Gasper stayed here, he would most likely be used, and things would definitely become very bad. But my brother and others... Nangong Long naturally knew what Rias wanted to say, so he said directly, It's okay, I'm here. Meeting room. Sona, Rias and their families sat on chairs nearby, while Gasper hid in a cardboard box in a corner, which made Rias feel a little embarrassed. The demon's representatives are Surzex, Seraflu, and Demiurge. Originally, the demon high-ranking officials were opposed to Demiurge's participation in this meeting, but the four demon lords all vetoed it. Doing so was, on the one hand, to show Nangong Long their friendly attitude, and, on the other hand, to test Nangong Long's attitude towards the peace conference good. The only angel representative is Michael, and the only fallen angel representative is Azazel. Nangong Long also sat at the conference table to represent himself. First, they talked about the previous Kokabil incident, and then the big guys argued with each other. The difference is that Kokabil is dead, and Azazel didn't pursue the matter. He didn't like the war madman. He didn't kill him before, just for the sake of his former comrades. Now that he is dead, he just feels a little sad. Enough of the nonsense. Let's discuss the signing of a peace agreement, said Azazel. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect that the fallen angels would be the first to bring up this matter. What do you think about this matter? Azazel looked at Nangong Long and asked you. No opinion. What do you want to pursue in a nutshell? Women, Azazel asked. The girls all listened carefully and were very curious. Maybe it's strength. If you're not strong enough, you can't live freely. There will always be layers of restraints. If you are too weak, you can't protect anything. Rias and Aquino were quite touched. If Nangong Long had not been strong enough, one of them would have been forced to marry and the other might have died. I see. So you can live as you please? Do you object to us signing a peace treaty? I don't mind. Rias and the others probably don't want to keep fighting. The girls felt warm in their hearts. At this time, an unexpected situation broke out and Juwang Academy was invaded. Since there was no chance to attack Gasper, the magicians could only fight head-on with the subordinates of the three forces guarding outside. The floor lit up with the light of a magic circle, which was the symbol of Leviathan, but it was from a previous generation. Hello, Lord Zeeks, the current Demon Lord. What's going on with Katria, the former heir of the Leviathan bloodline? Surzex asked in a deep voice. Of course we are destroying you. We don't want you to get what you want. You're from the unfortunate group, right? Azazel said, 907. The group of disaster? Everyone present except Nangong Long and Demiurge had an expression of confusion. A bunch of lunatics who only want to destroy the world. Their boss is Orpheus, Azazel explained. Haha, you're only half right. We plan to re-establish order after the destruction, and we will be the masters of a new world. Nangong Long kept staring at her, but she seemed to have misunderstood what he meant. I guess you're the host of Air Tian Long who has become famous recently. Haha, don't look at me like that. I have heard a little about your strength. If you're willing to join us, you can choose any beauty you want. It is not a problem to change one every day. Even I will do whatever you like. Rias and the others exuded strong hostility. It seems your woman is angry. Kateria smiled indifferently. You seem to have misunderstood something. I think you just feel like you are mentally retarded. Kateria's smile froze. Aquino couldn't help laughing out loud, and the other girls couldn't help but twitch their lips, their eyes full of smiles, Seb. Nangong Long looked at Azazel and asked, Why do you all think I can be bribed by beauty? Azazel smiled and said, Why not give it a try? What if it succeeds? There's nothing to lose. Rias looked at Asia and the others and asked quietly, What happened while I was away? Kaneko briefly described her encounter with Azazel. Rias frowned. Although she knew that Nangong Long would not abandon them, she still felt a sense of crisis. However, now is not the time to think about such things. The most urgent task was to face the external enemies. It's a standard villain statement. You're not strong enough and you talk a lot of nonsense. It would be strange if you didn't die, Nangong Long said calmly. Kateria couldn't bear it anymore and started to attack. Nangong Long knocked her out of the room with just one blow. Kateria was hit hard in the abdomen and vomited blood. Seeing Nangong Long taking action, Michael and the others were not idle either, but set up a barrier to cover the entire school. Otherwise, the surrounding human world would definitely be destroyed, which was not what they wanted to see. Demiurge rushed out and stood guard near Nangong Long to prevent anyone from disturbing the adults' battle. Although they were all ants and the adult didn't care at all, it would be his dereliction of duty if he allowed others to disrupt the battle. Rias and the others also fought with the magicians and would glance at Nangong Long from time to time. Gasper stayed on the side of the Demon King. He could not control his own power skillfully, so he could only do this for the time being. It seems that there's a traitor among us, and the other party is obviously well prepared, said Azazel. How much do you know about the group of disaster? Michael asked. Not many. I only know that they have integrated a lot of terrorists, led by the infinite dragon god Orpheus. But I don't think Orpheus would think so much. I guess he is just the nominal boss. That's all I know. You guys are enough to maintain the barrier. I'm going out to help. There are only a few fallen angels left, and he doesn't want their number to continue to decrease sharply. Seeing that she was no match for Nangong Long, Kateria decisively decided to take the Orpheus snake, but as soon as she took it out, Nangong Long teleported away. Nangong Long was not used to waiting for the other party to strengthen before taking action. Moreover, his own strength was like that. How much could he strengthen? Instead of wasting it on her, he might as well study it himself. He was still very interested in my strength. Give it back to me. Kateria roared and rushed over. But that was meaningless. The only reason she could live this long was because Nangong Long didn't take it seriously. He was analyzing the composition of the magic circle. After he finished, he planned to move over to see if he could find Menglong. No matter how Kateria attacked, she was simply abused, and all the big guys couldn't help but be amazed. He was able to completely defeat the heir to the former Demon King's bloodline without using the Divine Destroyer tool. No wonder he lost so miserably in the first place, thought Surzex. Unable to bear the humiliation, Kateria's arm turned into a tentacle and wrapped around Nangong Long's right arm. Die with me, Kateria yelled madly. Nangong Long didn't even look at her. The analysis was complete, and he was going to do the reverse transfer. Senior, after the explosion, the girls did not see Nangong Long and stood there in a daze. Rias lost all her strength and fell to the ground, becoming dazed. Seeing this, Demiurge ordered his men to protect them. These men were not the demon servants he summoned, but the demons from the underworld who had surrendered to him. Surzex saw that there was no change in Demiurge's expression and immediately realized that things were not as they thought. He also sensed a fluctuation of teleportation magic just now. Rias Nangong Long, everything is fine. Cheer up quickly. A glimmer of light appeared in the girl's eyes, and they turned to look at the Demon King. Do you think Demiurge is furious? Yes, considering Demiurge's loyalty. If Nangong Long really had something wrong, he would have killed him a long time ago. My lord, I just reversed the transfer. The princess candidates don't need to worry. Hearing this, the girls breathed a sigh of relief. I was really scared to death. Surzex and the others thought, on the other hand, is her attainment in magic so high? You know, Graphia, who is very good at magic, has only analyzed a small part of the magic circle composition so far. On the other side, Nangong Long had moved to the magician's location, but he did not see Orpheus, so it seemed that this was not their headquarters. I really don't know where so many magicians come from. They are so densely packed together. No wonder they are teleported to Jiwon College in an endless stream. As human beings, why should they obey the orders of the devil or the orders of Orpheus? Is it for fame, fortune, or power? Maybe it's just a dream. After all, none of them are afraid of death and are like the Death Squad. One thing is very strange. It seems that there are more female magicians. Nangong Long used his meteor shower to eliminate the magicians before they could react. Wally, wearing ice blue armor, seized the moment when Azazel relaxed and took decisive action. It seems that even if he didn't have the White Dragon King's wings of light to reside in him, he still had another artifact residing in him. Wally was not in the meeting room, but was outside on guard duty. TV. Wally, when? Azazel asked as he stood up from the pit. They contacted me not long ago, and I think that place is more suitable for me. Sorry, Azazel. It seemed that I'm getting old too, Azazel said with some self-mockery. Nangong Long, who had just been teleported back, happened to see this scene. Darling, are you okay? Irina, who was closest, ran over and asked, Senior, how are you? The girls all gathered around, looking concerned. I'm fine. We've dealt with the magicians at the teleportation array. The only ones left are here. The two fighting parties also noticed that the transmission had stopped. The magician seemed a little panicked and began to retreat. Then, Yui Long looked at Azazel and said, "What? Are you going to stage a father-son feud?" Nangong Long didn't care too much about Wally's armor. Some deviations were normal. How could it remain unchanged? "We are not father and son," said Wally. Azazel's eyes darkened, then immediately returned to normal without anyone noticing. "Want to fight me?" Azazel said with a smile. "It's not bad to fight with you, but I want to fight him more now." Wally turned his gaze to Nangong Long and said. The invading magicians were wiped out in a short while, but Wally did not waver at all. He must have confidence in his own strength and could retreat even if he could not win. Nangong Long did not reply and directly activated the Forbidden Hand, and the red and white armor instantly covered his entire body. The two of them rose straight up into the sky. The two men fought extremely fast, and except for the bigwigs from each side, no one else could see clearly how the battle went on. It is obvious that the fight ended up like this because Nangong Long let them win. As for the reason, it's not bad to make friends. After repairing the damaged armor, Vala smiled and said, "You are indeed very strong, but you probably haven't released the full calendar yet." At this moment, another person suddenly broke into the barrier. "It looks like Katria has failed. Valley, we should leave. They are preparing to go to war with the Aesir. Is the time up yet?" "Yes. My name is Meiho. Please give me your guidance." Qing Long. The monkey stuck the long stick into the ground, and a dark hole appeared. The two men slipped in, and Nangong Long did not stop him. "I will definitely become stronger and let you use your full strength," Wally said before disappearing. "Who is he?" Rias asked, looking at her brother. "Descendant of the Fighting Buddha, a monkey demon who inherited son Wukong's power." Arias was surprised. Frankly speaking, the Monkey King in Nangong Long's heart is only that unruly and fearless demon monkey. How can I describe this world? I can't say I like him or hate him. I just think of him as another person with the same name. "Sorry, it's our turn to cause you trouble this time," said Surzex apologetically. End section Yin 7*. "Forget it. I have a traitor on my side as well," Azazel said helplessly. "Let's not pursue this matter for now. The most urgent task is to sign a peace agreement as soon as possible and work together to find a way to deal with the Trouble Group," said Michael. "Indeed, it looks like the Misfortune Group is preparing to attack the Northern Gods. I'll leave it to you to explain Odin's side. Understand, even if you were to tell him, he probably wouldn't believe it. In the end, the three major forces signed a peace agreement prohibiting all fighting. There will naturally be people who are unwilling to obey, but this can only be resolved little by little over time." Azazel chose to stay in Ju Academy temporarily to teach Gasper, and Nangong Long did not object. Although he had already obtained the method of making the artifact, Azazel had studied the possibility of the artifact's evolution more thoroughly. The most important thing was that he was also happy to have some free time. 2 days later, Nangong Long was walking towards the shrine. This matter started this morning. Before leaving for school, Akino secretly asked him to meet here. She must have already dealt with Rias. Otherwise, if they were in the same class, Rias would definitely find out if he skipped class. When he reached the end of the stairs, he saw Akino, dressed in a shrine maiden costume, waiting for him with a smile on her face. "Let's go in." Akino took Nangong Long's hand and walked towards the shrine. "Give." Zhu Nai brought the freshly brewed tea to Nangong Long, and then sat down next to him. "Can I tell you a story?" Nangong Long nodded. Judging from Akino's expression, she seemed to want to confide in him. Zhu Nai began to talk about his childhood and the days when he was hunted down and had to hide everywhere. "Until that day, I really thought I was going to die, but you showed up without any reason and were willing to stand in front of me. At that moment, I felt really relieved." Akino placed her hand on her chest. "Every time you come to see me is my happiest day." At first I didn't know what that meant, but later I realized that I had fallen hopelessly in love with you. At this point, Akino pulled her shirt down her waist, and then turned her back to him, revealing her completely different wings. One was the wings of a fallen angel, The other was the wings of a devil. Are you willing to accept me, a person with filthy blood? On the surface, Akino never showed anything, but she was always concerned about the fact that she had the blood of a fallen angel. Nangong Long pulled Akino into his arms. Do you think I care? Akino smiled with tears in her eyes and said, I guess you don't. Then why do you think so much? Wouldn't it be reassuring if I didn't ask? Nangong Long rubbed Akino's hair vigorously and said with a smile, It feels much better if you talk about it now. Akino leaned on his Bakiki shoulder, feeling very happy and at ease. Actually, your worries are completely unnecessary. I knew your background a long time ago. Akino looked surprised. She had only told Rias about this matter, but she had already told Rias to tell him about it herself, so it shouldn't be Rias who told him. So the most likely possibility is... Akino stared at him with wide eyes. You are not. After saying goodbye to you, I went to Himajima's house on purpose. Akino showed an expression that said, As expected. After all, I'm worried about those stubborn old men, so it's necessary to warn them. Did you interrogate them? No, I want to protect you. It has nothing to do with your background. A warm feeling flowed through Akino's heart. She stretched out her slender jade finger and poked his chest, smiling sweetly. Do you know how much harm you can do to others? Then he continued, Then how did you know that? It was your cousin Suzaku who told me. She stood up despite the angry gazes of the family elders and told me about you. She also asked me to take good care of you, Nangong Long said with a smile. Akino rolled her eyes at him in a slightly flirtatious manner. Cousin? Then your cousin's situation should be very bad. But I heard that she is now the head of the Himajima family. I don't think those old guys would be so kind. It must be something you did. You have a cousin who cares about you so much, so of course I won't let anything happen to her, so I might as well threaten those old guys. Very much like you. However, I haven't contacted my cousin since I went home. Akino's expression became a little depressed. I'll go back with you to see her sometime. Yeah, Akino responded with a smile. By the way, what are you going to do if I say I dislike you? Nangong Long teased. If that's the case, I can only use all my tricks to make you fall in love with me. Anyway, I will never leave you. But the problem is that I have absolutely no experience, Akino said with a smile, sticking out her tongue. Akino, who usually looks like an older sister, is extremely lethal when she acts cute. Nangong Long rubbed Akino's hair and said with pity, It's stupid. Akino looked at him with watery eyes. I can't help it. It's your fault for stealing someone's heart. You have to take responsibility for this. As long as you are willing, I will always be with you. Of course, even if you regret it now, I will not let you go. Akino blushed and smiled sweetly. I won't regret it. I will rely on you for the rest of my life. Junai's face turned redder than ever, and even her body turned red. Finally, she mustered up the courage to whisper in Nangong Long's ear. I want you. After the lovemaking, Akino looked a little tired and looked at the man she loved with warm eyes. Can you bring me a pillow? Akino said, pointing to a corner of the room. Nangong Long came over with a quilt and a pillow, and Junai pointed her waist to indicate that they should be placed underneath. Akino touched her belly and smiled. It's hard for demons to get pregnant. I hope this can increase the chance a little bit. You want to have a baby at such a young age? I'm just making preparations early. After all, I don't know when I'll get pregnant. It could take a year or two, or even longer. But if I'm lucky and get pregnant right away, I will choose to give birth to the baby. I want to give birth to your child first, but what is my goal now? As they were chatting, Junai fell asleep. Nangong Long covered the two of them with the quilt he had just brought, and then closed his eyes to rest. It was not until the evening that Akino woke up, rubbed her sleepy eyes, and said, There is a hot spring behind the shrine. I'll take you there. There are yukatas there. After putting on a yukata, Nangong Long carried Junai horizontally and went to the hot spring. After taking a bath, the two returned home wearing yukata. The girls knew what was going on, and they went back to their own rooms to sleep at night, leaving Nangong Long's room to Akino. The same was true for Hage and Sona. The next morning, Akino kissed Nangong Long on the cheek. Good morning kiss. After breakfast, Everyone went to school as usual. The semester would end in a few days, and summer vacation was about to begin. During the break, Zenobia walked to Nangong Long's desk. I was too impatient last time. Having a baby should be done slowly. Having a baby? The class suddenly fell silent, staring at the two in amazement. Zenobia remained calm as she took out various condoms from her skirt pocket and continued. Let's practice this first. Darling is mine, said Irina, a classmate. There was a gleam of excitement in Kiryu Aika's eyes. Here, Asia should use it too. Asia took the condom in a small square package with a lot of questions in her head. Kiryu Aika 24 whispered something in her ear, and Asia's face immediately turned red. Nangong Long stood up and rubbed Zenovia's hair and said with a smile, It seems like I need to work on your common sense. You should talk about this kind of thing at home instead of in front of many people. Do you understand? It's so complicated, I don't understand it at all. Forget it. You will understand it slowly in the future. Lift. As for the discussions around you, just ignore them. Ever since Nangong Long solved her prayer headache problem, Zenobia has had a good impression of him, but she herself doesn't quite understand these things now. Asia, you have to work harder, otherwise the dragon will be taken away. Kiryu Aika is encouraging Asia. Asia blushed and muttered, I won't be able to snatch it away, but I'm already far behind President Rias and the others, so I really need to work harder. I didn't hear what you said. Asia waved her hands quickly. Nothing. Kiryu didn't ask too much, but changed the subject. How are you going to plan your summer vacation? I will go back to my hometown with Rias, Nangong Long replied. Yeah. Have you and Rias-senpai progressed to the stage where you meet their parents often? Kiryuhara asked in surprise. Her exclamation caused the classmates in the class to talk about it again. There's no chance. Yeah, I'm no match for her at all. Rias-senpai is so pretty and has a great body. I'm completely defeated. You can't say that. As long as we take a step back, we still have a chance. Take a step back? Yeah, look, aren't Zenobia, Asia, and Irina all staying by Nangong's side? It's rumored that the student council president also has a close relationship with him, and, well, you can try. Makes sense? Some girls nodded in agreement, while others seemed a little hesitant. DX, damn handsome guy, the evil winner. So envious. Boys are still envious and jealous. During class, Kiryu Aika passed a note to the teacher when he wasn't paying attention. Busy man, can you give me 1 day of your vacation? Okay, it's settled. Call me when you get back. After the paper note game was over, Kiryu Aika turned around, blinked, and showed a sweet smile that was unusually sweet. Everyone in the Mystery Research Society is discussing going to the underworld. I go back every year at this time, but this year I have a lot to do. The new generation of demons is having a party. We also need to practice to become stronger. I didn't expect that I would go to hell while I'm still alive. What a strange feeling, Asia exclaimed in amazement. Ah, yes, I have become a devil. It is only natural for me to go to hell. Heaven is no longer possible. Zenobia and Irina were in trouble. Rias, please move the time forward by 1 day. I plan to take you to Nazarick, said Nangong Long. Rias was stunned for a moment, then nodded and replied, Good. Sang Na, come with us, and then we'll go back to the seedy family's territory. Well, I'll tell my sister. Well, then I'll inform teacher Azazel. After all, he has to go back with us too, Rias said. I can finally go to your base camp. I'm so excited, Meow. I'm getting excited. The day of departure soon arrived, and when Nangong Long and his group arrived at the station, Azazel, Kiba, Gasper, and Shiro Chimoto were already there. Shiro Kechimoto is the most miserable. His love affair ended before it even began. Everyone boarded the train to the underworld. I heard that you plan to take Rias and the others to your territory. I wonder if I can go with you, Azazel asked. Not this time. I will invite you next time if I have the chance. Then I'll look forward to it, Azazel said with a smile. And then he closed his eyes and fell asleep. Junai walked to Nangong Long and sat on his lap, leaning close to his ear and saying, I will satisfy you with all the sexy things during this trip. Meow. So cunning. I'm the next one, Meow. Yes, August. "What are you doing?" Rias, who came back from the previous car, said with a red aura all over her body. The noisy daily life began again. Nangong Long and his group got off the train when they arrived at Gremory's territory, while Azazel continued to take the train to the Demon King's territory. "What should we do next?" Rias asked. "I will use teleportation magic to reach Nazarick directly. Everyone get ready." "Good." In the blink of an eye, everyone arrived at the great underground tomb of Nazarick. Rias and the others were surprised. Although the building was magnificent, it looked a bit dilapidated. However, if you look closely, you will find that someone cleans it regularly. "Is this the place? But why are some things broken?" Rias asked. "This place feels like a cemetery." Aquino expressed everyone's thoughts. "It feels so eerie, Meow." "That's right. How could there be no cemetery in the great underground tomb of Nazarick?" "Huh. Darling lives in a cemetery." Irina shuddered. "You are right, but we are on the surface now. I live on a lower level. I will take you in to have a look." Knowing that the master had returned, Albedo and Lucy used the guild ring to teleport to the first floor. As soon as Lucy saw Nangong Long, she pounced on him. "Did you miss me, sir?" Lucy looked up at Nangong Long and smiled. Albedo couldn't help but raise her eyebrows and said in a serious tone, "Lucy, there are other people here. Please be aware of the impact." Lucy let go of Nangong Long's hand, then pointed at Rias and the others and said, "What does it matter? We are all sisters from now on anyway." Nangong Long walked up to Albedo and hugged her. "Don't be so serious. We are all family. Just be more relaxed like the two of us when we are together." "Yeah," Albedo replied with a blushing face. "Would you like to introduce yourself?" Sona said. "Albedo, the chief guardian, is the one who manages Nazarick for me when I'm away." "Lucy, guardian of the 10th floor." Afterwards, Yugong Long introduced Leah Siwin and the others. As everyone walked into the underground floor, the eerie feeling became even stronger. The first 3 underground floors are all graveyards. The guardian of the first 3 floors is Shaltir, who is currently out on a mission. "There's nothing to see here. Let's go straight to the 4th floor." "Uh-huh." The girls nodded quickly in response. They didn't want to keep visiting the cemetery. The 4th floor is an underground lake. The mines on the 9th floor are mainly used to forge weapons. Your holy sword, Irina, was produced here. Oh, Irina looked around with shining eyes. #Tours. "I'm the manager," Lucy said, pointing at herself. Rias and the others looked at the sky with surprised expressions. Angels and fallen angels flew across the sky from time to time, and the least angels had 6 wings. The floating island is divided into several areas, each inhabited by creatures from the 10th layer, and various medicinal herbs are grown on the ground. "How magical! Angels and fallen angels are together," Shinra Tsubaki said in surprise. "This is very common in Nazarick. You will get used to it slowly," Lucy said with a smile. "The 11th floor is where I live." Rias and the others were completely shocked by the level of luxury before them. I take back what I said before. Darling, the place you live in is too luxurious. The last floor is between the thrones. This is roughly the structure of Nazarick. As for the areas of each level, we will take a closer look later. We'll stay here tonight. If you need anything, remember to call the maid and don't walk around by yourself. There are many dangerous places here. Got it, Meow? Yeah, I understand. The next day, Nangong Long took Rias and the others back to the territory of Gremory. After all, they had other things to do and couldn't stay in Nazarick forever. This trip to Nazarick was an eye-opener for the girls. Although they didn't see the whole thing, the aura of each of the guardians they met was terrifyingly strong. They also learned another thing, that is, Albedo and Lucy are strong enemies, both of whom are rare beauties. Dear, is Sister Albedo also a fallen angel? Aquino had this question yesterday, but never found the chance to ask it. No, she is a demon, but her wings are more like a fallen angel. I see. Dragon, are all the guardians as strong as Demiurge? Rias asked, and the others listened carefully. No. Hearing this, the girls breathed a sigh of relief. If they were all that strong, they couldn't even imagine it. But Nangong Long's next words made them realize that they were still too naive. Demiurge's strength is not very strong among the Guardians. He's a Guardian who tends to be in charge of the overall situation and is very intelligent. DUT. The girl's gasp was so scary. I'm curious about who is the strongest among the Guardians. The strongest individual is the Demon Dragon King Dane. You also met him yesterday. Yeah, the 6th floor Dragon Island Lake. I remember it, meow. We have no idea what you mean. Can you change it to a way that we understand? Asked Songna. Nangong Long thought for a moment and said, even if the two Tianlongs join forces, they can't defeat Dane. That's probably it. This is too strong, Songna said with some stammering. The others also showed expressions of disbelief. In the game, the dragon race is also superior to other races. Many world-class bosses are powerful dragons. It is estimated that the game designers really prefer the dragon race. That's why Nangong Long created the Demon Dragon King Dane. In addition, he spent a lot of effort and consumed countless precious materials. It would be unreasonable if Dane was not strong. Nangong Long touched Songna's hair and said, stay calm and keep a normal mind. Normal mind? Only you can say such a shocking thing with a calm face. Hage jumped onto Nangong Long's back and said with a sweet smile, as expected, my dear, you are amazing. Huh? Come down quickly, Rhea said loudly. No. Soon everyone split into two groups. Sona and her family went to the station to return to the Seedy family's territory, while Rias returned to the Gremory family. Rias and her group were riding in a luxurious carriage towards the Gremory family's castle. When the princess of the Gremory family returned, there was naturally a red carpet on the floor and maids to welcome her. Welcome home, miss. Last time I came in a hurry and it ended in a fight, so I didn't say hello to Rias's parents. This must be the celestial dragon emperor, Rias' mother Venolana said with a smile. How could she not know Nangong Long? After all, she had attended the banquet last time and just used this sentence to start the topic. Since the host of the Red Dragon Emperor and the White Dragon Emperor is the same person, it is not appropriate to call either one of them individually. So now the underworld calls him the Heavenly Dragon Emperor. Hello, Auntie. I am Nangong Long. Nice to meet you. I'm Rias's mother, Venolana Gremory. Please give me your guidance. Before dinner, rooms were assigned to everyone, but the girls didn't care about their own rooms at all. Instead, they memorized Nangong Long's room very seriously. Probably they were planning to raid at night, as usual. As for the timid Gasper, he was directly thrown to Kiba. 8:90 after arranging the room, Nangong Long and his party went to the dining room for dinner. After chatting for a while, Rias's mother looked at Nangong Long and said, would you like to learn some aristocratic etiquette and the history of demons? No need. Auntie, I'm a doctor. Oh well, when are you and Rias going to? Before Rias's father could finish his words, he was interrupted by Rias, who blushed. Father, mother, that's enough. I've been asking you nonstop since just now. Have you ever considered my feelings? Venolana's smile disappeared, and her expression became extremely stern. Shut up, Rias. Do you know how big of an impact the last time the engagement was canceled had? Your father and Surzex spent a lot of effort just to appease those high-ranking devils. There were even nobles who said that the Devil King's willful sister used the legendary dragon to force the engagement to be canceled. Rias's face turned very ugly, and it was obvious that she was very angry. You want to say that you have nothing to do with your brother, but others don't think so, especially now that the three major forces have signed a treaty. More people are watching you. Nangong Long frowned. He was very angry. He had not paid much attention to the affairs of the underworld since the last disturbance at the banquet. The demons who attended the banquet should not talk nonsense, but it is not certain. Of course, it is more likely that those who did not attend said it. After all, the news about what happened at the last banquet has been blocked, and basically no one else will know about it except those who were present. This will not be a deterrent to the demons that did not attend. Seeing Nangong Long's expression, Rias's parents' faces tightened. Could it be that he said something unnecessary? It might be terrible. Looking at Rias, who was extremely angry but unable to refute, Nangong Long held her soft hand and motioned for her to sit down first. Then Nangong Long looked at her parents and said, "We all agreed before that if Rias wins, the engagement will be canceled. You all agreed, didn't you? So it's unreasonable for Aunt to blame Rias for this. And this matter is ultimately caused by you, Aunt, acting on your own initiative without considering Rias's feelings before making the engagement. I don't understand why you are so obsessed with pure-blooded demons. Are pure-bloods necessarily strong? To put it bluntly, it's just a symbol, but what's the use of that? Of course, I understand the thinking of big families. To enjoy a better life than ordinary people since childhood, you have to make more sacrifices." Aquino and the others looked puzzled, wondering why he had changed his personality today. But even though I understand, I still oppose doing this. Cece, is this really the right way? Rias's parents didn't know what expression to make. Why did they say the previous sentence if they were against it? As for Rias's willfulness, so what? I am willing to spoil her and let her be willful for the rest of her life. If the other party wasn't Rias's parents, he wouldn't bother to reason with them. Rias even forgot to be angry and looked at him lovingly with tears in her eyes. Nangong Long wiped away her tears. "Why are you crying? If you become ugly, I won't love you anymore." "Humph, you dare." Rias blushed slightly, but still leaned on his shoulder. The other girls showed envy in their eyes, but Hage was quite indifferent. After all, Nangong Long had caused a big fuss for her last time. Seeing this, Rias's parents smiled. They also want to see the two of them being together. "The noble's gossip will soon disappear. You can rest assured about that," Nangong Long said with a smile. Although Nangong Long was smiling, everyone could sense something unusual. "What do you want to do?" Venelana asked. "Nothing, just to make them shut up." It wasn't until a few days later that Rias's parents realized how big of a storm such a simple sentence had caused. At night, before the girls could sneak over, Nangong Long summoned Demiurge. "Your subordinate. I pay my respects to you, my lord." "Get up." Demiurge stood up and stood respectfully aside. "I'm very angry now." Demiurge's expression changed instantly, looking very ugly. This was a dereliction of duty on the part of his subordinates. "Please let me know, sir. I will immediately solve the problem that makes you unhappy. Some people have been talking about Rias breaking off the engagement recently. I don't want to hear any of this nonsense. Do you understand?" "Yes. I will immediately make them shut up forever." Demiurge was already furious. He actually angered the lord he respected, which was a crime worthy of death. Demiurge has recently focused on building the palace and collecting materials for making artifacts, so he has neglected the collection of information from other aspects. "Sir, I request to mobilize the troops of Nazarick." "Yes, except for the guardians who are out on missions. The rest of the troops are at your disposal." "Yes, I will do it right away. Do it cleanly and leave no evidence." "Clear." The reason for doing this is that they don't want to point the finger at Rias. Another reason is that if they knew who did it, the underworld might unite to deal with him. Of course, Nangong Long wouldn't care about this, but it wouldn't be good to kill all the demons, so he had to keep a low profile. The next day, Nangong Long and the girls went to a gathering of new generation demons held in the Demon King's territory. Rias was very popular on the road. Just like in school, she was also a popular idol in the underworld. After arriving at the gathering place, everyone took the elevator to the venue. While walking in the corridor, Rias saw an acquaintance. "Long time no see, Rias." "Yeah, long time no see. He is Sarorg, my maternal cousin. I am Saror Ball, the successor of the Ball family." The church trio showed surprised expressions. They naturally knew how high the Ball family's status in the underworld was, second only to the devil. This was not something they learned after reincarnating as a demon, but something they had to remember in the church before. "This must be the Dragon Emperor who defeated Phoenix," Sarorg said. Nangong Long extended his hand to Sarorg and said with a smile, "Nangong Long, do you mind making friends?" Junai and the others were surprised. Nangong Long rarely took the initiative to make friends with any demon. He looked down on the demon leaders, but he actually made friends with the successor of the family. Even though the other party was from the Ball family, Nangong Long would definitely not covet the other party's power and status with his strength. Sarorg was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted and held Nangong Long's hand. With great pleasure. By the way, what are you doing here, Sarorg? Rias asked. There was a loud bang and the sound of something breaking. Sarorg showed an annoyed expression. This is why. Rias walked toward the place where the sound came from, and the others followed behind. When I opened the door, I saw the damaged hall and the remains of tables and chairs. Two groups of people were confronting each other in the center of the hall. Their momentum was growing stronger and stronger, and they were ready to fight at any time. The other demons were sitting around watching the fun. Even if we kill you here, the top management won't say anything, Sigvira said coldly. Who cares about you? You be ***ch. I just saw that no one wanted you, so I was kind enough to take you to the private room to have some fun, Jeffidal roared fiercely. Just as Sarorg was about to step forward to resolve the situation, he was stopped. Nangong Long placed his hand on Sarorg's shoulder and said, Let me do it. It's a good time to try out a new trick. Good. Darling said a new trick, do you know? Irina whispered. Asia shook her head. Someone's going to be in trouble. Aquino chuckled. Nangong Long walked to the middle of the confrontation between the two parties, looked at Jeffidal, and said calmly, Don't you even look at your own moral character? How can you be so confident as to book a room with a beautiful woman? Stop meddling in other people's business. Little b*******************. D. Jeffidal was courting death. Jeffidal doesn't know any Nangong Long, and he doesn't care about such unimportant things. The most important thing for him is to eat, drink, have fun, and sleep with girls. Sigvira's pupils shrank instantly. She was not an idiot. She recognized Nangong Long as soon as he appeared. Moreover, she had accidentally heard the conversation of the elders of the family. Nangong Long seemed to have defeated the two demon kings without any damage. Since then, she had been asking around to find out the details. But every time Nangong Long was mentioned, the elders of the family immediately changed their faces and kept silent. They just told her not to offend Nangong Long and that it was best to make friends with him. With her wisdom, she immediately understood that it was probably true that he defeated the two demon kings. He's dead, Hage muttered. There was a slight deviation in what Hage said, because Nangong Long had no intention of letting him go from the beginning. The Red Dragon Emperor's caged hands appeared, and Nangong Long raised his hands to cast magic at Jeffidal. Blazing fire. Flames burst out from a magic circle in his hand and hit Jeffidal. At first, this move can only be used by roaring, but after becoming proficient in it, you can control it as you wish. DBP. Jeffidal's whole body was on fire, and he wailed incessantly. Save me quickly. Jeffidal pulled his followers for help. The relatives around were about to come up to help put out the fire, but the next scene made them want to run away immediately. The same flames were seen burning on the bodies of the followers captured by Jeffidal. And another person screamed. The demons around could not help but tremble when they saw this scene. They could not bear to watch this scene anymore, so they ran away. The smart ones moved quietly towards the door. Save me. The two burning people randomly pulled the people around them, resulting in only a few of his followers being left. After all, a little contact would burn the whole body. The rest of the demons were fine and ran away quickly. Sigvira also wanted to run, but she didn't dare to. What if she made Nangong Long unhappy and he burned her too? The thought of it was scary. Not long after, Jeffidal and others were burned to ashes. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, you might have thought that this person didn't exist at all. The surviving family members ran away in disgrace without saying a single harsh word and went back to report to the head of the family and then seek revenge. Unfortunately, when they did so, they were executed first. But that happened later. Seeing Nangong Long turn around and looked at her, Sigvira couldn't help but shudder and said, Zero. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have disrupted the venue. Before Sigvira could finish her words, she was interrupted by Nangong Long. Why are you apologizing? You did nothing wrong. Do you think it's right for him to want to have S***X with you? How is it possible? Who wants to do that kind of trash? Sigvira retorted loudly. Feeling that she had lost her composure, She quickly covered her mouth and glanced at Nangong Long cautiously. Seeing that he was not angry, she felt relieved. After all, Jeffidal was in trouble just because of a disagreement. "Oh, then do you want to come with me?" Nangong Long said with a wicked smile. Sikvera was stunned, not knowing if he was serious. She didn't want to agree, but didn't dare to refuse. It's just a joke to liven up the atmosphere." "You're too nervous," Nangong Long said with a smile. Sigvira breathed a sigh of relief. She almost nodded in agreement just now, but had no choice due to the pressure. She still remembered what her family elders said, and of course she could not rule out the possibility that the other party looked much more pleasing to the eye than Jeffidal. "And look over there, my eyes are about to burst into flames." Looking in the direction that Nangong Long pointed, Sikvera saw Rias and the others looking at them with piercing eyes. "The party is about to start. Adjust your breath. See you later." 7. "It's not that difficult to get along with her," thought Sikvera. Nangong Long returned to Rias. Rias said unhappily, "Flirting with girls again." Nangong Long touched Rias's red hair and said with a smile, "My lovely princess, please don't be angry." Snort. "Cheer me, meow. I want a darling too." I'm angry too. Besides, can you put away the smile on your face before you get angry?" "Junai," Nan Guanlong complained his heart. The eyes of the demons around them almost popped out of their heads. They didn't expect that the Dragon Emperor, who was so decisive and murderous just now, had such a side to him. Soon, special personnel came to repair the damaged venue. Rias and the others found a nice spot and sat down. "Meow, what was that flame 630 just now?" "I think it's so dangerous," Hage said with his eyes wide open and trying to be cute. Sarah wanted to ask, but when he thought that this was someone else's special move, he held back. No malicious cuteness allowed. Kuroka pouted and retorted, "No, I'm cute anyway. How about we go to the private room over there to chat?" Hage suggested to Nangong Long with a smile. "No," Rias rejected immediately. "If you count me in, I can stand on your side, Hage," Akino said with her hands covering her mouth. "No problem, meow," Hage said, patting his chest. Sarah thought it would be better for him not to sit here for the time being. "I'll go sit over there and come back a minute." Nangong Long naturally understood what Sarah meant, so Chang'e stayed here to listen to other people's special moves. "No need, it's okay to stay here." Sarah did not refuse and sat back down. "I swear by the House of Ball that I will not tell anyone what I hear next." "Don't take it so seriously." "No, the so-called ultimate trick is to save your son first by letting as few people know about it as possible." Seeing his serious look, Nangong Long did not say that this was not a special move. Yinyan's flames were very strong, but Nangong Long had stronger moves than this, so it could only be considered a special move. The flame just now was Draig's ability when he was alive. It was also his ultimate move. It was the ultimate flame that burned everything. Once it touched, even gods and demon kings would be burned to ashes. Draig and Albion have long wanted to sneak into the artifact to regain their original power. Because the host is too strong, they are under great pressure. No matter how strong they are, they have to make it up to par. However, Nangong Long did not let them go. After all, sneaking into the artifact was too risky. If they were not careful, they would die. He did not like to do things that he was not sure of. Moreover, after being together for so long, Nangong Long had already regarded them as friends. How could he let them take risks? Therefore, Nangong Long did not let them act until they had thoroughly studied the artifact. Everyone gasped. If he's that strong, Jeffel should die soon, right? Rias asked, puzzled. Nangong Long smiled. Because I adjusted the power. Bad taste, but I like meow. I really want to fight you if I have the chance, Saror said with a smile. No problem. After Tsang Na came, they walked together to the renovated table in the middle of the hall and sat down. The followers stood behind their respective masters, while Hage, who was not a follower, stood behind Nangong Long. I'm a successor of the Sikvera and Agar's families. I'm Rias. Kangna Seed Diodora, successor to the House of Start. The 5 new generation demons have finished introducing each other. There were originally 6, but one of them just died. There won't be any problem in killing Jeffidal, Sigvira said worriedly to Nangong Long. It's okay, they won't say anything. Nangong Long waved his hand indifferently. So casual. Is this the spirit of a man who defeated 2 demon lords? Sigvira couldn't help but think. The door opened, and the servant came in to lead the new generation of demons to the room where the high-ranking demons were. The room is quite unique and hierarchical. The higher the status, the higher the seat. At the bottom are the new generation of demons and their followers standing in a line. Nangong Long naturally would not stand there as he was not a demon, so he walked to the sofa on the side while Hage followed behind him. Nangong Long came here to accompany Rias and Sona, and he was not here to listen to their speeches. Everyone knew this, so the Demon Kings prepared an area for him to rest in advance, and also prepared some special fruits from the underworld and placed them on the table. Hage took the lead and sat on the sofa and patted his thigh. The meaning was self-evident. Nangong Long lay down and enjoyed Hage's lap pillow. The demon leader couldn't help but twitch his lips and then pretended not to see it. Rias and the others looked at each other angrily and tried not to care about it. There was no way they could move freely like Kuroka now. Seeing this, Sigvila was more and more certain that the news she overheard was true, but for some reason, the top brass blocked the news from the people below. Seeing this, Sarah wondered how strong Nangong Long was to be treated like this. Diodora was immersed in her own delusional and suicidal plan. Hage ignored everyone, picked up the fruit, and fed it to Nangong Long, looking like she was just showing off her love. 0.2, a high-ranking demon who looked older began to speak, and Sigvira and others thought that he would mention the murder of Jeffidal. As a result, the reality was completely different from what they imagined. The demon leaders didn't even mention this person, as if this person didn't exist in this new generation gathering at all. Rias and the others were not surprised at all. How could the top management offend Nangong Long because of a worthless demon? They must be crazy. After the opening remarks, Sarah couldn't help but ask, I just want to know if we will be sent to deal with the group of disasters. Surzek stood up and said a bunch of things, something like you're the future of the underworld and can't be easily sent to the battlefield. Seeing this, Sarah didn't say anything more. The Demon King and the Demon High Command talked about their vision for the future of ranked games. Finally, can you talk about your future goals? My goal is to become the Demon King, Sarorg said without hesitation. The top brass were talking about it. After all, if a devil appeared in King Baal's family, it would definitely shock everyone. I want to win the championship in the ranking game. This is my short-term goal, Rias said seriously. After the other demons finished talking about their dreams, Nina stepped forward and told them his own dream. My dream is to build a ranking game school in the underworld. Such schools already exist. No, the school I want to build will teach everyone, whether it's a high-level demon or a low-level demon. My school will teach everyone. The high-ranking demons began to discuss, not hiding their ridicule. They attached great importance to the class of demons and looked down upon the so-called lower-level demons. Unspecified currents. What a dreamy girl. The little girl in the Seedy family is so naive. They actually want to establish a school that treats people in the same way as others. 24. There were a few high-ranking demons who said nothing and did not laugh at Songna, but they also thought that this was an unrealistic dream. The reason why they didn't express any opinions was because Nangong Long was present, and based on past events, they inferred that he would not sit idly by and watch his sister being bullied. Sure enough, the next moment, Nangong Long's slightly cold voice was heard. What a joke. Believe it or not, I will build a school on top of your graves. The senior executives who had laughed at Kangna's dream suddenly dared not say a word. The expressions on their faces were as ugly as if they had eaten a fly. They were so engrossed in the conversation that they even forgot that this evil star was still there. As for those who did not speak, they all congratulated themselves for their foresight. They had no doubt about the truthfulness of Nangong Long's words, and who knows how tall the grass on the grave would be by this time next year. Aquino and the others were having a hard time enduring it. They wanted to laugh, but couldn't, but their eyes had already turned into crescent shapes. Song Na felt warm inside as well. She smiled brightly in her heart, but tried hard to keep a blank expression on her face. Sarorg felt like his brain was freezing. What was going on? When did the higher-ups become so tolerant? Diodora began to doubt whether his plan to commit suicide was really right. But then he shook his head. He had the trouble group behind him, and their boss was the infinite dragon god Orpheus, so what was there to be afraid of? Sigvira felt that the truth might be even more exaggerated than she thought. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain the reaction of the higher-ups. The best proof was that the Demon King had no intention of blaming Nangong Long at all. I'm so curious and want to know the truth. Should I take the initiative to make friends with her? I'm a little envious of Sona, Sigvala thought. Saraflor looked down at the demon high-ranking officials without disguising her smile. Since she was the Demon King, those demons did not dare to say anything. It's good to be strong. You can slap people in the face at will. Oh, I'm so envious. I want to do the same, Sarafla thought. The top management felt very uncomfortable, as they usually used this kind of activities to show off and educate the younger generation. But this time they were slapped in the face in front of the younger generation. The most important thing was that they had to hold back their anger. The atmosphere became awkward for a moment, and Surzex had to come out to liven it up. How about a competition among the new generation? If you perform well in the competition, you can also realize your dreams. Demiurge stood up and said with a smile, "Why bother with so much trouble? As long as the princess has this intention, I can guarantee that within a week, every city in the underworld will have a school that provides education for all." At this point, Demiurge raised his hand to adjust his glasses, and his expression turned cold. There won't be any dissenting voices. The dead won't have any opinions. Saraflu kept winking at her sister, telling her to say something quickly and stop being in a daze, otherwise the underworld would be in trouble. Perhaps Saraflu's anxious thoughts were successfully transmitted, and Sona, who had come to her senses, hurriedly said, "Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty, but this is my dream, and I think it would be more valuable to realize it through my own efforts. You are too polite, Princess. You could just call me Demiurge. I am just your subordinate, and cannot bear the title of Your Majesty." Given Demiurge's level of loyalty, it would be impossible for him to let the princess call him Your Majesty. That would just cause chaos. Seeing that Demiurge didn't seem to be joking, Sona nodded. "Why just said, since it is the princess's own wish, I will not interfere." The other demon kings breathed a sigh of relief, and Sarafla gave Sona a look that said, "You did a great job." The senior executives present decided not to care about this matter. If you can't afford to offend me, why not just hide away? Princess? The demon king calls himself his subordinate? What is all this? The uninformed new generation of demons are in a mess. Seeing their expressions, Surzek sighed and could only explain it later. Keeping this a secret was not a long-term solution. In that case, let's continue with the previous topic. 20 days later, the 5 people present will compete by drawing lots, and one person will be given a bye and does not have to participate in the competition. Do you have any objections? Considering Nangong Long, Surzex did not let Rias and Sona fight directly, but adopted this method to conduct the game. However, the difficulty becomes higher, because only on the day of the game can you know who your opponent is, and if you want to formulate a strategy, you have to take everyone into consideration. No 283. Surzex looked at Nangong Long and said, "I hope that the Dragon Emperor can attend the banquet before the competition as the Lord of Nazarick." Good. I'm sure you're a little confused about the current situation. I can explain it to you, but you must not spread it. This matter will be announced when the time is right, said Surzex to Sarorg and the others. Afterwards, Surzex briefly explained the matter about Nangong Long, but did not mention things like the demon being beaten. After the party ended, everyone left one after another. Sigvira walked into Nangong Long and said with a smile, "Please communicate more in the future." Ignoring Rias and the others' piercing gazes, Seek Verisan left with her followers. Sarorg also came over and asked a question. "With your status and strength, why do you want to be friends with me?" "Because you are Sarorg, a man who does not rely on talent. I recognize your perseverance. Ha ha ha. You're the first person to say that. Even though I became stronger, most demons still looked down on me and thought I was a disgrace to the Ball family, just because I didn't inherit the magic of destruction. At this time, we just need to use our fists to shut them up, Nangong Long said with a smile. I will. Sarorg raised his fist and smiled. After the last party, Kano went straight back to Shidi's house. Before parting, she gave Nangong Long a passionate kiss and told him to remember to come to Shidi's house to see her. Back at the Gremory residence, Rias suggested that everyone go to the hot springs to relieve fatigue. Kiba, Gasper, and Azazel, who had returned from the Demon King's territory, were in the men's bath, while Nangong Long was bathing with the girls in the women's bath. Rias talked about her goals at the party. So what are your goals? Nangong Long asked with a smile. Hage beside him was the first to answer this question. My target's last name is Nangong, and Yuya Hage sounds good too. Well, then I'm going to change my last name to Nangong too, Asia said with tears in her eyes. Ah, Kuroki, you are really amazing. Akino's momentum began to rise slightly. Same here. Okay, stop making trouble, Nangong Long said with a smile. The conversation continued, except that the girls would argue from time to time. The next day, Rias and the others started training. Rias has great talent and strength, so she mainly learns tactics and adaptability. The kitten continued to be trained by his sister in the use of magic and sorcery. Kiba went to find his swordsmanship teacher and planned to start training from scratch. Irina and Zenobia practiced together to better control the holy sword. Akino is also very powerful. After all, she is wearing the artifact given by Nangong Long. But if she wants to become stronger, she must accept the power of light through her bloodline. Asia's training is aimed at improving physical fitness and long-distance treatment. Everyone started to practice, and Nangong Long took Zhu Nai, who was feeling troubled, out to relax. Is there any place you want to go? I want to go on a date, Zhu Nai said coquettishly while hugging Nangong Long's arm. Let's go to the city where we met before. It's pretty much the same as the human world. I'll do as you say. Moving up, Nangong Long naturally wouldn't waste time taking the tram. I want to eat that. Zhu and I dragged Nangong Long for a walk on the street. How about we go to the amusement park? Akino said with a blushing face. After coming out of the amusement park, Junai dragged Nangong Long into the clothing store. After selecting a variety of clothes, Junai walked into the dressing room and dragged Nangong Long in as well. Is this pretty? Akino asked, wearing a lavender dress. You are so beautiful that you look beautiful in anything. Let me put it another way. Which one do you like me to wear? Don't tell me yet. Let me guess. So, every time Junai changed her clothes, she would carefully observe his reaction and finally pack up and buy all the clothes that she thought Nangong Long would like. Afterwards, Akino and Nangong Long went to see a movie, which had a lot of underworld elements. After coming out of the cinema, the two looked at each other face to face. Darling, let's get a room. I heard that this is how dates end. Nangong Long rubbed Akino's hair and said with a smile. Okay, hotel. Darling, actually after the last incident at the shrine, I plan to accept my own bloodline. This time it could be considered a sneak peek, Akino said cutely while shaking her head. Nangong Long reached out and tapped her forehead teasingly. Should we go back then? No. Junai widened her eyes and looked pitiful. Since the date, Akino has also started new training to allow herself to control the power of light. While Rias and the others were training intensively, another major event occurred in their world. The demons in the underworld began to disappear and die for no reason. Suddenly, everyone in the underworld began to feel insecure. After all, even the highest level demons had died, and no one wanted to be the next. When Rias's parents heard the news, their first reaction was to wonder what Nangong Long had done, because all these dead demons had one thing in common. They had all talked about Rias turning down the engagement. But the subsequent news made them doubt their judgment, because the magical characteristics of the descendants of the old Demon King were detected in the corpse of the scene. The Demon King suspected that this was done by the disaster group. Previous intelligence showed that almost all of the old Demon King's faction had joined the disaster group. This large-scale action must have some ulterior motive. Of course, this was done by Demiurge. As for the old Demon King's magic power, it was also easy to disguise. It could be done by just capturing the temples of 2 demon lords and controlling them 10 times. Most of the bodies have been transported back to Nazarick for effective use, leaving only a small portion of the bodies to be passed on to the Trouble Group. Rias and the others also came to ask Nangong Long about this matter, and Nangong Long gave them a look that said you understand. 10 days before the competition, Nangong Long set out for Sidi's territory. See you at the stadium. Go back. Be quick and be restrained, Rias said. Oh, I'm going to be the first mother, so I have to be restrained, said Akino with a smile. The first place is definitely my cat. Nangong Long smiled helplessly. You have all been practicing hard recently. Do you think Sang Na will be the same as you? Rias nodded. Indeed, Sang Na must want to win the game, and she might be training even harder than us now. Darling, I want to go with you, Li Wanghao, to satisfy your lustful desires, but my sister's training still needs me, meow. My heart hurts so much, Hage said with a sad face. Kuroka, have you been sneaking into Darling's room enough times recently? There was a faint black aura emanating from behind Akino. We couldn't accompany him because of training, so we turned a blind eye, Rias said expressionlessly. Meow, meow, I've been discovered. Nangong Long hugged them one by one. Don't think that a hug will solve the problem. You have to make it up to him later, Akino muttered. Please make good use of the props I gave you, Nangong Long said with a smile. But does this count as cheating? Rias asked hesitantly. How could that be? Other teams have also received help from other forces. I see. Long San, please think of me, Asia said. Sidi's house. Sang Na is discussing with Nangong Long. She plans to use the Fallen Angel's reversal technology. Although it is somewhat dangerous, I still want to try it. What do you think? Okay, I'll take care of this. I'll have Euless transplant the power of reversal for you. Nazarick has perfected this technology, and the risks have been avoided. Really? That's great. Sang Na hugged Nangong Long excitedly, and when she realized what was happening, her face turned red and she whispered, Thank you. Then he asked, What is the limit of reversal? Well, it depends on the person. The stronger the person is, the stronger the power that can be reversed will be. Is that so? This is much better than I expected. At least my followers don't have to take risks. In this way, apart from transplanting the reverse power, Sang Na and the others continued to practice as usual. 3 days before the competition started, something happened that surprised Nangong Long. Jinluo Chunji secretly asked him to go to her room. 633 Tsubaki, what's up? Jinluo Chunji seemed a little embarrassed. Wait for me. After saying this, Chunji ran into the bathroom, and it took her a long time to muster up the courage to walk out. Do you like it? Chunji asked shyly after dressing up. After making love, Chunji leaned on Nangong Long's chest and smiled. Let's do it again after the game. The day before the game, the party. Darling, how about my dress? Irina, who was wearing a blue dress, asked expectantly. Very beautiful. What about mine? My. After each girl commented on it, the girls nodded in satisfaction. Kaneko and Asia were wearing small-sized dresses, which were extremely cute. But Gasper, that be *******D, was wearing a women's dress, which made him look like a cross-dresser. Let's go to the venue, Rias said. Wait a moment. What? Here we come. Greetings, Your Excellency. Albedo, dressed in a pure white dress, walked out of the portal. Sister Albedo, Akino said in surprise. The other sisters also looked surprised. They didn't know why Albedo came here. Albedo smiled slightly. I am here to attend the banquet as Your Excellency's secretary. Nazarick will officially step into the spotlight. Is that so? Everyone walked into the venue. This time, Nangong Long did not sit down and watch the show, but sat with the Demon King. I'm Albedo, the woman's secretary. Albedo stood up and introduced herself with a bow. They were indeed impressed by Albedo's beauty, but as a Demon King, He was not likely to lose his composure because of it. Surzex. The 4 demon kings introduced themselves one by one. Fallen Angel Governor Azazel. Michael will be here soon, Surzex said. No rush, Albedo smiled. Soon, Michael arrived, and not only him, but also Mir and Euless came to the venue. Sorry, I'm a little late, Michael said apologetically after sitting down. It doesn't matter. Then Surzex looked at Mir and Euless and said, Please take a seat, both of you. Mir and Euless looked at each other, walked to where Nangong Long was sitting, and knelt on one knee. Mealus, the guardian of the 10th floor of Nazarick, has completed his mission. Return immediately as ordered. Get up. Yes. The angel sisters walked behind Nangong Long and stood on both sides. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence, and the demons attending the banquet below seemed to be immobilized. The leaders of the 3 major forces were also shocked. Rias and the others were mentally prepared and performed well. It seems that my guess is correct. Mill is also his man, Sangna said after taking a deep breath. When did you know that? Rias asked. Didn't us appear during the Kokobil incident? Afterwards, I thought that since the 12-winged fallen angel that appeared a year ago was a dragon, could the angel that appeared a year ago also be a dragon? Of course, I was just suspicious at that time, until I saw the angels and fallen angels living peacefully together in Nazarick. I confirmed my guess. Pretty much what I thought. But then again, it's incredible that Darling can rule over so many strong people from different races, Aquino chuckled. Yes, I still feel like a day trip to Nazarick is like a dream, said Shinra Tsubaki with emotion. Who isn't? The 4 demon kings came back to their senses and laughed happily. It seems that not only demons have infiltrated Nangong Long's people, but also angels and fallen angels. Someone is suffering with me, and this feeling is much better now. Michael and Azazel smiled bitterly. Unexpected things happened, and Surzex had no choice but to change the venue of the discussion to the Demon Lord's meeting room. Michael smiled bitterly and said, Mill, can you tell me why you didn't fall from heaven? It stands to reason that Mir must have some purpose in sneaking into the angel camp, and doing so is also an act of treason, so there is no reason not to fall from heaven. Not only Michael was puzzled, but the 4 demon kings and Azazel were also puzzled. Mir first looked at Nangong Long and got his approval before he began to explain, his tone full of pride. Michael, although I am an angel like you, I am fundamentally different from you. You were created by God, while I was created by adults. Our systems are different. I am set up as an angel, so there is no such thing as following the sky. The 4 devil kings were stunned. Michael looked incredulous, and Azazel also couldn't accept it. After a long time, Azazel glanced at Euless. Understanding the questioning meaning in Azazel's eyes, Euless said, Of course I was created by adults. I was a fallen angel from the beginning. There is no so-called fallen heaven. By the way, Mir's my sister. Michael took a deep breath and said slowly, Is it true that Mr. Nangong Long can create angels? You actually questioned the Supreme Lord, Albedo said with an unhappy look on her face. Mir and Euless did the same. They did not allow anyone to question the Lord. I'm sorry to offend you, but this is really unbelievable, Michael said apologetically. No hindrance. Nangong Long stopped Albedo, who was about to say something else, and continued. I can actually create angels. Stop, listen to me. Seeing Michael's expression, Nangong Long knew what he wanted to ask, which was nothing more than the method of creating angels. After all, the number of angels stopped growing after the death of God. The worst thing was that angels could not have children. This is not correct. Strictly speaking, one can have children, but when doing the reproductive activity, one must have no desire and no distractions. This is even more difficult. How can one do such a thing without any desire? Once an angel has desire, he will fall from heaven, and the number of angels will decrease. Now the angels are in this embarrassing situation. Michael swallowed what he was about to say and listened carefully. I was able to create an angel because of many factors. I can't do it now. I see, it's not that simple after all, Michael sighed. The 3 major forces have reconciled. You have obtained the technology of the devil's chess piece. Just reincarnate as a human being. That's true. Instead of continuing to cling to the impossible, it's better to grasp what you have, Michael said with a smile. I just have one question. What is Ulysses' purpose in infiltrating the angels and fallen angels? Azazel asked. How to make a divine weapon. Is that all? Azazel asked. That's all. I'm not interested in anything else. If it wasn't necessary, Azazel really didn't want to be an enemy of Nangong Long. Although the demons tried their best to block the news about Nangong Long, there was no such thing as impenetrable intelligence in the world. As the governor of the fallen angels, he naturally had his special channels to obtain intelligence. Although the intelligence was not much, he could still analyze a lot of useful information. The same is true of Michael. If they just wanted to take away the method of making the artifact, then that would be fine. He had already given the technology to the demons and angels anyway, so it wouldn't matter if there was one more force. There's a difference between giving something away and taking it yourself. If you get it yourself, it will naturally be more comprehensive. This is why Nangong Long sent people to infiltrate instead of waiting until now to take it directly. I can understand how you two feel, said Surzex. You understand? Azazel looked at Surzex with a look that said, You're making fun of me. Yes, since our situations are similar, I'll just say it straight. Demiurge is also Nangong Long's subordinate. Michael and Azazel were speechless, but their mood improved. Demiurge stood up and said with a smile, Let's get to know Demiurge, one of the guardians of Nazarick again. Excuse me for asking, with such power, what exactly do you want to do? Azazel asked solemnly. Seeking flowers I won't destroy the world for nothing, nor will I talk about establishing a new order, which is very troublesome to manage. The principle of Nazarick is very simple. I will not offend others unless they offend me. Azazel smiled bitterly. Anyone who has time and luck can give it a try. Anyway, let us live in peace, said Michael. Mir, you're always welcome in heaven. Come back once in a while. Gabriel will be sad if you're not around. Asterisk carrot. Mir looked at Nangong Long with a questioning look. Go if you want to. You must have made a lot of friends in heaven, Nangong Long said with a smile. Thank you, sir. The same goes for you, Ulysses. I don't think Azazel would object. Of course not, Azazel said with a smile. He was planning to say that. Now that we've finished talking, let's continue the banquet, Serapha suggested. Nangong Long shook his head and brought up another matter, that the group of disasters invaded the underworld. Surzex and the others' expressions suddenly changed. This was not good news. Nangong Long told them that the old Demon King faction was planning to kill the blood relatives of the current Demon King, and the time to act was when Diodora faced the blood relatives of the current Demon King, that is, Rias or Sona. At that time, they could also deal with the leaders of the major forces watching the game. Ajika frowned and asked, Is there a problem with Diodora? After all, Diodora is one of his people, so he would definitely ask her. Of course, if there's really something wrong with Diodora, he would definitely not show mercy. Anyone who wants to destroy the peace that he and Surzex have worked hard for is an enemy. He has already come into contact with the heir of the old Demon King, Beelzebub's bloodline, and obtained the power of the Orpheus snake. If you're not afraid of alerting the enemy, you can go and try it yourself. Forget it. Please continue, Ajika said, shaking his head. The old Demon King's faction is almost ready. All it needs is an opportunity. You mean to manipulate the new generation of demons in the lottery battle? Azazel immediately understood what Nangong Long meant. That's what I mean. Aren't you afraid that Rias and Sona will be in danger? Azazel asked. Of course I said this because I was absolutely sure. Is that so? Which one of them do you plan to let fight Diodora? Rias. Surzex frowned, took a deep breath, and said slowly. Okay, but what's the reason? You can find out by yourself. Diodora has a perverted hobby, Nangong Long said with a smile. The reason why this method was chosen to kill the old Demon King faction was mainly because they were usually too scattered and it would be too troublesome to deal with them separately. Moreover, with him around, Rias and the others would not be harmed. Don't worry, I won't joke about Rias's safety. I know this very well. Tell me about your plan. 243. Nangong Long knew how much he loved Rias Surzex. I'll leave the behind-the-scenes operations to you guys, and I'll be responsible for intensifying the conflict and getting them to take action. Intensify? What are you going to do? Michael asked. It's not easy for the old Demon King to find a chess piece that is a blood relative of the current Demon King. If they think that this chess piece will not be useful for long, they will naturally try to squeeze out the last value from him. Understood. With the wisdom of everyone present, they naturally understood the meaning of Nangong Long's words. I will cooperate with you in this scene, said Ajika. I will come up with a detailed battle plan as soon as possible, said Falbowin after a long silence. Odin will arrive tomorrow, but it is too late to invite other forces. But this is an opportunity for us. If we can eliminate the unstable factor of the old Demon King faction in one fell swoop, the three major forces will usher in better development. So we can't postpone this plan, otherwise something unexpected might happen. It seems that we can only rely on ourselves. I hope we have enough combat power. After all, the opponent's boss is Orpheus. Surzex said with a frown. Please don't worry about that. Nazarick will participate in this battle, Albedo said with a smile. Everyone's eyes lit up. That's great, Azazel smiled. Venue. Seeing the devil reappear, the demons stopped talking. Everyone continue. Don't worry too much about us, said Surzex with a smile. Nangong Long returned to Rias and the others. Albedo had just returned to Nazarick to arrange tomorrow's battle plan. Is everything okay? Rias said worriedly, and the other girls also looked at her with concern. Nangong Long stroked her hair and said with a smile, what could possibly happen? Even if there is something, it must be someone else's problem. Even so, I'm still worried, Rias said with a blushing face. Nangong Long pulled Rias's smooth face. Let's go sit over there. Nangong Long sat in the middle of the sofa. Rias and Sona sat on both sides of him, and the rest of the people found a place to sit down. Nangong Long hooked his finger at Asia, motioning her to come over to him. Well, what do you want me to do? Asia said shyly. Nangong Long pulled Asia into his arms, lowered his head, and whispered in her ear. Just sit on my lap. Oh, okay. Asia responded with a flushed face and turned her body mechanically to sit on Nangong Long's legs, leaning against him. I want to do that too, Meow, Heydu said. Meow, I want it too, said the kitten. Ah, Asia is starting to exert her strength too? Akino chuckled with her hands covering her mouth. Well, I don't have that either, Asia said embarrassedly, poking her finger. I want it too. Hua Jietao gave him an envious look. Rias gave Asia an encouraging look. Everyone has a share, but you have to go home first. Think about what you want, Nangong Long said with a smile. The girls were excited and then fell into deep thought. Sang Na pulled the corner of Nangong Long's clothes and asked, Is something going to happen? Nangong Long lowered his head and whispered in her ear. Let's talk about this when we get back. Asia picked up the food on the table, picked up a small piece with a fork, and put it to Nangong Long's mouth. On the other side, Diodora watched this scene with angry eyes, then suppressed his anger and turned to Asia. Asia, do you still remember me? Diodora said politely. I don't remember. Just get out of here as far as you can, Nangong Long said bluntly. Asia originally wanted to answer the other party politely, but she stopped talking when she heard Nangong Long speak. It's a bit too much for the Dragon Emperor to say that, Diodora said with a wry smile. Nangong Long stood up and let Asia sit in his seat, then walked closer to Diodora. Too much. I have done something even more excessive. Nangong Long suddenly reached out and grabbed Diodora's head and pressed his face hard to the floor, causing the floor to quickly crack. Rias looked at Asia and said teasingly, This guy's a bit too jealous. I'm jealous. Asia's eyes were about to turn red, and she was almost fainting from happiness, but she still tried to cheer herself up and stood up to walk to Nangong Long. Rias held Asia. What are you up to? I want to tell Long San that I'm not going anywhere and will always stay by his side, so there's no need to hit him anymore. Rias shook her head and said, Long, there must be more reasons for this than jealousy. We just need to wait until everything is over and ask him. Now we just have to watch. Oh, is that so? How do you feel? B asterisk 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 D. Dirty dragon. How dare you? How dare you do this to me? Nangong Long's words completely ignited Diodora's anger and made him lose his mind. Under normal circumstances, Diodora would definitely avoid fighting with Nangong Long. Although he looked down on this and that, he would not be stupid enough to take the initiative to fight with an opponent that even the Demon King was afraid of. But he didn't expect that Nangong Long would take action without any warning, and didn't even take into account the presence of His Majesty Ajika Beelzebub. Diodora began to gather her magic power and prepare for a counterattack. Seeing this scene, Ajika sighed and said, "It seems to be true." Diodora accepted the power of Orpheus. Otherwise, there is no way to explain his magic power that has skyrocketed to this level. B asterisk comma. Don't worry, Sir Zex. I'm not that fragile yet. Go to hell. Diodora's counterattack was ineffective and she was still beaten. Ajika felt that the time was right, so he stepped in to stop Nangong Long, who was beating Diodora. Give me some face and stop it. Nangong Long stepped on Diodora's face and said disdainfully, "You are just a piece of trash. Stay away from Asia from now on." Then he looked at Ajika and said, "Keep an eye on your offspring. Don't stretch your claws too far, or they'll get you killed." Then he kicked Diodora away and returned to his seat. Ajika smiled bitterly and said nothing, just acting out the whole thing. The demons who had seen the Demon King being defeated by Nangong Long thought it was normal for Ajika to have such an expression, while those who had not seen it found it unbelievable, as the Demon King didn't say anything, and that was it. Theodora was carried away for treatment, and Ajika returned to his seat. It looked like Diodora was beaten badly, but in fact, as long as the treatment was kept up, he would recover quickly. Nangong Long would not kill him easily. That would be too easy for him. After tomorrow, he would let him know that death was a luxury. Leah and the others would naturally ask Nangong Long why he suddenly turned hostile, but Nangong Long said he would talk about it after he got back, so the girls temporarily suppressed their curiosity. When the banquet was halfway through, the draw for the new generation of demon ranking game began. Drawing opponents is similar to matching in a game, except that it is done using magic instead of computer. The final result was Diodora versus Rias, Sarorg versus Seek Vera, and Sona got a bye. Kana was a little unhappy about the result. She took this competition very seriously and hoped to impress those big shots with her and her family's performance. Don't be unhappy. There will be next time, right? Nangong Long comforted Kana while rubbing her hair. I know, don't do it anymore. It's a mess, Song Na said with a smile. After the party, follow me to Sidi's house. No, you have to go to my house, Rias said without giving in. Song Na smiled playfully. You have a competition tomorrow. What can I do at your house? Shinra, Tsubaki echoed. The president is right. If there is no competition, we can accompany Long to do what he loves. That's right. Hua Jietao and the others nodded in agreement. You know, they tried their best to resist the urge to attack at night in order to practice. Although they were a little disappointed about the buys, from another perspective, this was a good opportunity to get closer. Rias couldn't refute their words, so she simply changed her tactics and took Nangong Long's arm and said coquettishly, "Would you like to come to my house?" "Darling, I don't need to compete, meow." Heish shook his cat ears and raised his hands to make the gesture of a lucky cat, which was super cute. "Pick one," said Sona. This is a life-threatening question, so Nangong Long thought about it and said, "Let's go to Demiurge's territory together. I have something to tell you." The girls nodded in agreement, knowing that continuing the argument would not lead to any better results. Demiurge territory. If the Grimory family is a castle, then this is a palace. This is the palace I built for you, sir. Of course, it's not as good as the one in Nazarick, but it's barely worthy of a human being, said Demigoddess with a smile. It's already pretty good. Thank you for your appreciation. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave first. Well, let's make plans for tomorrow. Clear. Demiurge did not live here. He lived in another castle. Take us to the reception room. Nangong Long said to the maid who was serving him. Yes, please follow me, sir. Tomorrow's game is just a cover. It won't actually take place, said Nangong Long. The girls looked surprised. What's going on? Rias asked. Diodora has already come into contact with the group of disasters. Nangong Long briefly repeated to Rias and the others what he had said in the conference room. That's probably it. I'm sorry, Rias used you as bait. It's okay. I also want to share some of my brother's worries. If I were here, I would definitely take the initiative to take on this task. Besides, I believe you will protect me, Rias said with a smile. Of course. Song Na looked at Nangong Long and asked her questions. Why not me? My sister is also a Demon King. The old Demon King faction must want to kill me too. Sona, you're not going to compete with me for something like this, are you? Rias said with a blank look at her. No, I just want to know why. Then Song Na put forward her own guess. It should be related to Diodora. Nangong Long sighed and said, Asia, you don't have to listen. How about going to another room for a while? Asia was stunned at first, then shook her head with tears in her eyes. I don't want to be excluded. Please let me stay here. I'm not excluding you, but you'll be sad to hear this. Then I want to stay too. It's okay as I have a dragon by my side. Rias held Asia's hand and looked at Nangong Long and said, It's okay, go ahead. All right, just listen to it. It would be better if it could increase your vigilance. However, it would be a little difficult considering Asia's personality, Nangong Long thought. Diodora had a very perverted hobby. He liked to play with nuns and watch them fall. One day he fell in love with a nun who was very much to his liking, but she was the saint of the church headquarters, so it was not easy for him to succeed. After hearing this, the people present understood that the nun should be Asia. He heard that the saint was very kind, so he thought of a way to let himself fall in front of the saint and let the saint heal him. Then, by chance, the people of the church would see him. The saint will definitely be expelled if she can cure demons. In fact, everything went according to his script, but there was one link he didn't expect. That is, the saint met me on the way to join the fallen angels. You all know what happened next. Diodora must have wanted to snatch Asia from me very much. Oh so-sos, Asia couldn't stop crying, and Rias patted her back to comfort her. You should beat this kind of trash to death. Darling, meow, Hage said angrily. He always smiles when he meets everyone, but I didn't expect he is this kind of person, said Song Na expressionlessly. That's all his disguise. In fact, he is very arrogant and looks down on others. He especially discriminates against lower-level demons and reincarnated demons. I must chop that be asterisk, 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 D to death and avenge Asia's anger, Zenobia said fiercely, almost drawing her sword. Count me in, Irina said angrily. Nangong Long stroked Asia's hair and consoled her. There is nothing wrong with your kindness. I will make him pay the price. Asia wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and looked at Nangong Long with red eyes and a sweet smile. I'm fine. If this hadn't happened, I wouldn't have met Long San, Ria's sister, and everyone else. I'm very happy now. We will always be with you, the girls said together. Seeing that Asia was really fine, Rias asked, Do you need me to do anything tomorrow? Just be normal. Somewhere in the underworld. Tomorrow we will wash away the previous shame with blood, Sherpa Beelzebub said with a fierce look in his eyes. Isn't that a bit too hasty? We can't help it. That idiot Diodora probably won't live long. The other new generation demons won't betray the current Demon King either. This means we only have this one chance. Although it's a bit hasty, it won't affect the overall situation. We're fighting against the Demon King's sister. There's no better opportunity than this. Indeed, this is a rare opportunity. Our power has been strengthened to the level of the former Demon King. There is nothing to worry about. The next day, before the cutting began, Sang Na, you will stay here for a while. I will let Kositis stay to protect you. Sang Na frowned, then looked determined. I want to be with you. Seeing Nangong Long's hesitation, Sang Na continued. Just let me be willful for once, okay? Can you take me with you too? Shinra, Tsubaki requested. Hell, take me too. The other girls also whispered. Nangong Long nodded and said, Just take it with you. There won't be any danger anyway. Seeing Nangong Long making a grabbing gesture, Song Na hurriedly stopped and kept silent. She didn't want to be rubbed in front of her relatives. Where would the dignity of the president be? The first match is Diodora versus Rias. I, Grafia, will be the referee for this match. Please stand on the designated magic circle, and the match will begin immediately. Rias led her followers to the magic circle and stood still. Surzex and Nangong Long looked at each other and nodded. Diodora clenched his fists and lowered his head to avoid his hateful eyes. Wait, Asia will become mine. Your woman will die in this game. And you, the dirty dragon, will die today, Diodora said angrily in his heart. The magic circle lit up, and in a blink of an eye, everyone came to another world. This was an extra-dimensional space built in the dimensional gap. The building for this competition is the temple, and the rest is a large wilderness. Of course, the place must be big enough for the final battle. Yes, as soon as he arrived at the competition venue, Diodora burst into laughter, but soon he could no longer laugh because he saw Nan Long and other big guys coming out of the temple. Nangong Long walked over to Rias and said to Diodora, who had an expression of disbelief, "Why don't you laugh? Keep going. Why are you all here, Demon King?" After realizing what was happening, Diodora pretended not to understand and asked Surzex, "This space allows entry but not exit, but according to the plan, the Demon King and his men should not be here. What went wrong? Was I betrayed? Damn Sherpa, you dare to lie to me. No, what about Song Na and the others? With their strength, they should not be able to break in. What the hell is going on?" Diodora's thoughts flashed through his mind. "Just leave this to me. You go deal with the others. Deliagos should have already fought with them," Nangong Long said to Surzex. Good. Surzex and the others teleported to their respective battlefields. Since Nangong Long had warned Odin beforehand, the old man didn't dare to glance at any girl and could only go to other places to find opponents. It's not his fault that he was timid. You have to know that Nangong Long released half of his aura against him, which almost scared him to death. His strength was completely different from that of another dimension. Exposed, why? How could it happen? Diodora stood there in a daze. You made a wrong calculation. Be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. You thought your plan was perfect? You're no longer useful. You can go die now. Impossible. I haven't told anyone about this. It's impossible for it to be exposed, Diodora shouted, unwilling to face the cruel reality. Darling, let me kill him, Irina said as she stepped forward. The girls all expressed their desire to kill this guy, and Nangong Long nodded in agreement. So a group fight broke out. Even if Diodora swallowed Orpheus's snake, he would only be strengthened to the highest level of demon. Nangong Long gave the girls a lot of props, so there was no way he would lose. If there was a chance, he would definitely take action to deal with Diodora immediately. Now let the girls vent their anger. Greetings, sir. Intoma, who had just arrived, saluted to Nangong Long. Even if all 8 of Theodora's soldiers were promoted to queens, it did not change the current situation of being suppressed. Impossible. How can you be so strong? I have been strengthened. Diodora shouted crazily. Who cares about you, scumbag? He shouted. Allah, take my thunderbolt. Although Junai was smiling, the smile was a little scary. Ah! Theodora, who was struck by lightning, immediately wailed. You know, Akino's lightning contains the power of light. Soon Theodora was defeated, and all his followers fell to the ground. Hey, why are you here, Intoma? Rias asked in surprise. My lord ordered me to come here. Oh. Nangong Long walked up to the wounded Diodora, looked down at him, and said with a smile, Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. After the barrier disappears, take him back to Nazarick and send him to the Terror Prince's room for baptism. When he breaks down mentally, kill him. Clear. The so-called baptism is to let the cockroaches eat you from the inside out, then use magic to heal you, and repeat this process infinitely until you collapse. Rias asked curiously, What is baptism? Nangong Long looked at her and smiled playfully. You really want to know? Rias had a bad feeling in her heart, but nodded out of curiosity. Nangong Long lowered his head and whispered an explanation in her ear. Leah's scalp suddenly tingled, and she trembled all over. Then she glared at Nangong Long and said unhappily, "You did on purpose." Nangong Long spread his hands and said jokingly, "But you want to know? I don't care, it's your fault. What is darling? It's so mysterious. I feel dizzy. Haha. Why don't you just ask Rias and you'll know?" "Rias, tell us about it," Sonis said, and the others also looked at her curiously. Rias showed a malicious smile, saying that good sisters are those who share the burden together. Rias recounted to everyone what Nangong Long had just told her, and everyone felt a tingling sensation on their scalp. "Meow, meow. I support darling meow. Meow, meow. I support you too." The girls all agreed. After all, Diodora was a perverted scum. Asia felt a little sorry, but she didn't say anything. If Diodora was allowed to live, more nuns would definitely suffer misfortune. The other side of the battlefield. Demiurge is fighting Cruiserray. "Demiurge, how about cooperating with me? You're not a demon king, and you don't have any family, so there's no need for you to mix with Surzex. Act with us, the real Demon King faction, and you can do whatever you want without any taboos." Cruiserray persuaded. The reason why he did this was mainly because of Demiurge's strength. At the same time, they had no grudges. After all, Demiurge did not participate in the previous war between the Demon King faction and the anti-Demon King faction. Demiurge smiled and said, "You've got one thing wrong. I'm not in the same group as Surzex. We're just allies. The one I'm truly loyal to is the Supreme Lord, the one you call the Dragon Emperor." Cruisereye seemed to have heard something unbelievable and became extremely angry. Why should a demon be loyal to a foreigner? What qualifications does he have to accept the loyalty of a noble demon? Demiurge's expression changed, and his aura rose steadily. "I was planning to play slowly, but you dared to speak rudely to an adult. You have no choice but to die to apologize." Cruisereye's face turned extremely ugly, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead uncontrollably. "What a joke. Why is your power still increasing? This fluctuation has already surpassed the level of the former Demon King's power. You are really weak. It is only natural that you lost to Surzex. You who swallowed the snake of Orpheus are just like this. The game ends here." Devil's aspects. Demon's sharp flame claw. Demiurge's right arm transformed into a gigantic demon claw covered in black flames, and it grabbed Krazier at an extremely fast speed. Cruisereye frantically fired magic bullets at the giant claw, but it was meaningless. The black flames burned the approaching magic bullets as soon as they came, and the demon's giant claw grabbed Cruisereye relentlessly. KG. Cruisereye wailed incessantly, his entire body of bones being crushed to pieces the moment they came into contact. But what made him wail was a deeper pain. The black flames were burning his soul, and soon Cruisereye lost his voice. The intense burning of his soul left him without even a final word. Demiurge casually threw Cruisereye's body to his subordinates. A body of this strength level is still worth recycling. This world is different from the previous world. There are countless strong people. Using higher-level demons as materials, higher-level undead can be created to increase Nazarik's combat power. You are very strong. I haven't met a demon as strong as you in a long time. You probably didn't use your full strength just now. Demiurge instantly became alert. The opponent was able to get close to him without him noticing. He should not be underestimated. When he turned around and saw who it was, he immediately raised his alert level to the highest level. Although the adults said that Orpheus was very simple and would not attack as long as she was not attacked, it was always better to be cautious. Demiurge pushed up his glasses and said with a smile, "It is an honor to receive praise from the infinite dragon god Ophis. I'm just stating the facts." After saying this, Orpheus turned her gaze towards the temple, as if something there was attracting her. Battles were also taking place in other places. The demon servants summoned by Demiurge were collecting the enemy's corpses in one place for easy transfer after the battle. On Nangong Long's side, a crack appeared in the sky, and Valley and his companions walked out of it. "Wali, nice to meet you again, Nangong Long." Wally said with a smile. What are you doing here? Are you working with the old Demon King faction? Rias asked warily. Wally smiled helplessly. I have no interest in the old Demon King faction. I came here just because my target might show up here. Nangong Long patted Rias on the shoulder. It's okay. Vala's character means he won't be able to work with the old Demon King faction. Oh, it seems that the Dragon Emperor knows you very well. Wally, the monkey said with a smile. You are here to wait for the great red, true, scarlet dragon god emperor, right? Wally showed a look of surprise, but then he felt relieved after thinking about it. It was not surprising that Nangong Long knew about the great red with his strength. Yes, my goal is to defeat the true red dragon god emperor and become the strongest. Nangong Long smiled and said, You still have a long way to go. I'm very clear about that. Wally said nonchalantly. Your artifact is of the dragon type, right? Judging from the fluctuations of dragon power, the raw material should be an ice dragon, and its strength is probably similar to that of the highest level demon. Nangong Long suddenly talked about Wally's artifact. You understand this much after only seeing the Forbidden Hand once, Wally said with a wry smile. Nangong Long took out a diamond-shaped blue crystal from a storage space and threw it to Wally. Wally took it in his hand and looked at Nangong Long in confusion. What does this mean? If you integrate this crystal into your artifact will be upgraded to the level of a god-annihilating tool. However, even if you succeed, the success rate is only about half. This is the latest research result of Nazarick. With your potential, even if you don't use this thing, you will be able to evolve your artifact to the level of a god-annihilating tool sooner or later with your own talents. But using it will shorten the time infinitely. It's up to you whether to use it or not. After hearing Nangong Long's explanation, the pupils of the people present shrank instantly. Vala took a deep breath, then looked at Nangong Long with a serious expression and said, Why give me such a valuable thing? Nangong Long chuckled and said, I like you, and I think you will succeed. Really? Then I'll accept it without hesitation, Wally said with a smile. Wally, why don't you think about it? The monkey advised. A half success rate is very high. The person I want to kill won't wait for me to become stronger slowly, said Wally. Is it really okay for the enemy to become stronger? Rias asked in confusion. Nangong Long rubbed her hair and said with a smile, No problem. Maybe we can work together again in the future. The battles in other battlefields were resolved one after another, and Surzex and his men began to converge on Nangong Long. Orpheus also went to the temple. She was somewhat interested in the fact that the two Tianlongs were staying with the same person. Everyone gathered together, and Azazel and the others naturally saw Valley, but they did not take action because the bigger boss was right in front of them, the infinite dragon god Ophis. I didn't expect you to be here in person, Orpheus. What exactly do you want to do here? Azazel asked solemnly. Just a spectator, and to meet the host of Draig and Albion, Ophis replied calmly. Really? I'm interested in you too. Orpheus, Nangong Long said with a smile. What is your purpose? To destroy the world. Azazel asked. Silent world, Orpheus said, looking towards the sky. I want to return to my hometown and find peace and quiet. That's not the place. Yes, the Great Red is there, so I want to drive her away. It seems that the people of the Misfortune Group promised to help you in exchange for your power, said Surzex. That's it. There's no other choice but to defeat you here. If I let you go, who knows how much trouble we'll run into, said Azazel. Azazel can't defeat me. What about us? The four great demon kings, Michael, the dragon Saint Tannen, and Odin stepped forward and said. Demiurge, Cositus, and the angel sisters did not speak. Nangong Long had already told them what to do. Even if you all come together, the result won't change, Orpheus said calmly. Everyone present frowned. They felt that Orpheus was a little too confident. Could it be that such a top-notch fighter couldn't beat her? Nangong Long smiled and walked towards Orpheus, but several girls around him stopped him. What are you up to? Don't worry, it's okay. Ophis is not that irritable, believe me. All right. Under the worried gazes of the girls, Nangong Long walked up to Orpheus. Then, In front of everyone's shocked gazes, Nangong Long placed his hand on Orpheus' head and said with a smile, "What Orpheus said is correct. Azazel cannot feel how strong she is because of the huge difference between you and her. I will explain it in a way that you can understand. Even if Orpheus only uses a quarter of her strength, she is still 2 dimensions stronger than the 2 celestial dragons." Everyone was so shocked that they were speechless. It's hard to believe, but reality is so cruel. Orpheus is so strong that it's unreasonable. Then, Nangong Long looked at Valley. "Now you know how powerful the true Red Dragon God Emperor you want to defeat is, right?" Although Valis smiled bitterly, he still said firmly, "Even so, my goal is still to be the strongest." "Really? Wow. How long are you going to touch me, Red Dragon Emperor and White Dragon Emperor?" said Orpheus. "My name is Nangong Long. You could just call me by my name." Okay, I'll remember that." At this time, a huge crack appeared in the sky, and great red flew out from it. Seeing this, Nangong Long looked at Demiurge and said, "I will leave the operation of Nazarick to you for now." "Understood. Since the person is not here, would you consider bringing a guardian?" "I don't want to discuss this issue anymore. Just follow my orders," Nangong Long said in an irrefutable tone. Demiurge bowed hastily. "Yes, I and others will complete the mission at all costs." The girls had a bad feeling, as if Nangong Long was going to do something dangerous and was making advance arrangements. Song Na shouted at Nangong Long, "What are you up to?" Nangong Long smiled and said, "Mill will explain this to you later." Then Nangong Long looked down at Orpheus. "Orpheus, would you like to come my side?" Do you want my power too?" "No need. Let's talk about it later." Nangong Long turned and looked at the true Red Dragon God Emperor in the sky. "The world's strongest power is about to change hands. Do you want to challenge the Great Red?" asked Ophis. "Yes. I don't think you can win. How do you know if you don't try?" "It's finally time." Drake's voice rang out. "It's exciting to challenge the strongest dragon," said Albion. "We don't allow you to go." The girls wanted to rush over with tears in their eyes, but they were restrained in place by Mill's magic. "Mill, let me go," Rias yelled. Section Yen 1. "No, this is the adults' decision." If possible, Mira also wanted to stay with the adults, but she knew she couldn't. Hage was the first to regain her composure and said to the other girls, "Forget it. It seems Darling has made up his mind. The only thing we can do now is to pray that he will win." "Hage, what are you doing?" Akino swallowed her words when she saw the tears in Kuroka's eyes. "You guys just think I'm doomed to lose." "Don't worry, I won't do anything without confidence," Nangong Long said with a wry smile. "You will definitely win," Hage said, looking at him. "Of course, you have always been curious about what I would look like when I turned into a dragon." "Boiler, Zero, what's your reason for doing this?" Sir Zex asked with a frown. "Reason? How about the strongest in the world?" "Valley, the world's strongest player, needs a replacement." "You are really confident. If you really win, then you will become my target, and I will still move towards becoming the strongest in the world," Wally said with a smile. "Really? Then you better hold on tight. I won't stand still and wait for you. I will only get stronger and stronger." "I couldn't ask for more," Wally said with a fearless smile. "Senior, you have to win," the kitten shouted. Nangong Long's body began to undergo amazing changes. Dragon scales covered his entire body, wings grew on his back, and he eventually turned into a giant black dragon. There were mysterious patterns on his body, and the wings on his back did not look like dragon wings at all, but dark wings. DF, a terrifying aura burst out, and even Orpheus, who always had a blank expression on his face, showed a look of surprise, not to mention others. Sensing this breath, the true Red Dragon God Emperor stopped in midair and looked down. The giant black dragon rose from the ground and rushed into the sky. After approaching the true Red Dragon God Emperor, Nangong Long crushed the Krypton gold item in his dragon claws. Dreamlike Ideal World, a top-level one-time barrier-type prop that costs Krypton gold. The barrier will not disappear until the two parties trapped in it have decided the winner. The space within the barrier is between illusion and reality, so no matter how you fight, it will not affect the outside world. This was done because they were both too powerful, and if they really fought, the world might be destroyed. So Nangong Long used this item. The props were activated in Nangong Long, and the true Red Dragon God Emperor disappeared in front of everyone. What's going on? Where is Darling? Hey Jasmir, if you and the Great Red vent their power recklessly, it will cause unimaginable damage. So you use props to move to another barrier space. The barrier will not disappear before the winner is decided. I will win, Song Na murmured. You also felt the fluctuation of the adult's power. Do you think you will lose? Euless asked back. Of course not. I will definitely win. Long San, I will always pray for your victory, Asia said, clasping her hands together in front of her chest. Rias took a deep breath and said slowly, Asia, this is the dragon transformation you mentioned before, right? That's right, Meow. Darling used it when he saved me, but he didn't completely turn into a dragon at that time. Overall, 063 still has a human appearance, but the surface of his body is covered with dragon. The other side, Sir Zex smiled bitterly. It turns out that he didn't use his full strength at that time. I really have an incredible brother-in-law. Don't be so ungrateful, said Ajika. Seraflu suddenly looked frustrated. What's wrong with you, Seraflu? Sir Zex asked. It's over. My sister is going to be taken away from me. There's no hope of defeating him in this lifetime. You can't beat him even if he doesn't transform into a dragon, Sir Zex said truthfully. After Azazel recovered from his shock, he looked at Serafla and smiled. It's so simple. You just don't want to be separated from your sister. If you can't win, just become his woman. Sisters, your ability to seduce others is extraordinary. Seraphil looked thoughtful. Ophis walked towards Rias and the others in silence. Orpheus, what do you want to do? Euless said warily. I'm going to wait for Nangong Long to come back. What's the reason for doing this? Demiurge asked. I want to know the final result. I'm also very interested in Nangong Long. I have never seen a black dragon before. Azazel came over and asked. Orpheus, judging from your perspective, what are Nangong Long's chances of winning? Not sure. I don't know if he has released all his strength. The monkey patted Wally on the shoulder and looked at him seriously and said, Wally, are you sure you want to challenge a monster of that level? To be honest, I don't think you can win no matter how you look at it. Life won't be boring this way. What's the point of living if you don't even have an opponent or a goal? Wally looked at the diamond-shaped crystal in his hand. Let's go. This battle won't end in a short time. Before anyone noticed them, Wally and his companions retreated into the space crack. When Azazel thought of Valet, he could no longer find any trace of them. Rias and the others had originally planned to wait here, but Mir told them that the adults might not appear here after the battle, so they had no choice but to return. The number of people who returned this time did not change, except that Nangong Long was missing and Ophis was added. Fantasy Ideal World. Roar of the Black Dragon. A huge amount of black energy rushed towards the true Red Dragon God Emperor, who spit out dragon flames to fight back. And when one attack failed, Nangong Long deployed a huge number of magic arrays. This was the Nordic magic he learned, which was similar to a magic turret. Boom, boom, boom. Roar. The true Red Dragon God Emperor released a huge aura. After fighting for half a day, Nangong Long was sure that he was stronger. After all, his strength was close to that of a world-class boss at the beginning, and with the Black Dragon ability card, which was originally a world-class strength, the two together were naturally much stronger than the true Red Dragon God Emperor. But he didn't want to fight this battle for too long, not to mention that he didn't want to kill the true Red Dragon God Emperor, so he decided to continue to increase his strength. The greater the difference in strength between the two, the easier it is to control the outcome of the battle. Let's start, partner. No problem. Just waiting for this moment. Ere Tian Long responded. O red dragon that dwells in my body, awaken from the hegemony. O pure white dragon that dwells in my body, retreat from the hegemony. O true red dragon that dwells in my body, cry and become king. O immortal evil that dwells in me, ascend the throne of the abyss. The source of the evil of the black feather color. The source of the evil of the black feather color. The glorious and spotless white dragon emperor, the Red Dragon Emperor of the Red Lotus of Karma. We who have surpassed the end will eventually witness the taboo. We who have surpassed the limit accept the oath. With infinite malice, I lead you to dance in my infinite hell. With infinite malice, I command you to bow down in my infinite hell. Black, red, and white flames burst out from Nan Gonglong's body. After the flames were retracted, the armor covered Nan Gonglong's entire body, and his appearance was close to that of a humanoid dragon. The armor was mainly black, with red and white patterns on it, and its appearance was more ferocious than that of the Tyrannosaurus. This is Nan Gonglong's strongest state at present, and his strength is 2 levels stronger than that of the Dragon God Emperor. As Nan Gonglong becomes stronger, the power of the magic he knows will also increase. Blazing Fire. Although this move cannot kill the true Red Dragon God Emperor, it can still have an effect on her. Reduce all poison. Super-level magic, Extreme Ice. The ice quickly spread over the body of the true Red Dragon God Emperor, turning her into a giant ice sculpture, but the freezing only lasted for a short time before she broke free. The battle lasted for about a day, and in the end, the true Red Dragon God Emperor was covered in wounds and exhausted and defeated. Nan Gonglong's situation was much better. Although he was injured, it was not serious. He consumed a lot of physical strength and magic power, but it was not to the point where it affected his normal actions. If we don't care about the life or death of the true Red Dragon God Emperor, the battle will be easier. When the battle ended, the barrier disappeared, and the two appeared in the dimensional gap. Nan Gonglong took off his armor, turned back into human form, flew to the top of the true Red Dragon God Emperor, and sat down. Why don't you kill me? You've been showing mercy. I can feel it. Huh. We have no grudge against each other. Why should I kill you? My goal is just to defeat you, that's all. What a weirdo. What good will defeating me do? Nan Gonglong did not answer this question, but said, Would you like to make some friends? It would be boring to fly between dimensions all the time by yourself. Friends? I don't really understand. After some effort, Nan Gonglong finally succeeded in tricking her into becoming his friend. Then Nan Gonglong took out a special magic scroll to restore himself. He had an extremely evil attribute, so normal healing magic was ineffective on him. So he had to use this special magic. After her strength returned to normal, Nan Gonglong took out several magic scrolls and threw them at the true Red Dragon God Emperor to heal her injuries and restore her physical strength and magic power. Want to go out with me? I will continue to fly in the gap between dimensions. Okay, see you there sometime. The true Red Dragon God Emperor continued her flight, while Nan Gonglong left the dimensional gap and prepared to return. Nan Gonglong's family. The girls gathered together with worried looks on their faces, and this situation continued after they returned home. Sister Mir, when will Long Sang come back? Asked Deja. I can't say for sure, Mir replied somewhat embarrassedly. Demiurge and Cositus returned directly to the underworld, while the Mir sisters and Rias returned to the human world. Orpheus was sitting in a corner in a daze. It's no use telling you not to worry. After all, I can't do it myself. But the master said that he will definitely win. So, is it really okay for you to keep doing this? Do you want the master to come back and see you looking haggard? Eula said. Rias patted her cheek and said with a smile, That's true. You have to be alert to do this 24 hours a day. Kuroka, Akino, it's time for you to make your contribution. Huh? Meow meow. Question mark. Kuroka and Akino had question marks on their faces, not understanding what Rias was talking about. Seeing their confused expressions, Rias explained, Don't you have a collection of many kinds of clothes? Yes, meow. We each picked one to wear and waited for him to come back. I originally intended to wear it for Darling, but I'll just use it this time. Me too. Come to my room, Akino said. Rias threw herself into the task of choosing clothes with great enthusiasm, and the girls felt much better after having their attention diverted. After choosing their clothes, the girls started changing them right away. Rias is wearing a devil costume, Kuroka is wearing a pure white nurse outfit, and the cat is wearing a lucky cat-style puppet suit. Sona blushed and dressed up as a bunny girl. Junhua Chunji wore an OL professional suit. and Hua Jietao wore a black silk short skirt. Mir and Euless also picked one each and put it on. Come back soon. I will give you a great reward, Rias said to herself. And, yeah, I want one too. Nangong Long was transferred back through magic and happened to hear this. So he quietly walked over to them and said loudly, I heard it all. Ah, you're really back, Rias exclaimed. Darling, you are not hurt, are you? Long San, I'm so worried about you. The girls all gathered around at once, and were relieved to see that Nangong Long was fine. It took a while for the girls to calm down and sit down again. Azuno's clothes are nice, Nangong Long joked. Oh my, then wear this dress next time. Bunny girl, good review, Sona. As long as you like it. Songna replied with a blushing face. What about mine? And mine. The haze in the girls' noisy hearts was swept away. Ophis, who had been silent, came over. You won. Yeah, Nangong Long nodded. Where is the true Red Dragon God Emperor? Continue to fly between dimensions. I originally asked her to come out with me, but she refused. The girls were surprised. They didn't expect that Nangong Long was still in the mood to invite the true Red Dragon God Emperor. Is she hurt? Nangong Long thought about it and decided to tell the truth. Yes, but I cured her. Why? My goal is just to defeat her, not to kill her. As for curing her, it is to prevent someone from taking advantage of the opportunity to attack her. Are you referring to me? No, I don't think anyone would pay attention to her. There's no benefit in that. Nangong Long rubbed Orpheus's head and said with a smile, There is no shortage of crazy people in this world, such as Li Zuim, Li Huan, Lucifer. Meow, who is that, darling? Hage hugged Nangong Long from behind and asked him with her head tilted. The transcendent being born from the original devil Lucifer and the devil mother Lilith. Deaf! The girls gasped. What a powerful person he was. I want to stay here. Okay, Nangong Long said with a smile. Oh, why? Rias asked in surprise. I think staying with Nangong Long is the most likely way to achieve the goal. Orpheus looked at Nangong Long with a confused look, thought for a moment, and then said, Woo! In return, I allow you to touch my head. Rias held her forehead with her hand and said helplessly, Even the dragon god has moved in. After that, everyone talked for a long time. The girls asked Nangong Long about the battle. He gave a brief description without going into too much detail. After comforting the girls, Nangong Long went back to the great tomb of Nazarick. Although he could use magic to transmit the message directly, it would be better for him to go back by himself. Albedo, Lucy, and the others were relieved. Demiurge was also relieved. Although he firmly believed that the adults would win, he was still uneasy until the final result was known. Rias also used magic to tell her brother the news that Nangong Long had returned. Demon Lord Conference Room. When Surzek smiled. Those present naturally knew who Surzek was referring to. Too strong. His strength is totally in a different dimension, Ajika said with emotion. After spending some time together, everyone discovered that Orpheus was not as scary as they had imagined. Instead, she was like a naive little girl, and in some ways even more innocent than Asia. If Ophis-chan is going to live here, then daily necessities are essential, Rias said. But what should we buy? Is there anything Orpheus wants? Asked Sona. Orpheus said expressionlessly. The great redhead. We won't do anything so dangerous, Meow. This is no longer a daily necessity, said Shinra Tsubaki. What was your life like before Ophis-chan? Akino asked. Ophis shook his head, looking as if he was recalling something. Stay in the house, say a wish, give them a snake, that's it. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent, and it seemed that the dragon god's life was somewhat miserable. Rias broke the silence by clapping her hands and said, Let's continue discussing daily necessities. Irina looked confused. There is something I've always wondered about. Is Dr. Orpheus a girl? I don't understand. They had heard from Azazel that the dragon god had no concept of gender, and that it was unintentional that he became like this. Well, what should I buy, a boy or a girl? Why not just take a look at what underwear she's wearing now? Makes sense. I don't have any underwear, Ophis said as she pulled her skirt upwards. Rias quickly held down Ophus's hand. Stop, that's enough. My dear, darling is still here, but I think you can learn this trick, meow. Just buy it according to the girl's prices. Everyone went out to the department store, and Nangong Long kept holding Orpheus' hand. After all, Lord Dragon God had almost no common sense, and if he let go, he would probably get lost somewhere. Arriving at the department store, Orpheus looked around but remained expressionless. Shopping was something Orpheus had never done before, so it was basically impossible to ask her what she thought. She felt that every item was good, so in the end it was up to Nangong Long and the others to decide what to buy. When I arrived at the lingerie section, I looked down at my chest. Is it better to make it bigger? Nangong Long rubbed her head and smiled. Although Juru Loli is also good, but with your current height, this is enough. Understand. Rias was in charge of choosing Orpheus underwear, while the other girls were in charge of choosing their own underwear. Orpheus's attention was suddenly attracted by something, and he pulled Nangong Long's hand and wanted to follow. What's wrong, Orpheus? What is that? Orpheus asked, pointing at a large white mass in a child's hand. That's cotton candy. I want. Rias, I'm taking Ophus to buy cotton candy. See you in the food section later. Good. After buying daily necessities, the girls went to the food area. Orpheus prefers sweets and keeps eating desserts. A few days later, Yugong Long went out to the agreed place. The new semester was about to begin, so he asked Kiryu Aika out, as they had agreed on before. Nangong Long had already arrived at the agreed location in advance, but he didn't expect that Kiryu Aika had arrived earlier than him. Sorry, I'm late. Lanhua waved her hand and said with a smile. It's okay, I came too early. You look beautiful today. Lanhua's face turned red and a hint of joy flashed in her eyes. She had dressed up carefully before coming. The two of them walked side by side towards the target location. Lanhua wanted to hold Nangong Long's hand, but was too embarrassed to do so. After several unsuccessful attempts, it was Nangong Long who finally noticed Lanhua's thoughts and took the initiative to hold her hand. This made Nangong Long feel a little funny. The roles were completely reversed. In order to hide her embarrassment, Lanhua said, I thought you had forgotten about this. How could that be? It's just that there are too many things to do. You're such a busy man. Are you doing S*X with Ria Senpai and the others every day? Lanhua teased. I do want to, but everyone has their own things to do. TSK, you pervert. You asked, okay? Snort. Soon the two arrived at their destination, the largest gathering place of otaku culture in Zhuangtown. What should I say? You are worthy of being Lanhua, Nangong Long teased. Hurry up and go buy a game with me. I heard there's a good antivirus game coming out recently. Okay, I'm here with you anyway, so whatever you say is fine. That's more like it. Tracking team. They're actually out on a date, Rias said, squeezing the telephone pole hard. Senior H. Meow. I want Darlin to come with me next time. It looks quite interesting. After walking around for a long time, Lanhua felt a little tired, so the two of them went to the maid cafe to rest for a while. As expected of a homegirl. Of course, a good game should be purchased right away. Since you've been with me for so long, let's go wherever you want in the afternoon. Lanhua rolled his eyes and said with a wicked smile, You can't book a room. I didn't expect you to want to have a wild fight, Nangong Long said in surprise. Lanhua's face suddenly turned red. It was obvious that she could not win the argument with Nangong Long. That's not what I meant. When Lanhua saw Nangong Long looking at her with a rather interesting look, she knew that she was being teased. Lanhua snorted and turned her head away from him to hide her embarrassment. Haha, it's just a joke. Don't be angry. I'll take you to the comic exhibition this afternoon. Really? Lanhua looked interested, but immediately responded by waving his hands and saying, No, I agreed to accompany you in the afternoon, but I just want to go to the comic convention. Why are you going back on your word? Nangong Long said, pretending to be angry. No, I'll go with you. Lanhua understood that saying he wanted to go was just an excuse. In fact, he chose to go to the comic convention because of her hobbies. When she thought of this, Lanhua couldn't help but smile. In the evening, Yugong Long sent Lanhua home. Lanhua stood on tiptoe and kissed Nangong Long on the cheek. This is Xia Liz Wang today. After saying that, Lan Hua ran into the house without looking back. Is it a cute contrast? Nangong Long smiled and turned back home. When I got home, I was inevitably questioned, and then I had to coax the girl and do the daily Shura scene. Somewhere in the human world. Chow Chow. Orpheus has moved into the Tianlong Emperor's house. What should we do? Go and get Orpheus back. Hold on for now. If Orpheus doesn't want to come back, it's useless for us to rob him. Besides, we don't know what happened that day, so it's better not to act rashly. Understood. Then should the plan be put on hold for the time being? No need. Didn't we get the snake from Orpheus before? Let those artifact holders attack the strongholds of major forces according to the plan. Got it. I'll arrange it right away. After explaining everything, Chow Chow used magic to contact Valley. Wally, you were there that day, right? Can you tell me what happened? Wally smiled playfully. Why should I tell you? If you want to know, just ask Orpheus. Oh, I almost forgot that Orpheus is no longer in the disaster group. Chow Chow remained calm. He had expected this result beforehand and just asked casually. If he told a question, he would gain something. If he didn't tell the question, he would lose nothing. Of course, my hero faction will take Orpheus back, but Valley, you'd better not make trouble, otherwise I won't show mercy. As you wish. The conversation ended with the two of them arguing with each other. Is Chow Chow planning to attack Nangong Long? Meiho guessed. Maybe. I hope he doesn't die too miserably. The monkey couldn't help but feel sympathy for Chow Chow. Chow Chow is not such a reckless person. He won't act rashly before he finds out the truth. Moreover, he knew that Orpheus voluntarily moved into Nangong Long's house, but he still dared to say that. He must be planning something again. But then again, who won last time? Said the Monkey King. I think Nangong Long won. The best evidence is that Orpheus gave up the group of misfortunes and moved into Nangong Long's home. Obviously, she thought Nangong Long was most likely to help her achieve her goal. Arthur stated the result of his analysis. In the blink of an eye, the new semester has begun. Ravel took the first step towards getting closer to her idol. She had been looking for an opportunity to get in touch with Nangong Long. However, every time she attended a banquet, Nangong Long was either fighting or on his way to fight, so there was no chance for her to get in touch with him. Ravel had no other choice but to use her trump card and directly transfer to Qua College, so that her chances of contact will be greatly increased. Sika. For example, now in the Mysterious Research Society, Ravel handed the basket in her hand to Nangong Long with a slightly blushing face. This is a cake I made myself. Please accept it. Looks good, beautifully done. Of course, I'm very confident in making cakes. The girls present looked a little horrified. Thank you, but you wouldn't come to the human world just to deliver a cake, would you? Let me explain this, Rias said. Ravel has transferred to the first year of high school at Kuwang Academy and is in the same class as Kitty. Ravel bowed to Nangong Long and said with a smile, That's it. From today on, I am your junior, Mr. Long. It's okay to just call me by my name. Ravel waved her hands and said, No, that's not possible. Can I call you Lord Long? As you please. Lord Long, if you have the chance, can you have afternoon tea with me? Ravel said shyly. Okay, thank you. I'll take my leave now. Ravel left the Mystic Research Club with a smile on her face. Even the opponent's sister has fallen. A dark aura was faintly emanating from behind Aquino. When did this happen? Although Rias was laughing, it looked a little scary. Asia stared with her big, watery eyes and said, Are there going to be more opponents, Ming? I guess I need to work harder. The plan to have a child should also be accelerated, Zenobia said to herself. Should I join in too? Irina murmured. It's okay. I feel more at ease with you here, said Zenobia. Meow. I need to know some sexy things too, the kitten muttered. Haha. Don't worry about these details. Let's eat cake, Nangong Long said, changing the subject. It tastes pretty good. Meow meow, delicious. While eating cake, everyone started talking about another thing. In recent days, the bases of major forces have been attacked. It is said that it was done by the heroic faction of the Misfortune Group. Obviously, Ophish-chan is no longer with them. Why did they do this? Rias said, It's indeed very suspicious. There might be some conspiracy, Aquino said seriously. Does Darling know anything? Irina asked. Based on the current intelligence, I have some guesses. Then tell me about it, Rias said with a smile. All the people who attacked the base were artifact holders without exception. Those who were captured would forget their memories of the previous members of the Misfortune Group and would die soon. The heroes did a very good job of brainwashing them. Rias rolled her eyes at him. Don't admire your opponent at this time. Tell us your speculation quickly. Nangong Long smiled and said, You are really anxious. Hurry up, Rias said in a cute and sweet voice. Haha, the heroes obviously don't care about their lives, but not all defeated people will be abandoned. Intelligence shows that some people will be rescued, and these people have one thing in common without exception. The artifacts they hold have undergone abnormal changes. So what? Gaspard asked. Kiba should have a deep understanding of the changes in the divine weapon, Nangong Long said with a smile, while looking at Kiba. Kiba's pupils shrank instantly, and he uttered those two words in disbelief. Forbidden move. Not only him, but everyone else also showed an expression of disbelief. Yes, the hero faction is most likely using this crude and direct method to artificially create the forbidden hand of the artifact. The host's emotions must change drastically to the point of affecting the artifact in order to complete the forbidden hand. This is why they have been attacking the strongholds of various major forces. This is too crazy. I need to tell my brother right away. It doesn't make much sense. Even if we know, what can we do? We can't just watch them cause trouble without fighting back. What should I do then? Wait, the heroes must have some big plans for doing this. They will show up sooner or later. Demiurge was busy with this recently, extracting the artifacts from the people who attacked the base. Those whose artifact had undergone drastic changes were not arrested, and they were rounded up together at the end, so that some data on the forbidden artifacts they possess could be obtained for further research. Of course, the most important thing is the god-killing tool held by the heroes, which is the main course. 1 month later, students at Kwa College were discussing a school trip. Let's form a team. Okay, the girls are talking about forming a team. Lanhua stood up and walked towards Nangong Long. Her action immediately attracted the girls' attention. Let's form a team for the school trip. Asia, Zenobia, and Irina are also here. Isn't it nice? They're all beautiful girls. Asia is too naive. Zenobia and Irina have little common sense. You don't trust them to be with others, right? Long sang, can we act together? Okay. Kiryu is so mean, actually talking to me like that, Irina said with a pout. Lanhua is not wrong, Nangong Long said jokingly. Lanhua got there first again. Do you think Lanhua has been very active recently? That's right. It's like this at the beginning of the new semester. What do you think happened during the holiday? A girl who looked a little shy said weakly. Before school started, I seemed to see Lanhua and Nangong on a date, but they were far away and I couldn't see clearly, so I might have seen it wrong. The girls were silent for a moment, and then began a more heated discussion. That should be correct. Otherwise, there is no way to explain Lanhua's changes. Do you think Lanhua has already done that with Nangong? 18. Don't guess, just ask Lanhua and you'll know. The girl immediately shifted her gaze to Lanhua, staring at her with such a menacing look that Lanhua couldn't help but tremble all over. What was going on? Why did I suddenly feel a chill? What happened next? Let Lanhua know the reason. The girl who usually had a good relationship with Lanhua put her hand on her shoulder and gave what she thought was a kind smile, but Lanhua felt that her look was a little scary. Lanhua, come and chat with us. Lanhua said tentatively, Is it okay not to go? What do you think? The girls' group pulled Lanhua over to discuss the matter. Nangong Long naturally saw it, but it was just a joke between friends, and he wouldn't do anything to spoil the fun. If there was really something wrong, Lanhua would have asked him for help. The girls didn't know what they asked Lanhua, which made her face turn red. Mystical Research Society. Zhu and I hugged Nangong Long's neck from behind and lay on his back and said coquettishly, Darling, we're going on a school trip soon, and I really want to go with you. Do you want to repeat a grade? Nangong Long teased. A gleam flashed in Aquino's eyes. Good idea, Rias. please do me a favor and let me repeat a grade and go to Darling's class. Rias sneered. Impossible. Fisk, so stingy, Aquino curled her lips. Darling, you guys should plan your trip carefully. Don't wander around like Rias, who ended up not going to many places. Rias couldn't help but blush. I can't help it. It's not intentional. At night, Rias brought her family to an abandoned factory in the town. She got the news that members of the hero faction were hiding there. This is not the first time to fight against the enemy who broke into Juong Town. This month, the heroes have sent many people here. It is estimated that on the one hand, it is to achieve the ban, and on the other hand, it is to gather information. You guys are really quick on the news, Gremory. There's nothing we can do. Now that we've been discovered, we have no choice but to take action. Heroes? Rias Gremory, will defeat you here. Stop talking big. Human figures and monsters appeared again near the man who was speaking. The enemy on our side didn't say any nonsense and started fighting directly. Nangong Long watched the show from the side. He would only take action if there was any danger. After all, Rias and the others wanted to become stronger instead of being protected all the time. After a fierce battle, the enemy was defeated. The surviving enemies were sent back to the underworld. Although everyone knew it was useless and nothing could be learned from them, even if they were sent back to the underworld, this step still had to be carried out. On the weekend, Old Man Odin and Barakiel came to visit. Azazel, who had not been seen for a long time, also showed up. He was so busy with the recent affairs of the Misfortune Group that he rarely went to school. As soon as he saw Barakiel, Aquino kept a straight face, and his usual smiling expression had long disappeared. Aquino basically didn't speak, but just sat next to Nangong Long and hugged his arms tightly in his arms. Please have some tea, Rias said. Odin had just looked at Rias with a lustful look when the Valkyrie standing behind him hit him on the head with a fan. Lord Odin, this is so rude. You are the main god of the Nordic countries. Please don't do such a shameful thing. It's because you are so rigid that you... Odin was frightened by Nangong Long's words before he could finish his words. Old man, it seems you have forgotten my warning last time. I don't mind at all that there is one less mythology system in the world. 0. Ahem. My old problem has come back. I won't do it again in the future, Odin said in a cold sweat. Do you want me to help you treat it? No, Odin said hurriedly. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting a little off track, Azazel quickly spoke up to divert everyone's attention. Odin came here to discuss cooperation with the 3 major forces, but I guess someone will want to disrupt this meeting. After all, not everyone is willing to come into contact with forces outside of their own mythology system. There must be something for us to do. They can't just tell us the news, Tana asked. Recently, due to the situation of the Misfortune Group, we are unable to spare any manpower to protect Odin. So we want you to protect Odin. If Odin dies here, it will be very troublesome, and it may become the fuse for the war between the 2 mythological systems. Only us? Sangna asked in disbelief. Of course not. Barakiel will also accompany Odin. His strength is almost the same as mine. In terms of attack power alone, he is even higher than me. What about the people in the Norse mythology system? They also need people from other forces to protect them. Is this your sincerity in the negotiations? Nangong Long said, this is mainly because the Trouble Group is attacking everywhere, resulting in a serious shortage of manpower, Odin said somewhat embarrassedly. Nangong Long looked at him and smiled playfully. It seems that you, the Lord God, don't hold a very high status in the hearts of your subordinates. Odin had been traveling around, and it didn't seem like he was here for a meeting. Maybe he was too tired from working on his own mythology, so he took this meeting to slack off. Azazel would come over occasionally, and when they were together, their S*X appeal more than doubled. A few days later, Odin and his companions were flying in the night sky in a chariot pulled by 8-legged warhorses. Lord God, please don't travel around, otherwise people in your country will judge you again, Luo said seriously. Don't be so rigid. That's why you can't find a boyfriend. Woo. This has nothing to do with the present. The meeting is about to begin. I hope nothing happens, Azazel said. Unfortunately, The reality is often the opposite. As soon as he finished saying this, the carriage braked suddenly. What's going on? It's definitely not going to be a good thing, Azazel said as he stepped out of the carriage. In front of the carriage, there was a young man flying in the air. Nice to meet you. I am Loki, the Nordic evil god. Loki, I think you should know that the person in the car is the Norse god Odin. Of course, I'm here to find him. I hate contact with other mythical forces without permission. Odin, even now you don't want to change your decision? Working with Azazel and the others is much more interesting than you and those stubborn guys, Odin said with a smile. Then there is nothing to talk about. I will launch Ragnarok here to bury you. Fallen angels, you'd better not interfere or I will send you to hell with me. Before you do anything, I want to know one thing. Are you here related to the group of misfortune? Azazel asked. I stopped Odin with my own will. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Azazel smiled bitterly. This is the internal problem of Northern Europe. You're also working hard, old man. After he finished speaking, Azazel decisively condensed the spear of light and shot it at Loki, followed closely by Barakiel. However, their attacks were useless to Loki, who deployed a magic circle in front of him and easily blocked the spear of light. It's useless. I'm a god, and a fallen angel can't hurt me. As expected of a mythological system that excels in magic, Azazel said with a wry smile. Rosweiss deployed multiple magic squares and aimed at Loki. In that case, use the same magic to attack. Rosweiss fully demonstrated the power of her magic turret, but it was useless and Loki was unharmed. You're just a Valkyrie, and you want to kill God? Don't be so naive. You will all die here today. Come out, my son. A giant wolf appeared in front of everyone, and Azazel's pupils shrank instantly. Fenrir, the god-killing wolf, this is going to be difficult. Azazel turned to Rosweiss and said, It's time for us to use our trump cards. Rosweiss nodded, took out the magic scroll, and tore it into pieces. The moment it was torn into pieces, Nangong Long sensed something and immediately transferred over with Rias and the others. It seems that you can no longer handle your opponents, Nangong Long said with a smile. If it's just Loki, we can still deal with him, but if Fenrir is added, we really won't be able to deal with him, said Azazel. Rias, don't get close to that wolf. The rest are up to you. Clear. So there are reinforcements. With this number of people, your protection is too tight. But it doesn't matter. We can just get rid of them together. It's not a big deal anyway, Loki said indifferently to Odin. I hope you'll still be in such a good mood later, Azazel said sarcastically. Nangong Long used dimensional movement to teleport to Fenrir and kicked it away. Fenrir immediately counterattacked and bit Nangong Long, but Nangong Long was much faster than it, and Fenrir could not bite him at all. It was completely played by Nangong Long. On the other side, Loki fought off the siege of the crowd, retreated to create distance, and called back Fenrir. I will temporarily withdraw this time, but I will definitely stop the meeting. Nangong Long did not stop Loki from retreating, and judging from his expression, he had no intention of fighting to the end today. Nangong Long was waiting to get both the big and small god-killing wolves and the mass-produced myth game into his possession. Only with the entities would he be able to better study how to create magical beasts. Please give me flowers? Azazel breathed a sigh of relief and said, Fortunately, we didn't fight to the death. Otherwise, the city below would probably be destroyed. I'll be leaving now. You'll be busy with this meeting, Azazel. Yes, I'll need your help then. We will also try our best to find a solution. Good. The next day, Azazel came with Shiro Chimoto, saying that he wanted to use the two dragons and Vritra to summon Mithril's consciousness. Nangong Long was also interested in the super lazy dragon, so he decided to help him. They came to a white space where Tan Ning, who had not been seen for a long time, was already waiting there. Azazel activated the magic circle and began to summon Mythgame's consciousness. Only when I saw the dragon with my own eyes did I realize how lazy it was. It would fall asleep before I could even speak a few words. However, before falling asleep, he was also shocked that his old enemy heir Tianlong actually had the same host. Although this dragon was extremely lazy, he still answered Azazel's questions seriously. Compared to the method of restraining Fenrir, Nangonglong is more interested in the dark elves and dwarves in this world. It is difficult to find their location without knowing the specific route. Due to the environmental changes in the human world, most of the creatures of this race have moved to the other dimension, and only a few still stay in the human world. Even though Nangonglong was there, Azazel still decided to ask the dwarves and dark elves to help forge the chains to bind Fenrir, just to be prepared. It's never a bad idea to have more preparations. Wally did not participate in this matter, probably observing the movements of the heroes. Of course, the most likely possibility is that the Holy Sword of Domination is not in Arthur's hands, and he cannot control Fenrir, even if he gets it. The Holy Sword of Domination was in the hands of the Church, and Michael did not accept the Holy Sword for nothing. Not long after the three-party talks, he sent someone to deliver the dragon, slaying Sword Ascalon to Nangonglong. Nangonglong gave the sword directly to Jeremiah, as it was useless for him to keep it. However, after Jeremiah received the gift, she became more active in finding him to have child, and the other girls looked a little scary.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.